Chapter 6 of The Regent. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Andy Minter. The Regent by Arnold, Bennett. Chapter 6. Lord Waldo and Lady Waldo. 1. The next morning, Joseph, having opened wide the window, informed his master that the weather was bright and sunny, and Edward Henry arose with just that pleasant degree of fatigue which persuades one that one is, if anything, rather more highly vitalized than usual. He sent for Mr. Bryany as for a domestic animal, and Mr. Bryany, ceremoniously attired, was received by a sort of jolly king who happened to be trimming his beard in the royal bathroom, but who was too good-natured to keep Mr. Bryany waiting. It is remarkable how the habit of royalty, having once taken root, will flourish in the minds of quite unmonarchical persons. Edward Henry first inquired after the health of Mr. Seven Sachs, and then obtained from Mr. Bryany all remaining papers and trifles of information concerning the affair of the option. Whereupon Mr. Bryany, apparently much elated by the honour of an informal reception, effusively retired. And Edward Henry, too, was so elated, and his faith in life so renewed and invigorated, that he said to himself, "It might be worth while to shave my beard off after all." As in his electric brougham he drove along the muddy and shining Piccadilly, he admitted that Joseph's account of the weather had been very accurate. The weather was magnificent. It presented the best features of summer combined with the salutary pungency of autumn, and flags were flying over the establishments of tobacconists, soothsayers, and insurance companies in Piccadilly, and the sense of empire was in the very air like an intoxication, and there was no place like London. When, however, having run through Piccadilly into streets less superb, he reached the Majestic, it seemed to him that the Majestic was not part of London, but a bit of the provinces surrounded by London. He was very disappointed with the Majestic, and took his letters from the clerk with careless condescension. In a few days the Majestic had sunk from being one of London's huge caravanserais to the level of a swollen Turk's head, so fragile are reputations. From the Majestic, Edward Henry drove back into the regions of empire between Piccadilly and Regent Street, and deigned to call upon his tailors. A morning suit which he had commanded being miraculously finished, he put it on, and was at once not only spectacularly but morally regenerated. The old suit, though it had cost 5 guineas in its time, looked a paltry and dowdy thing as it lay, flung down anyhow, on one of Messrs. Quayther and Cuthering's cane chairs, in the mirrored cubicle where baronets and even peers showed their braces to the benign Mr. Cuthering. "I want to go to Piccadilly now. Stop at the Fountain," said Edward Henry to his chauffeur. He gave the order somewhat defiantly, because he was a little self-conscious in the new and gleaming suit, and because he had an absurd idea that the chauffeur might guess that he, a provincial from the Five Towns, was about to venture into West End theatrical enterprise, and sneer at him accordingly. But the chauffeur merely touched his cap with an indifferent and lofty gesture, as if to say, "Be at ease. I have driven persons more moonstruck even than you. Human eccentricity has long since ceased to surprise me." The fountain in Piccadilly Circus was the gayest thing in London. It mingled the fresh tinkling of water with the odour and flame of autumn blossoms, and the variegated colours of shawled women who passed their lives on its margin engaged in the commerce of flowers. Edward Henry bought an aster from a fine, bold, red-cheeked, blousy, dirty wench with a baby in her arms, and left some change for the baby. He was in a very tolerant and charitable mood, and could excuse the sins and stupidity of all mankind. He reflected forgivingly that Rose Euclid and her friends had perhaps not displayed an abnormal fatuity in discussing the name of the theatre before they had got the lease of the site for it. Had not he himself bought all the option without having even seen the site? The fact was that he had had no leisure in his short royal career for such details as seeing the site. He was now about to make good the omission. It is a fact that, as he turned northward from Piccadilly Circus to the right of the County Fire Office, in order to spy out the land upon which his theatre was to be built, he hesitated, under the delusion that all the passers-by were staring at him. He felt just as he might have felt had he been engaged upon some scheme nefarious. He even went back and pretended to examine the windows of the County Fire Office. Then, glancing self-consciously about, he discerned, not unnaturally, the words "Regent Street" on a sign. "There you are!" he murmured, with a thrill. "There you are! There's obviously only one name for that theatre. The Regent. It's close to Regent Street. No other theatre is called the Regent. Nobody before ever had the idea of Regent as a name for a theatre. Muses, indeed! Intellectual! The Regent Theatre. How well it comes off the tongue! It's a great name. It'll be the finest name of any theatre in London. And it took yours truly to think of it." Then he smiled privately at his own weakness. He too, like the despised Rose, was baptizing the unborn. Still, he continued to dream of the theatre, and began to picture to himself the ideal theatre. He discovered that he had quite a number of startling ideas about theatre construction, based on his own experience as a playgoer. When, with new courage, he directed his feet towards the site upon which he knew there was an old chapel known as the Queen's Glasshouse Chapel, whose ownership had slipped from the nerveless hand of a dying sect of dissenters, he could not find the site, and he could not see the chapel. For an instant he was perturbed by a horrid suspicion that he had been victimized by a gang of swindlers posing as celebrated persons. Everything was possible in this world and century. None of the people who had appeared in the transaction had resembled his previous conceptions of such people, and confidence thieves always operated in the grandest hotels. He immediately decided that if the sequel should prove him to be a simpleton and gull, he would at any rate be a silent simpleton and gull. He would stoically bear the loss of £200 and breathe no word of woe. But then he remembered with relief that he had genuinely recognized both Rose Euclid and Seven Sachs, and also that Mr. Bryany, among other documents, had furnished him with a photograph of the chapel and surrounding property. The chapel therefore existed. He had a plan in his pocket. He now opened this plan and tried to consult it in the middle of the street, but his agitation was such he could not make out on it which was north and which was south. After he had been nearly prostrated by a taxicab, a policeman came up to him and said, with all the friendly disdain of a London policeman addressing a provincial, "Safer to look at that on the pavement, sir." Edward Henry glanced up from the plan. "I was trying to find the Queen's Glasshouse Chapel, officer. Have you ever heard of it?" In Bursley, members of the Town Council always flattered members of the force by addressing them as "officer," and Edward Henry knew exactly the effective intonation. "It was there, sir," said the policeman, less disdainful, pointing to a narrow hoarding behind which could be seen the back walls of high buildings in Shaftesbury Avenue. "I've just finished pulling it down." "Thank you," said Edward Henry, quietly, with a superb and successful effort to keep as much colour in his face as if the policeman had not dealt him a dizzying blow. He then walked towards the hoarding, but could scarcely feel the ground under his feet. From a wide aperture in the palisades a cart full of earth was emerging. It creaked and shook as it was dragged by a labouring horse over loose planks into the roadway. A whip-cracking carter hovered on its flank. Edward Henry approached the aperture and gazed within. An elegant young man stood solitary inside the hoarding and stared at a raised expanse of land, in whose furthest corner some navvies were digging a hole. The sight! But what did this sinister destructive activity mean? Nobody was entitled to interfere with property on which he, Alderman Machin, held an unexpired option. But was it the site? He perused the plan again with more care. Yes, there could be no doubt that it was the site. His eye roved round, and he admitted the justice of the boast that an electric sign, displayed at the southern front corner of the theatre, would be visible from Piccadilly Circus, Lower Regent Street, Shaftesbury Avenue, etc., etc. He then observed a large notice board raised on posts above the hoardings, and read the following: "Site of the First New Thought Church. To be opened next spring. Subscriptions invited. Rollo Wrissell, Senior Trustee. Ralph Alloyd, Architect. Dix and Pato, Builders." The name of Rollo Wrissell seemed familiar to him, and after a few moments' searching he recalled that Rollo Wrissell was one of the trustees and executors of the late Lord Waldo, the other being the widow and the mother of the new Lord Waldo. In addition to the lettering, the notice board held a graphic representation of the first New Thought church, as it would be when completed. "Well," said Edward Henry, not perhaps unjustifiably, "this really is a bit thick. Here I've got an option on a plot of land for building a theatre, and somebody else has taken it to put up a church." He ventured inside the hoarding, and addressing the elegant young man, asked, "You got anything to do with this, mister?" "Well," said the young man, smiling humorously, "I'm the architect. It's true that nobody ever pays any attention to an architect in these days." "Oh, you're Mr. Alloyd?" "I am." Mr. Alloyd had black hair, intensely black, changeful eyes, and the expressive mouth of an actor. "I thought they were going to build a theatre here," said Edward Henry. "Oh, I wish they had been," said Mr. Alloyd. "I'd just like to design a theatre, but of course I shall never get the chance." "Why not?" "I know I shan't," Mr. Alloyd insisted with gloomy disgust. "Only obtained the job by sheer accident. You got any ideas about theatres?" "Well, I have," said Edward Henry. Mr. Alloyd turned on him with a sardonic and half benevolent gleam. "And what are your ideas about theatres?" "Well," said Edward Henry, "I should like to meet an architect who had thoroughly got it into his head that when people pay for seats to see a play they want to be able to see it, and not just to get a look at it now and then over other people's heads and round the corners of boxes and things. In most theatres that I've been in, the architects seem to think that iron pillars and wooden heads are transparent. Either that, or the architects were rascals. Same with hearing. The pit costs £0.50, and you don't pay £0.50 to hear glasses rattled in a bar, or motor omnibuses rushing down the street. I was never yet in a London theatre where the architect had really understood that what the people in the pit wanted to hear was the play and nothing but the play." "You're rather hard on us," said Mr. Alloyd. "Not so hard as you are on us," said Edward Henry. "And then drafts. I suppose you think that a draft on the back of the neck is good for us. But of course you'll say all this has got nothing to do with architecture." "Oh, no, I shan't. Oh, no, I shan't!" exclaimed Mr. Alloyd. "I quite agree with you." "You do?" "Certainly. You seem to be interested in theatres." "I am a bit." "You come from the north?" "No, I don't," said Edward Henry. Mr. Alloyd had no right to be aware that he was not a Londoner. "I beg your pardon." "I come from the Midlands." "Oh! Have you seen the Russian ballet?" Edward Henry had not, nor heard of it. "Why?" he asked. "Nothing," said Mr. Alloyd. "Only I saw it the night before last in Paris. You never saw such dancing. It's enchanted, enchanted. The most lovely thing I ever saw in my life. I couldn't sleep for it. Not that I ever sleep very well. I merely thought that as you were interested in theatres, and Midland people are so enterprising... Have a cigarette?" Edward Henry, who had begun to feel sympathetic, was somewhat repelled by that last remark. After all, the man, though human enough, was an utter stranger. "No, thanks," he said. "And so you're going to put up a church here?" "Yes." "Well, I wonder whether you are." He walked abruptly away under Alloyd's riddling stare, and he could almost hear the man saying, "He's a queer lot, if you like." At the corner of the site, below the spot where his electric sign was to have been, he was stopped by a well-dressed, middle-aged lady who bore a bundle of papers. "Will you buy a paper for the cause?" she suggested in a pleasant, persuasive tone. "1 penny?" He obeyed, and she handed him a small blue printed periodical of which the title was Azure, the Organ of New Thought Church. He glanced at it, puzzled, and then at the middle-aged lady. "Every penny of profit goes to the church building fund," she said, as if in defence of her action. Edward Henry burst out laughing, but it was a nervous, half hysterical laugh that he laughed. 2. In Carey Street, Lincoln's Inn Fields, he descended from his brougham in front of the offices of Messrs. Slosson, Hodge, Budge, Slosson, Meveringham, Slosson and Vulto, solicitors, known in the profession by the compendious abbreviation of Slossons. Edward Henry, having been a lawyer's clerk some 25 years earlier, was aware of Slossons, although on the strength of his youthful clerkship he claimed, and was admitted, to possess a very special knowledge of the law, enough to silence argument when his opponent did not happen to be an actual solicitor. He did not, in truth, possess a very special knowledge of the law. How should he, seeing that he had only been a practitioner of shorthand? But the fame of Slossons he positively was acquainted with. He had even written letters to the mighty Slossons. Every lawyer and lawyer's clerk in the realm knows the greatness of Slossons, and crouched before it, and also, for the most part, impugned its righteousness with sneers. For Slossons acted for the ruling classes of England, who only get value for their money when they are buying something they can see, smell, handle, or intimidate, such as a horse, a motor car, a dog, or a lackey. Slossons, those crack solicitors, like the crack nerve specialists in Harley Street and the crack fortune tellers in Bond Street, sold their invisible, inodorous, and intangible wares of advice at double, treble, or decuple their worth, according to the psychology of the customers. They were great bullies, and they were, further, great money lenders, on behalf of their wealthier clients. In obedience to a convenient theory that it is imprudent to leave money too long in one place, they were continually calling in mortgages and relending the sums so collected on fresh investments, thus achieving 2 bills of costs on each transaction, and sometimes 3, besides employing an army of valuers, surveyors, and mortgage insurance brokers. In short, Slossons had nothing to learn about the art of self-enrichment. 3 vast motor cars waited in front of their ancient door, and Edward Henry's hired electric vehicle was diminished to a trifle. He began by demanding the senior partner, who was denied to him by an old clerk with a face like a stone wall. Only his brutal Midland insistence, and the mention of the important letter which he had written to the firm in the middle of the night, saved him from the ignominy of seeing no partner at all. At the end of the descending ladder of partners he clung desperately to Mr. Waldo, and he saw Mr. Waldo, a youngish and sarcastic person with blue eyes, lodged in a dark room at the back of the house. It occurred fortunately that his letter had been allotted to precisely Mr. Waldo for the purpose of being answered. "You got my letter?" said Edward Henry cheerfully, as he sat down at Mr. Waldo's flat desk on the side opposite from Mr. Waldo. "We got it, but frankly we cannot make head nor tail of it. What option?" Mr. Waldo's manner was crudely sarcastic. "This option," said Edward Henry, drawing papers from his pocket and putting down the right paper in front of Mr. Waldo with an uncompromising slap. Mr. Waldo picked up the paper with precautions, as if it were a contagion, and, assuming eyeglasses, perused it with his mouth open. "We know nothing of this," said Mr. Waldo, and it was as though he had added, "Therefore this does not exist." He glanced with sufferance at the window, which offered a close-range view of a whitewashed wall. "Then you weren't in the confidence of your client, the late Lord Waldo?" "Yes." "Pardon me? Obviously you weren't in his confidence as regards this particular matter." "As you say," said Mr. Waldo, with frigid irony. "Well, what are you going to do about it?" "Well, nothing." Mr. Waldo removed his eyeglasses and stood up. "Well, good morning. I'll walk round to my solicitors." Edward Henry seized the option. "That will be simpler," said Mr. Waldo. Slossons much preferred to deal with lawyers than with laymen, because it increased costs and vitalized the profession. At that moment a stout, red-faced and hoary man puffed very authoritatively into the room. "Waldo!" he cried sharply. "Mr. Wrissell's here. Didn't they tell you?" "Yes, Mr. Slosson," answered Waldo, suddenly losing all his sarcastic quality and becoming a very junior partner. "I was just engaged with Mr." He paused to glance at his desk. "Machin, whose singular letter we received this morning about an alleged option on the lease of the chapel site at Piccadilly Circus. The Waldo estate, sir. You remember, sir?" "This the man?" inquired Mr. Slosson, ex-president of the Law Society, with a jerk of the thumb. Edward Henry said, "This is the man." "Well," said Mr. Slosson, lifting his chin and still puffing, "it would be extremely interesting to hear his story at any rate. I was just telling Mr. Wrissell about it. Come this way, sir. I've heard some strange things in my time, but " He stopped. "Please follow me, sir," he ordained. "I'm dashed if I'll follow you," Edward Henry desired to say, but he had not the courage to say it. And because he was angry with himself, he determined to make matters as unpleasant as possible for the innocent Mr. Slosson, who was so used to bullying, and so well paid for bullying, that really no blame could be apportioned to him. It would have been as reasonable to censure an ordinary person for breathing as to censure Mr. Slosson for bullying. And so Edward Henry was steeling himself. "I'll do him in the eye for that, even if it costs me every cent I've got." A statement characterized by poetical licence. 3. Mr. Slosson, senior, heard Edward Henry's story, but seemingly did not find it quite as interesting as he had prophesied it would be. When Edward Henry had finished, the old man drummed on an enormous table and said, "Yes, yes, and then?" His manner was far less bullying than in the room of Mr. Waldo. "It's your turn now, Mr. Slosson," said Edward Henry. "My turn? How?" "To go on with the story." He glanced at the clock. "I've brought it up to date. 11:15 o'clock this morning, Anno Domini." And as Mr. Slosson continued to drum on the table and to look out of the window, Edward Henry also drummed on the table and looked out of the window. The chamber of the senior partner was a very different matter from Mr. Vulto's. It was immense. It was not disfigured by japanned boxes inartistically lettered in white, as are most lawyers' offices. Indeed, in aspect it resembled one of the cosier rooms in a small and decaying but still comfortable club. It had easy chairs and cigar boxes. Moreover, the sun got into it, and there was a view of the comic yet stately Victorian Gothic of the law courts. The sun enheartened Edward Henry, and he felt secure in an unimpugnable suit of clothes, in the shape of his collar, the colour of his necktie, the style of his creaseless boots, and in the protuberance of his pocket book in his pocket. As Mr. Slosson had failed to notice the competition of his drumming, he drummed still louder, whereupon Mr. Slosson stopped drumming. Edward Henry gazed amiably around. Right at the back of the room, before a back window that gave on the whitewashed wall, a man was rapidly putting his signature to a number of papers. But Mr. Slosson had ignored the existence of this man, treating him apparently as a figment of the disordered brain, or as an optical illusion. "I've nothing to say," said Mr. Slosson. "Or to do?" "Or to do." "Well, Mr. Slosson," said Edward Henry, "your junior partner has already outlined your policy of masterly inactivity, so I may as well go. I did say I'd go to my solicitors, but it's occurred to me that as I'm a principal, I may as well first of all see the principals on the other side. I only came here because it mentions in the option that the matter is to be completed here, that's all." "You a principal?" exclaimed Mr. Slosson. "It seems to me you're a long way removed from a principal. The alleged option is given to a Miss Rose Euclid." "Excuse me, the Miss Rose Euclid." "Miss Rose Euclid. She divides up her alleged interest into fractions and sells them here and there, and you buy them up one after another." Mr. Slosson laughed, not unamiably. "You're a principal about 5 times removed." "Well," said Edward Henry, "whatever I am, I've a sort of an idea I'll go and see this Mr. Gristle or Wrissell. Can you?" The man at the distant desk turned his head. Mr. Slosson coughed. The man rose. "This is Mr. Wrissell," said Mr. Slosson, with a gesture from which confusion was not absent. "Good morning," said the advancing Mr. Rollo Wrissell, and he said it with an accent more Kensingtonian than any accent that Edward Henry had ever heard. His lounging and yet elegant walk assorted well with the accent. His black clothes were loose and untidy. Such boots as his could not have been worn by Edward Henry even in the Five Towns without blushing shame, and his necktie looked as if a baby or a puppy had been playing with it. Nevertheless, these shortcomings made absolutely no difference whatever to the impressiveness of Mr. Rollo Wrissell, who was famous for having said once, "I put on whatever comes to hand first, and people don't seem to mind." Mr. Rollo Wrissell belonged to one of the 7 great families which once governed, and by the way still do govern, England, Scotland and Ireland. The members of these families may be divided into 2 species: those who rule are those who are too lofty in spirit even to rule, those who exist. Mr. Rollo Wrissell belonged to the latter species. His nose and mouth had the exquisite refinement of the descendant of generations of art collectors and poet patronisers. He enjoyed life, but not with rude activity like the grosser members of the ruling caste, rather with a certain rare languor. He sniffed and savoured the whole spherical surface of the apple of life with those delicate nostrils, rather than bit into it. His one conviction was that in a properly managed world nothing ought to occur to disturb or agitate the perfect tranquillity of his existing. And this conviction was so profound, so visible even in his lightest gesture and glance, that it exerted a mystic influence over the entire social organism, with the result that practically nothing ever did occur to disturb or agitate the perfect tranquillity of Mr. Rollo Wrissell's existing. For Mr. Rollo Wrissell the world was indeed almost ideal. Edward Henry breathed to himself, "This is the genuine article." And being an Englishman, he was far more impressed by Mr. Wrissell than he had been by the much vaster reputations of Rose Euclid, Seven Sachs, and Mr. Slosson senior. At the same time, he inwardly fought against Mr. Wrissell's silent and unconscious dominion over him, and all the defiant Midland belief that one body is as good as anybody else surged up in him, but stopped at his lips. "Please don't rise," Mr. Wrissell entreated, waving both hands. "I'm very sorry to hear of this unhappy complication," he went on to Edward Henry, with the most adorable and winning politeness. "It pains me." His martyred expression said, "And really I ought not to be pained." "I'm quite convinced that you are here in absolute good faith, the most absolute good faith, Mr. " "Machin," suggested Mr. Slosson. Pardon me, Mr. Machin. And naturally, in the management of enormous estates, such as Lord Waldo's, little difficulties are apt to occur. I'm sorry you've been put in a false position. You have all my sympathies. But of course you understand that in this particular case I myself have taken up the lease from the estate. I happen to be interested in a great movement. The plans of my church have been passed by the County Council. Building operations have indeed begun." "Oh, chuck it!" said Edward Henry, inexcusably. But such were his words. A surfeit of Mr. Wrissell's calm egotism and accent and fatigued harmonious gestures drove him to commit this outrage upon the very fabric of civilization. Mr. Wrissell, if he had ever met with the phrase, which is doubtful, had certainly never heard it addressed to himself. Conceivably he might once have come across it in turning over the pages of a slang dictionary. A tragic expression traversed his bewildered features, and then he recovered himself somewhat. "Go and bury yourself," said Edward Henry, with increased savagery. Mr. Wrissell, having comprehended, went. He really did go. He could not tolerate scenes, and his glance showed that any forcible derangement of his habit of existing smoothly would nakedly disclose the unyielding adamantine selfishness that was the basis of the Wrissell philosophy. His glance was at least harsh and bitter. He went in silence and rapidly. Mr. Slosson senior followed him at a great pace. Edward Henry was angry. Strange though it may seem, the chief cause of his anger was the fact that his own manners and breeding were lower, coarser, clumsier, more brutal than Mr. Wrissell's. After what appeared to be a considerable absence, Mr. Slosson senior returned into the room. Edward Henry, steeped in peculiar meditations, was repeating, "So this is Slosson's." "What's that?" demanded Mr. Slosson, with a challenge in his ancient but powerful voice. "Nowt," said Edward Henry. "Now, sir," said Mr. Slosson, "we'd better come to an understanding about this so-called option. It's not serious, you know." "You'll find it is." "It's not commercial." "I fancy it is for me," said Edward Henry. "The premium mentioned is absurdly inadequate, and the ground rent is quite improperly low." "That's just why I look on it as commercial from my point of view," said Edward Henry. "It isn't worth the paper it's written on," said Mr. Slosson. "Why?" Because, seeing the unusual form of it, it ought to be stamped, and it isn't stamped. Listen here, Mr. Slosson," said Edward Henry. "I want you to remember that you're talking to a lawyer." "A lawyer?" "I was in the law for years," said Edward Henry, "and you know as well as I do that I can get the option stamped at any time by paying a penalty, which at worst will be a trifle compared to the value of the option." "Ah!" Mr. Slosson paused and resumed his puffing, which exercise, perhaps owing to undue excitement, he had pretermitted. "Then further, the deed isn't drawn up." "That's not my fault." "Further, the option is not transferable." "We shall see about that." "And the money ought to be paid down to day, even on your own showing, every cent of it, in cash." "Here is the money," said Edward Henry, drawing his pocket book from his breast. "Every cent of it, in the finest brand of bank notes." He flung down the notes with the impulsive gesture of an artist. Then, with the caution of a man of the world, gathered them in again. "The whole circumstances under which the alleged option is alleged to have been given would have to be examined," said Mr. Slosson. "I shan't mind," said Edward Henry. "Others might." "There is such a thing as undue influence." "Miss Euclid is 50 if she's a day," replied Edward Henry. "I don't see what Miss Euclid's age has to do with the matter." "Then your eyesight must be defective, Mr. Slosson." "The document might be a forgery." "It might. But I've got an autograph letter written entirely in the late Lord Waldo's hands, enclosing the option." "Let me see it, please." "Certainly, but in a court of law," said Edward Henry. "You know you're hungry for a good action, followed by a bill of costs as long as from here to Jericho." "Mr. Wrissell will assuredly fight," said Mr. Slosson. "He has already given me the most explicit instructions. Mr. Wrissell's objection to a certain class of theatres is well known." "And does Mr. Wrissell settle everything?" "Mr. Wrissell and Lady Waldo settle everything between them, and Lady Waldo is guided by Mr. Wrissell. There is an impression abroad that because Lady Waldo was originally connected with the stage, she and Mr. Wrissell are not entirely at one in the conduct of her and her son's interests. Nothing could be further from the fact." Edward Henry's thoughts dwelt for a few moments upon the late Lord Waldo's picturesque and far resounding marriage. "Can you give me Lady Waldo's address?" "I can't," said Mr. Slosson, after an instant's hesitation. "You mean you won't?" Mr. Slosson pursed his lips. "Well, you can do the other thing," said Edward Henry, insolent to the last. As he left the premises he found Mr. Rollo Wrissell and his own new acquaintance, Mr. Alloyd, the architect, chatting in the portico. Mr. Wrissell was calm, bland, and attentive. Mr. Alloyd was eager, excited, and deferential. Edward Henry caught the words "Russian ballet." He reflected upon an abstract question oddly disconnected with the violent welter of his sensations. Can a man be a good practical architect who isn't able to sleep because he's seen a Russian ballet? The alert chauffeur of the electric brougham, who had an excellent idea of effect, brought the admirable vehicle to the curb exactly in front of Edward Henry, as Edward Henry reached the edge of the pavement. Ejaculating a brief command, Edward Henry disappeared within the vehicle, and was whirled away in a style whose perfection no scion of a governing family could have bettered. 4. The next scene in the exciting drama of Edward Henry's existence that day took place in a building as huge as Wilkins's itself. As the brougham halted at its portals, an old and medalled man rushed forth, touched his cap, and assisted Edward Henry to alight. Within the groined and echoing hall of the establishment, a young boy sprang out, and with every circumstance of deference took Edward Henry's hat and stick. Edward Henry then walked a few steps to a lift, and said "Smoking room" to another menial, who bowed humbly before him, and at the proper moment bowed him out of the lift. Edward Henry, crossing a marble floor, next entered an enormous marble apartment, chiefly populated by easy chairs and tables. He sat down to a table, and fiercely rang a bell which reposed thereon. Several of her menials simultaneously appeared out of invisibility, and one of them hurried obsequiously towards him. "Bring me a glass of water and a peerage," said Edward Henry. "I beg pardon, sir. A glass of water and..." "A peerage. Capital P double E R A G E." "I beg your pardon, sir, I didn't catch. Which peerage, sir? We have several." "All of them." In 100 seconds, the last menial having thanked him for kindly taking the glass and the pile of books, Edward Henry was sipping water and studying peerages. In 200 seconds he was off again. A menial opened the swing doors of the smoking room for him and bowed. The menial of the lift bowed, wafted him downstairs and bowed. The infant menial produced his hat and stick and bowed. The old and medalled menial summoned his brougham with a frown at the chauffeur and a smile at Edward Henry, bowed at Edward Henry, bowed, opened the door of the brougham, helped Edward Henry in, bowed, and shut the door. "Where to, sir?" "262 Eaton Square," said Edward Henry. "Thank you, sir," said the aged menial, and repeated in a curt and peremptory voice to the chauffeur, "262 Eaton Square." Lastly, he touched his cap. And Edward Henry swiftly left the precincts of the headquarters of political democracy in London. 5. As he came within striking distance of 262 Eaton Square, he had the advantage of an unusual and brilliant spectacle. Lord Waldo was one of the richest human beings in England, and incidentally he was very human. If he had been in a position to realize all his assets and go to America with the ready money, his wealth was such that even amid the luxurious society of Pittsburg he could have cut quite a figure for some time. He owned a great deal of the land between Oxford Street and Regent Street, and again a number of the valuable squares north of Oxford Street were his. And as for Edgware Road, just as auctioneers advertise a couple of miles of trout stream or salmon river as a pleasing adjunct to a country estate, so had Lord Waldo's estate come under the hammer, a couple of miles of Edgware Road might have been advertised as amongst its charms. Lord Waldo owned 4 theatres, and to each theatre he had his private entrance, and in each theatre his private box, over which the management had no sway. The Waldos in their leases had always insisted on this. He never built in London. His business was to let land for others to build upon, the condition being that what others built should ultimately belong to him. Thousands of people in London were only too delighted to build on these terms. He could pick and choose his builders. The astute Edward Henry himself, for example, wanted furiously to build for him, and was angry because obstacles stood in the path of his desire. It was constantly happening that under legal agreements some fine erection put up by another hand came into the absolute possession of Lord Waldo, without one halfpenny of expense to Lord Waldo. Now and then a whole street would thus tumble all complete into his hands. The system most agreeable for Lord Waldo and about a dozen other landlords in London was called the leasehold system, and when Lord Waldo became the proprietor of some bricks and mortar that had cost him nothing, it was said that one of Lord Waldo's leases had "fallen in," and everybody was quite satisfied by this phrase. In the provinces, besides castles, forests, and moors, Lord Waldo owned many acres of land under which was coal, and he allowed enterprising persons to dig deep for this coal, and often explode themselves to death in the adventure, on the understanding that they paid him 6d. for every ton of coal brought to the surface, whether they made any profit on it or not. This arrangement was called mining rights, another phrase that apparently satisfied everybody. It might be thought that Lord Waldo was, as they say, on velvet, but the velvet, if it could be so described, was not of so rich and comfortable a pile after all. For Lord Waldo's situation involved many and heavy responsibilities, and was surrounded by grave dangers. He was the representative of an old order going down in the unforeseeable welter of 20th century politics. Numbers of thoughtful students of English conditions spent much of their time in wondering what would happen one day to the Lord Waldos of England. And when a really great strike came, and a dozen ex-artisans met in the private room of a West End hotel, and decided, without consulting Lord Waldo or the Prime Minister or anybody, that the commerce of the country should be brought to a standstill, these thoughtful students perceived that even Lord Waldo's situation was no more secure than other people's. In fact, it was rather less so. There could be no doubt that the circumstances of Lord Waldo furnished him with food for thought, and very indigestible food too. Why, at least 100 sprightly female creatures were being brought up in the hope of marrying him, and they would all besiege him, and he could only marry one of them at once. Now, as Edward Henry stopped as near to number 262 as the presence of a waiting two-horse carriage permitted, he saw a grey-haired and blue-coated woman solemnly descending the steps of the portico of number 262. She was followed by another similar woman, and watched by a butler and a footman at the summit of the steps, and by a footman on the pavement, and by the coachman on the box of the carriage. She carried a thick and lovely white shawl, and in this shawl was Lord Waldo and all his many and heavy responsibilities. It was his fancy to take the air thus in the arms of a woman. He allowed himself to be lifted into the open carriage, and the door of the carriage was shut, and off went the two ancient horses, slowly, and the two adult fat men, and the two mature spinsters, and the vehicle weighing about a ton, and Lord Waldo's morning promenade had begun. "Follow that," said Edward Henry to the chauffeur, and nipped into his brougham again. Nobody had told him that the being in the shawl was Lord Waldo, but he was sure that it must be so. In 20 minutes he saw Lord Waldo being carried to and fro amid the groves of Hyde Park, one of the few bits of London earth that did not belong to him or to his more or less distant connections, while the carriage waited. Once Lord Waldo sat on a chair, but the chief nurse's lap was between him and the chair seat. Both nurses chattered to him in Kensingtonian accents, but he offered no replies. "Go back to 262," said Edward Henry to his chauffeur. Arrived again in Eaton Square, he did not give himself time to be imposed upon by the grandiosity of the square in general, nor of number 262 in particular. He just ran up the steps and rang the visitor's bell. "After all," he said to himself as he waited, "these houses aren't even semi-detached. They're just houses in a row, and I bet every one of them can hear the piano next door." The butler, whom he had previously caught sight of, opened the great portal. "I want to see Lady Waldo." "Your ladyship," began the formidable official. "Now look here, my man," said Edward Henry, rather in desperation. "I must see Lady Waldo instantly. It's about the baby." "About his lordship?" "Yes. And look lively, please." He stepped into the sombre and sumptuous hall. "Well," he reflected, "I am going it. No mistake." 6. He was in a large back drawing-room, of which the window, looking north, was in rich stained glass. "No doubt because they're ashamed of the view," he said to himself. The size of the chimney-piece impressed him, and also its rich carving. "But what an old-fashioned grate!" he said to himself. "They need gilt radiators here." The doorway was a marvel of ornate sculpture, and he liked it. He liked, too, the effect of the oil paintings, mainly portraits, on the walls, and the immensity of the brass fender, and the rugs, and the leather work of the chairs. But there could be no question that the room was too dark for the taste of any householder clever enough to know the difference between a house and a church. There was a plunging noise at the door behind him. "What's amiss?" he heard a woman's voice, and as he heard it he thrilled with sympathetic vibrations. It was not a North Staffordshire voice, but it was a South Yorkshire voice, which is almost the same thing. It seemed to him to be the first un-Kensingtonian voice to soothe his ear since he had left the Five Towns. Moreover, nobody born south of the Trent would have said, "What's amiss?" A southerner would have said, "What's the matter?" Or more probably, "What's the matter?" He turned and saw a breathless and very beautiful woman of about 29 or 30, clothed in black, and she was in the act of removing from her lovely head what looked like a length of red flannel. He noticed, too, simultaneously, that she was suffering from a heavy cold. A majestic footman behind her closed the door and disappeared. "Are you Lady Waldo?" Edward Henry asked. "Yes," she said. "What's this about my baby?" "I've just seen him in Hyde Park," said Edward Henry, "and I observed that a rash had broken out all over his face." "I know that," she replied. "It began this morning, all of a sudden like. But what of it? I was rather alarmed myself, as it's the first rash he's had, and he's the first baby I've had. And he'll be the last, too. But everybody said it was nothing. He's never been out without me before. But I had such a cold.
Now, you don't mean to tell me you've come down specially from Hyde Park to inform me about that rash? I'm not such a simpleton as all that." She spoke in one long breath. "I'm sure you're not," said he. "But we've had a good deal of rash in our family, and it just happens that I've got a remedy, a good sound North Country remedy, and it struck me you might like to know of it. So if you like I'll telegraph to my missus for the recipe. Here's my card." She read his name, title, and address. "Well," she said, "it's very kind of you, I'm sure, Mr. Machin. I knew you must come from up there the moment you spoke. It does one good above a bit to hear a plain North Country voice after all this fal lalling." She blew her lovely nose. "Doesn't it?" Edward Henry agreed. "That was just what I thought when I heard you say 'bless us.' Do you know, I've been in London only 2 or 3 days, and I assure you I was beginning to feel lonely for a bit of the Midland accent." "Yes," she said, "London's lonely," and sighed. "My eldest was bitten by a dog the other day," he went on, in the vein of gossip. "Oh, don't!" she protested. "Yes. Gave us a lot of anxiety. All right now. You might like to know that cyanide gauze is a good thing to put on a wound, supposing anything should happen to yours." "Oh, don't!" she protested. "I do hope and pray Robert will never be bitten by a dog. Was it a big dog?" "Fair," said Edward Henry. "So his name's Robert. So's my eldest." "Really now? They wanted him to be called Robert Philip Stephen Darren Patrick, but I wouldn't have it. He's just Robert. I did have my own way there. You know he was born 6 months after his father's death." "And I suppose he's 10 months now?" "No, only 6." "Great Scott, he's big!" said Edward Henry. "Well," said she, "he is. I am, you see." "Now, Lady Waldo," said Edward Henry in a new tone, "as we're both from the same part of the country, I want to be perfectly straight and above board with you. It's quite true, all that about the rash, and I did think you'd like to know, but that's not really what I came to see you about. You understand, not knowing you, I fancied there might be some difficulty in getting at you." "Oh, no," she said simply. "Everybody gets at me." "Well, I didn't know, you see, so I just mentioned the baby to begin with, like." "I hope you're not after money," she said, almost plaintively. "I'm not," he said. "You can ask anybody in Bursley or Hanbridge whether I'm the sort of man to go out on the cadge." "I was once in the chorus in a panto at Hanbridge," she said. "Don't they call Bursley Bosley down there? Old Bosley?" Edward Henry dealt suitably with these remarks, and then gave her a judicious version of the nature of his business, referring several times to Mr. Rollo Wrissell. "Mr. Wrissell!" she murmured, smiling. "In the end I told Mr. Wrissell to go and bury himself," said Edward Henry, "and that's about as far as I've got." "Oh, don't!" she said, her voice weak from suppressed laughter, and then the laughter burst forth uncontrollable. "Yes," he said, delighted with himself and her, "I told him to go and bury himself. I suppose you don't like Mr. Wrissell?" "Well," she temporised, "I didn't at first," she said. "I hated him. But I like him now, though I must say I adore teasing him. Mr. Wrissell is what I call a gentleman. You know he was Lord Waldo's heir, and when Lord Waldo married me it was a bit of a blow for him. But he took it like a lamb. He never turned a hair, and he was more polite than any of them. I dare say you know Lord Waldo saw me in a musical comedy at Scarborough. There's a place near there, you know. Mr. Wrissell had made him angry about some of his New Thought fads, and I do believe he asked me to marry him just to annoy Mr. Wrissell. He used to say to me, my husband did, that he'd married me in too much of a hurry, and that it was too bad on Mr. Wrissell. And then he laughed, and I laughed too. After all, he used to say, my husband did, to marry an actress is an accident that might happen to any member of the House of Lords, and it does happen to a lot of them. But they don't marry anything as beautiful as you, Blanche, he used to say. And you stick up for yourself, Blanche, he used to say. I'll stand by you, he said. He was a straight 'un, my husband was. They left me alone till he died, and then they began, I mean his folks. And when Bobby was born it got worse. Only I must say that even then Mr. Wrissell never turned a hair. Everybody seemed to make out I ought to be very grateful to them. and I ought to think myself very lucky. Me, a peeress of the realm. They wanted me to change, but how could I change? I was Blanche Wilmot, on the road for 10 years, never got a show in London, and Blanche Wilmot I shall ever be, peeress or no peeress. It was no joke being Lord Waldo's wife, I can tell you, and it's still less of a joke being Lord Waldo's mother. You imagine it. It's worse than carrying about a china vase all the time on a slippery floor. Am I any happier now than I was before I married? Well, I am. There's more worry in one way, but there's less in another. And of course I got Bobby. But it isn't all beer and skittles, and I let 'em know it too. I can't do what I like, and I'm just a sort of exile, you know. I used to enjoy being on the stage and showing myself off. A hard life, but one does enjoy it, and one gets used to it. One gets to need it. Sometimes I feel I'd give anything to be able to go on the stage again. Oh, oh, shoo!" She sneezed, and then took breath. "Shall I put some more coal on the fire?" Edward Henry suggested. "Perhaps I'd better ring." She hesitated. "No, I'll do it." And he put coal on the fire. "And if you'd feel easier with that flannel round your head, please do put it on again." "Well," she said, "I will. My mother used to say there was nought like red flannel for a cold." With an actress's skill she arranged the flannel, and from its encircling folds her face emerged bewitching, and she knew it. Her complexion had suffered in 10 years of the road, but its extreme beauty could not yet be denied. And Edward Henry thought, all the really pretty girls come from the Midlands. "Here am I rambling on," she said. "I always was a rare rambler. What do you want me to do?" "Exert your influence," he replied. "Don't you think it's rather hard on Rose Euclid, treating her like this? Of course people say all sorts of things about Rose Euclid." "I won't hear a word against Rose Euclid," cried Lady Waldo. "Whenever she was on tour, if she knew any of us were resting in the town where she was, she'd send us seats. And many the time I've cried and cried at her acting. And then she's the life and soul of the Theatrical Ladies' Guild." "And isn't that your husband's signature?" he demanded, showing her the precious option. "Of course it is." He did not show her the covering letter. "And I've no doubt my husband wanted a theatre built there, and he wanted to do Rose Euclid a good turn. And I'm quite positive certain sure he didn't want any of Mr. Wrissell's rigmaroles on his land. He wasn't that sort, my husband wasn't. You must go to law about it," she finished. "Yes," said Edward Henry, protestingly, "and a pretty penny it would cost me. And suppose I lost after all? You never know. There's a much easier way than going to law." "What is it?" "As I say, you exert your influence, Lady Waldo. Write and tell them I've seen you, and you insist. Bless you, they'd twist me round their little finger. I'm not a fool, but I'm not very clever. I know that. I shouldn't know whether I was standing on my head or my heels by the time they'd done with me. I've tried to face them out before, about things." "Who? Mr. Wrissell or Slossons?" "Both. But I should like to put a spoke in Mr. Wrissell's wheel, gentleman as he is. You see, he's just one of those men you can't help wanting to tease. When you're on the road you meet lots of 'em." "I tell you what you can do." "What?" "Write and tell Slossons that you don't wish them to act for you any more, and you'll go to another firm of solicitors. That would bring 'em to their senses." "Can't. They're in the will. He settled that. That's why they're so cocky." Edward Henry persisted, and this time with an exceedingly impressive and conspiratorial air. "I tell you another thing you could do. You really could do. And it depends on nobody but yourself." "Well," she said with decision, "I'll do it." "Whatever it is?" "If it's straight." "Of course it's straight. And it would be a grand way of teasing Mr. Wrissell and all of them. A simply grand way. I should die of laughing." "Well." At this critical point the historic conversation was interrupted by phenomena in the hall, which Lady Waldo recognized with feverish excitement. Lord Waldo had safely returned from Hyde Park. Standing up, she invited Edward Henry to wait a little. A few moments later they were bending over the infant together, and Edward Henry was offering his views on the cause and cure of rash. 7. Early on the same afternoon, Edward Henry managed by a somewhat excessive obstreperousness to penetrate once more into the private room of Mr. Slosson, senior, who received him in silence. He passed a document to Mr. Slosson. "It's only a copy," he said, "but the original is in my pocket, and to-morrow it will be duly stamped. I'll give you the original in exchange for the stamped lease of my Piccadilly Circus plot of land. You know the money's waiting." Mr. Slosson perused the document, and it was certainly to his credit that he did so without any superficial symptoms of dismay. "What will Mr. Wrissell and the Waldo family say about that, do you think?" asked Edward Henry. "Lady Waldo will never be allowed to carry it out," said Mr. Slosson. "Who's going to stop her? She must carry it out. She wants to carry it out. She's dying to carry it out. Moreover, I shall communicate to the papers to-night, unless you and I come to an arrangement. And if by any chance she doesn't carry it out, well, there'll be a fine society action about it, you can bet your boots, Mr. Slosson." The document was a contract made between Blanche, Lady Waldo of the one part, and Edward Henry Machin of the other part, whereby Blanche, Lady Waldo, undertook to appear in a musical comedy at any West End theatre to be named by Edward Henry, at a salary of £200 a week for a period of 6 months. "You've not got a theatre?" said Mr. Slosson. "I can get half a dozen in an hour with that contract in my hand," said Edward Henry. And he knew from Mr. Slosson's face that he had won. 8. That evening, feeling that he had earned a little recreation, he went to the Empire Theatre, not in Hanbridge, but in Leicester Square, London. The lease, with a prodigious speed, hitherto unknown at Slosson's, had been drawn up, engrossed, and executed. The Piccadilly Circus land was his for 64 years. "And I've got the old chapel pulled down for nothing," he said to himself. He was rather happy as he wandered about amid the brilliance of the Empire Promenade, but after half an hour of such exercise, and of vain efforts to see or hear what was afoot on the stage, he began to feel rather lonely. Then it was that he caught sight of Mr. Alloyd, the architect, also lonely. "Well," said Mr. Alloyd curtly, with a sardonic smile, "they've telephoned me all about it. I've seen Mr. Wrissell. Just my luck. So you're the man. He pointed you out to me this morning. My design for that church would have knocked the West End. Of course, Mr. Wrissell will pay me compensation, but that's not the same thing. I wanted the advertisement of the building. Just my luck. Have a drink, will you?" Edward Henry ultimately went with the plaintive Mr. Alloyd to his rooms in Adelphi Terrace. He quitted those rooms at something after 2 o'clock in the morning. He had practically given Mr. Alloyd a definite commission to design the Regent Theatre. Already he was practically the proprietor of a first-class theatre in the West End of London. "I wonder whether Master Seven Sachs could have bettered my day's work to-day," he reflected as he got into a taxicab. He had dismissed his electric brougham earlier in the evening. "I doubt if even Master Seven Sachs himself wouldn't be proud of my little scheme in Eaton Square," said he. "Wilkins Hotel, please, driver." End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Regent. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Andy Minter. The Regent by Arnold, Bennett. Chapter 7. Cornerstone. 1. On a morning in spring, Edward Henry got out of an express at Euston, which had come, not from the Five Towns, but from Birmingham. Having on the previous day been called to Birmingham on local and profitable business, he had found it convenient to spend the night there and telegraph home that London had summoned him. It was in this unostentatious, this half-furtive fashion that his visits to London now usually occurred. Not that he was afraid of his wife. Not that he was afraid even of his mother. Oh, no. He was merely rather afraid of himself. of his own opinion concerning the metropolitan, non-local, speculative, and perhaps unprofitable business to which he was committed. The fact was that he could scarcely look his women in the face when he mentioned London. He spoke vaguely of "real estate enterprise" and left it at that. The women made no inquiries. They, too, left it at that. Nevertheless... The episode of Wilkins's was buried, but it was imperfectly buried. The Five Towns definitely knew that he had stayed at Wilkins's for a bet, and that Brindley had discharged the bet. And rumours of his valet, his electric brougham, his theatrical supper parties, had mysteriously hung in the streets of the Five Towns like a strange vapour. Wisps of this strange vapour had conceivably entered the precincts of his home, but nobody ever referred to them. Nobody ever sniffed apprehensively, nor asked anybody else whether there was not a smell of fire. The discreetness of the silence was disconcerting. Happily, his relations with that angel his wife were excellent. She had carried Angelicism so far as not to insist on the destruction of Carlo, and she had actually applauded, while sticking to her white apron, the sudden and startling extravagances of his toilet. On the whole, though little short of £35,000 would ultimately be involved, not to speak of a liability of nearly £3,000 a year for 64 years for ground rent, Edward Henry was not entirely gloomy as to his prospects. He was indubitably thinner in girth. Novel problems and anxieties and the constant annoyance of being in complete technical ignorance of his job had removed some flesh, and not a bad thing either. But on the other hand, his chin exhibited one proof that life was worth living, and that he had discovered new faith in life and a new conviction of youthfulness. He had shaved off his beard. "Well, sir!" A voice greeted him, full of hope and cheer. Immediately his feet touched the platform. It was the voice of Mr. Marrier. Edward Henry and Mr. Marrier were now in regular relations. Before Edward Henry had paid his final bill at Wilkins's, and relinquished his valet and his electric brougham, and disposed for ever of his mythical "man" on board the Minnetonka, and got his original luggage away from the Hotel Majestic, Mr. Marrier had visited him and made a certain proposition. And such was the influence of Mr. Marrier's incurable smile, and of his solid optimism, and of his obvious talent for getting things done on the spot, as witness the photography, that the proposition had been accepted. Mr. Marrier was now Edward Henry's representative in London. At the Green Room Club, Mr. Marrier informed reliable cronies that he was Edward Henry's confidential adviser. At the Turk's Head, Hanbridge, Edward Henry informed reliable cronies that Mr. Marrier was a sort of clerk, a factotum, or maid-of-all-work. A compromise between these two very different conceptions of Mr. Marrier's position had been arrived at in the word representative. The real truth was that Edward Henry employed Mr. Marrier in order to listen to Mr. Marrier. He turned on Mr. Marrier like a tap, and nourished himself from a gushing stream of useful information concerning the theatrical world. Mr. Marrier, quite unconsciously, was bit by bit remedying Edward Henry's acute ignorance. The question of wages had caused Edward Henry some apprehensions. He had learnt in a couple of days that £100 a week was a trifle on the stage. He had soon heard of performers who worked for nominal salaries of £40 and £50 a week. For a manager, £20 a week seemed to be a usual figure. But in the Five Towns, £3 a week is regarded as very goodish pay for any subordinate. And Edward Henry could not rid himself all at once of native standards. He had therefore with diffidence offered £3 a week to the aristocratic Marrier. And Mr. Marrier had not refused it, nor ceased to smile. On £3 a week he haunted the best restaurants, taxicabs, and other resorts, and his garb seemed always to be smarter than Edward Henry's, especially in such details as waistcoat slips. Of course, Mr. Marrier had a taxicab waiting exactly opposite the coach from which Edward Henry descended. It was just this kind of efficient attention that was gradually endearing him to his employer. "How goes it?" said Edward Henry curtly, as they drove down by the Grand Babylon Hotel, now Edward Henry's regular headquarters in London. Said Mr. Marrier: "I suppose you've seen another of 'em's got a knighthood?" "No," said Edward Henry. "Who?" He knew that by Mr. Marrier meant the great race of actor managers. "Gerald Pompey. Something to do with him being a sheriff in the City, you know. I bet you what you like he went in for the Common Council simply in order to get even with old Pilgrim. In fact, I know he did. And now a foundation stone laying has done it." "A foundation stone laying?" "Yes. The new City Guilds building, you know. Royalty, Temple Bar business, sheriffs, knighthood. There you are." "Oh!" said Edward Henry. And then, after a pause, added: "Pity we can't have a foundation stone laying." "By the way, old Pilgrim's in the deuce and all of a hole, I hear. It's all over the clubs." In speaking of the clubs, Mr. Marrier always pronounced them with a capital letter. "I told you he was going to sail from Tilbury on his world tour and have a grand embarking ceremony and seeing off. Just like him. Greatest advertiser the world ever saw. Well, since that P&O boat was lost on the Goodwins, Cora Pryde has absolutely declined to sail from Tilbury. Absolutely. Swears she'll join the steamer at Marseilles. And Pilgrim has got to go with her, too." "Why?" "Well, even Pilgrim couldn't have a grand embarking ceremony without his leading lady. He's furious, I hear." "Why shouldn't he go with her?" "Why not? Because he's formally announced his grand embarking ceremony. Invitations are out. Barge from London Bridge to Tilbury and so on. What he wants is a good excuse for giving it up. He'd never be able to admit that he'd had to give it up because Cora Pryde made him. He wants to save his face." "Well," said Edward Henry absently, "it's a queer world. You got me a room at the Grand Bab?" "Rather." "Then let's go and have a look at the Regent first," said Edward Henry. No sooner had he expressed the wish than Mr. Marrier's neck curved round through the window, and with 3 words to the chauffeur he had deflected the course of the taxi. Edward Henry had an almost boyish curiosity about his edifice. He would go and give it a glance at the oddest moments. And just now he had a swift and violent desire to behold it. With all speed the taxi shot down Shaftesbury Avenue and swerved to the right. There it was! Yes, it really existed, the incredible edifice of his caprice and of Mr. Alloyd's constructive imagination. It had already reached a height of 15 feet, and dozens of yards above that cranes dominated the sunlit air, swinging loads of bricks in the azure, and scores of workmen crawled about beneath these monsters. And he, Edward Henry, by a single act of volition, was the author of it. He slipped from the taxi, penetrated within the wall of hoardings, and gazed, just gazed. A wondrous thing, human enterprise, and also a terrifying thing. That building might be the tomb of his reputation. On the other hand, it might be the seed of a new renown, compared to which the first would be as naught. He turned his eyes away, in fear. Yes, in fear. "I say," he said, "will Sir John Pilgrim be out of bed yet, do you think?" He glanced at his watch. The hour was about 11. "He'll be at his breakfast." "I'm going to see him, then. What's his address?" 25 Queen Anne's Gate. But you know him. I do. Shall I come with you?" "No," said Edward Henry shortly. "You go on with my bags to the Grand Bab and get me another taxi. I'll see you in my room at the hotel at 1:45, eh?" "Rather!" agreed Mr. Marrier, submissive. 2. Sole proprietor of the Regent Theatre. These were the words which Edward Henry wrote on a visiting card, and which procured him immediate admittance to the unique spectacle, reputed to be one of the most enthralling sights in London, of Sir John Pilgrim at breakfast. In a very spacious front room of his flat, so celebrated for its Gobelin tapestries and its truly wonderful parquet flooring, sat Sir John Pilgrim at a large hexagonal mahogany table. At one side of the table a small square of white diaper was arranged, and on this square were an apparatus for boiling eggs, another for making toast, and a third for making coffee. Sir John, with the assistance of a young Chinaman and a fox terrier who flitted around him, was indeed eating and drinking. The vast remainder of the table was gleamingly bare.
save for newspapers and letters, opened and unopened, which Sir John tossed about. Opposite to him sat a secretary, whose fluffy hair, neat white chemisette, and tender years gave her an appearance of helpless fragility in front of the powerful and ruthless celebrity. Sir John's crimson-socked left foot stuck out from the table, emerging from the left half of a lovely new pair of brown trousers, and resting on a piece of white paper. Before this white paper knelt a man in a frock coat, who was drawing an outline on the paper round Sir John's foot. "You are a bootmaker, aren't you?" Sir John was saying airily. "Yes, Sir John." "Excuse me," said Sir John. "I only wanted to be sure. I fancied from the way you caressed my corn with that pencil that you might be an artist on one of the illustrated papers. My mistake." He was bending down. Then suddenly straightening himself, he called across the room: "I say, Givington, did you notice my pose then? My expression as I used the word 'caressed'? How would that do?" And Edward Henry now observed in a corner of the room a man standing in front of an easel and sketching somewhat grossly thereon in charcoal. This man said: "If you won't bother me, Sir John, I won't bother you." "Ah, Givington! Ah, Givington!" murmured Sir John, still more airily. At breakfast he was either airy or nothing. "You're getting on in the world. You aren't merely an A.R.A. You're making money. A year ago you'd never have had the courage to address me in that tone. Well, I sincerely congratulate you. Here, Snip, here's my dentist's bill. Worry it, worry it. Good dog, worry it." The dog growled now over a torn document beneath the table. "Miss Taft, you might see that a communiqué goes out to the effect that I gave my first sitting to Mr. Saracen Givington, A.R.A., this morning. The activities of Mr. Saracen Givington are of interest to the world, and rightly so. You'd better come round to the other side for the right foot, Mr. Bootmaker. The journey is simply nothing." And then, and not till then, did Sir John Pilgrim turn his large and handsome middle-aged blonde face in the direction of Alderman Edward Henry Machin. "Pardon my curiosity," said Sir John, "but who are you?" "My name is Machin, Alderman Machin," said Edward Henry. "I sent up my card, and you asked me to come in." "Ha!" Sir John exclaimed, seizing an egg. "Will you crack an egg with me, Alderman? I can crack an egg with anybody." "Thanks," said Edward Henry. "I'll be very glad to." And he advanced towards the table. Sir John hesitated. The fact was that, though he dissembled his dismay with marked histrionic skill, he was unquestionably overwhelmed by astonishment. In the course of years he had airily invited hundreds of callers to crack an egg with him. The joke was one of his favourites. But nobody had ever ventured to accept the invitation. "Chung," he said weakly, "lay a cover for the Alderman." Edward Henry sat down quite close to Sir John. He could discern all the details of Sir John's face and costume. The tremendous celebrity was wearing a lounge suit, somewhat like his own, but instead of the coat he had a blue dressing jacket with crimson facings. The sleeves ended in rather long wristbands, which were unfastened, the opal cuff-links drooping each from a single hole. Perhaps for the first time in his life Edward Henry intimately understood what idiosyncratic elegance was. He could almost feel the emanating personality of Sir John Pilgrim, and he was intimidated by it. He was intimidated by its hardness, its harshness, its terrific egotism, its utterly brazen quality. Sir John's glance was the most purely arrogant that Edward Henry had ever encountered. It knew no reticence. And Edward Henry thought, when this chap dies he'll want to die in public, with the reporters round his bed and a private secretary taking down messages. "This is rather a lark," said Sir John, recovering. "It is," said Edward Henry, who now felicitously perceived that a lark it indeed was, and ought to be treated as such. "It shall be a lark," he said to himself. Sir John dictated a letter to Miss Taft, and before the letter was finished
The grinning tongue had laid a place for Edward Henry, and Snip had inspected him and passed him for one of the right sort. "Had I said that this is rather a lark?" Sir John inquired, the letter accomplished. "I forget," said Edward Henry, "because I don't like to say the same thing twice over if I can help it. It is a lark, though, isn't it?" "Undoubtedly," said Edward Henry, decapitating an egg. "I only hope that I'm not interrupting you." "Not in the least," said Sir John. "Breakfast is my sole free time. In another half hour, I assure you, I shall be attending to 3 or 4 things at once." He leant over towards Edward Henry. "But between you and me, Alderman, quite privately, if it isn't a rude question, what did you come for?" "Well," said Edward Henry, "as I wrote on my card, I'm the sole proprietor of the Regent Theatre." "But there is no Regent Theatre," Sir John interrupted him. "No, not strictly, but there will be. It's in course of construction. We're up to the first floor." "Dear me! A suburban theatre, no doubt." "Do you mean to say, Sir John," cried Edward Henry, "that you haven't noticed it? It's within a few yards of Piccadilly Circus." "Really?" said Sir John. "You see, my theatre is in Lower Regent Street, and I never go to Piccadilly Circus. I make a point of not going to Piccadilly Circus. Miss Taft, how long is it since I went to Piccadilly Circus? Oh, forgive me, young woman, I was forgetting. You aren't old enough to remember. Well, never mind the details. And what is there remarkable about the Regent Theatre, Alderman?" "I intend it to be a theatre of the highest class, Sir John," said Edward Henry. "Nothing but the very best will be seen on its boards." "That's not remarkable, Alderman. We're all like that. Haven't you noticed it?" "Then, secondly," said Edward Henry, "I am the sole proprietor. I have no financial backers, no mortgages, no partners. I have made no contracts with anybody." "That," said Sir John, "is not unremarkable. In fact, many persons who do not happen to possess my own robust capacity for belief might not credit your statement." "And thirdly," said Edward Henry, "every member of the audience, even in the boxes, the most expensive seats, will have a full view of the whole of the stage, or, in the alternative, at matinees, a full view of a lady's hat." "Alderman," said Sir John gravely, "before I offer you another egg, let me warn you against carrying remarkableness too far. You may be regarded as eccentric if you go on like that. Some people, I'm told, don't want a view of the stage." "Then they had better not come to my theatre," said Edward Henry. "All which," commented Sir John, "gives me no clue whatever to the reason why you are sitting here by my side and calmly eating my eggs and toast and drinking my coffee." Admittedly, Edward Henry was nervous. Admittedly, he was a provincial in the presence of one of the most illustrious personages in the Empire. Nevertheless, he controlled his nervousness and reflected. "Nobody else from the Five Towns would or could have done what I'm doing. Moreover, this chap is a mountebank. In the Five Towns they would kowtow to him, but they'd laugh at him. They would mighty soon add him up. Why should I be nervous? I'm as good as he is." He finished with the thought which has inspired many a timid man with new courage in a desperate crisis: "The fellow can't eat me." Then he said aloud: "I want to ask you a question, Sir John." "One?" "One. Are you the head of the theatrical profession, or is Sir Gerald Pompey?" "Sir Gerald Pompey?" "Sir Gerald Pompey. Haven't you seen the papers this morning?" Sir John Pilgrim turned pale. Springing up, he seized the topmost of an undisturbed pile of daily papers and feverishly opened it. "Bah!" he muttered. He was continually thus imitating his own behaviour on the stage. The origin of his renowned breakfasts lay in the fact that he had once played the part of a millionaire ambassador who juggled at breakfast with his own affairs and the affairs of the world. The stage breakfast of a millionaire ambassador, created by a playwright on the verge of bankruptcy, had appealed to his imagination and influenced all the mornings of his life.
"They've done it just to irritate me as I'm starting off on my world tour," he muttered, coursing round the table. Then he stopped and gazed at Edward Henry. "This is a political knighthood," said he. "It has nothing to do with the stage. It is not like my knighthood, is it?"
"Certainly not," Edward Henry agreed. "But you must know how people will talk, Sir John. People will be going about this very morning and saying that Sir Gerald is at last the head of the theatrical profession. I came here for your authoritative opinion. I know you're unbiased." Sir John resumed his chair.
"As for Pompey's qualifications as a head," he murmured, "I know nothing of them. I fancy his heart is excellent. I only saw him twice, once in his own theatre and once in Bond Street. I should be inclined to say that on the stage he looks more like a gentleman than any gentleman ought to look, and that in the street he might be mistaken for an actor. How will that suit you?"
"It's a clue," said Edward Henry.
"Alderman," exclaimed Sir John, "I believe that if I didn't keep a firm hand on myself I should soon begin to like you. Have another cup of coffee. Chong? Good-bye, bootmaker, good-bye."
"I only want to know for certain who is the head," said Edward Henry, "because I mean to invite the head of the theatrical profession to lay the cornerstone of my new theatre."
"Ah!"
"When do you start on your world's tour, Sir John?"
"I leave Tilbury with my entire company, scenery and effects, on the morning of Tuesday week, by the Kandahar. I shall play first at Cairo."
"How awkward," said Edward Henry. "I meant to ask you to lay the stone on that very afternoon. Wednesday, that is."
"Indeed?"
"Yes, Sir John. The ceremony will be a very original affair. Very original."
"The foundation stone laying?" mused Sir John. "But if you're already up to the first floor, how can you be laying the foundation stone on Wednesday week?"
"I didn't say foundation stone. I said cornerstone," Edward Henry corrected him. "An entire novelty. That's why we can't be ready before Wednesday week."
"And you want to advertise your house by getting the head of the profession to assist?"
"That is exactly my idea."
"Well," said Sir John, "whatever else you may lack, Mr. Alderman, you are not lacking in nerve, if you expect to succeed in that."
Edward Henry smiled. "I have already heard, in a roundabout way," he replied, "that Sir Gerald Pompey would not be unwilling to officiate. My only difficulty is that I am a truthful man by nature. Whoever officiates, I shall of course have to have him labelled, in my own interests, as the head of the theatrical profession. And I don't want to say anything that isn't true." There was a pause. "Now, Sir John, couldn't you stay a day or two longer in London and join the ship at Marseilles instead of going on board at Tilbury?"
"But I have made all my arrangements. The whole world knows that I am going on board at Tilbury."
Just then the door opened and a servant announced, "Mr. Carlo Trent." Sir John Pilgrim rushed like a locomotive to the threshold and seized both Carlo Trent's hands with such violence of welcome that Carlo Trent's eyeglass fell out of his eye and the purple ribbon dangled to his waist.
Come in," said Sir John, "and begin to read at once. I've been looking out of the window for you for the last quarter of an hour. Alderman, this is Mr. Carlo Trent, the well-known dramatic poet. Trent, this is one of the greatest geniuses in London. Ah, you know each other. It's not surprising. No, don't stop to shake hands. Sit down here, Trent. Sit down on this chair. Here. Here, Snip. Take his hat. Worry it. Now, Trent, don't read to me. It might make you nervous and hurried. Read to Miss Taft and Chung and to Mr. Givington over there. Imagine they are the great and enlightened public. You have imagination, haven't you, being a poet?"
Sir John had accomplished the change of mood with the rapidity of a transformation scene. in which form of art, by the way, he was a great adept. Carlo Trent, somewhat breathless, took a manuscript from his pocket, opened it, and announced: "The Orient Pearl." "Oh!" breathed Edward Henry. For some 30 minutes Edward Henry listened to hexameters, the first he had ever heard. The effect of them on his moral organism was worse than he had expected. He glanced about at the other auditors. Givington had opened a box of tubes and was spreading colours on his palette. The Chinaman's eyes were closed while his face still grinned. Snip was asleep on the parquet. Miss Taft bit the end of a pencil with her agreeable teeth. Sir John Pilgrim lay at full length on a sofa, occasionally lifting his legs. Edward Henry despaired of help in his great need. But just as his desperation was becoming too acute to be borne, Carlo Trent ejaculated the word "Curtain." It was the first word that Edward Henry had clearly understood. "That is the first act," said Carlo Trent, wiping his face. Snip awakened. Edward Henry rose, and in the hush tiptoed round to the sofa. "Good-bye, Sir John," he whispered.
"You're not going?"
"I am, Sir John." The head of his profession sat up.
"How right you are," said he. "How right you are. Trent, I knew from the first words it wouldn't do. It lacks colour. I want something more crimson, like the brighter parts of this jacket. Something..."
He waved hands in the air.
"The Alderman agrees with me. He's going. Don't trouble to read any more, Trent, but drop in any time. Any time. Chung, what o'clock is it?"
"It's nearly noon," said Edward Henry, in the tone of an old friend. "Well, I'm sorry you can't oblige me, Sir John. I'm off to see Sir Gerald Pompey now."
"But who says I can't oblige you?" protested Sir John. "Who knows what sacrifice I would not make in the highest interests of the profession? Alderman, you jump to conclusions with the agility of an acrobat, but they are false conclusions. Miss Taft, the telephone. Chung, my coat. Good-bye, Trent, good-bye."
An hour later, Edward Henry met Mr. Marrier in the Grand Babylon Hotel. "Well, sir," said Mr. Marrier, "you are the greatest man that ever lived." "Why?" Mr. Marrier showed him the stop press news of a penny evening paper, which read: "Sir John Pilgrim has abandoned his ceremonious departure from Tilbury in order to lay the cornerstone of the new Regent Theatre on Wednesday week. He and Miss Cora Pryde will join the Kandahar at Marseilles." "You needn't do any advertising," said Mr. Marrier. "Pilgrim will do all the advertising for you." 3. Edward Henry and Mr. Marrier worked together admirably that afternoon on the arrangements for the cornerstone laying, and, such was the interaction of their separate enthusiasms, it soon became apparent that all London, in the only right sense of the word all, must and would be at ceremony. Characteristically, Mr. Marrier happened to have a list or catalogue of all London in his pocket, and Edward Henry appreciated him more than ever. But towards 4 o'clock Mr. Marrier annoyed and even somewhat alarmed Edward Henry by a mysterious change of mien. His assured optimism slipped away from him. He grew uneasy, darkly preoccupied, and inefficient. At last, when the clock in the room struck 4 and Edward Henry failed to hear it, Mr. Marrier said: "I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to excuse me now." "Why?" "I told you that I had an appointment for tea at 4. "Did you? What is it?" Edward Henry demanded, with an employer's instinctive assumption that souls as well as brains can be bought for such sums as £3 a week. "I have a lady coming to tea here. That is, downstairs." "In this hotel?" "Yes." "Who is it?" Edward Henry pursued lightly, for though he appreciated Mr. Marrier, he also despised him. However, he found the grace to add: "May one ask?" "It's Miss Elsie April." "Do you mean to say, Marrier," complained Edward Henry, "that you've known Miss Elsie April all these months and never told me? There aren't two, I suppose. It is the cousin or something of Rose Euclid." Mr. Marrier nodded. "The fact is," he said, She and I are joint honorary organising secretaries for the annual conference of the Azure Society. You know, it leads the New Thought movement in England." "You never told me that either." "Didn't I, sir? I didn't think it would interest you. Besides, both Miss April and I are comparatively new members." "Oh," said Edward Henry, with all the canny provincial's conviction of his own superior shrewdness, and he repeated, so as to intensify this conviction and impress it on others, "Oh!" In the undergrowth of his mind was the thought, how dare this man, whose brains belong to me, be the organising secretary of something that I don't know anything about, and don't want to know anything about? "Yes," said Mr. Marrier, modestly. "I say," Edward Henry inquired warmly, with an impulsive gesture, "who is she?" "Who is she?" repeated Mr. Marrier, blankly. "Yes. What does she do?" "Doesn't do anything," said Mr. Marrier. "Very good amateur actress. Goes about a great deal. Her mother was on the stage. Married a wealthy wholesale corset maker." "Who did? Miss April?" Edward Henry had a twinge. "No, her mother. Both parents dead. And Miss April has an income, a considerable income." "What do you call considerable?" "5,000 or 6,000 a year." "The deuce!" murmured Edward Henry. "May have lost a bit of it, of course," Mr. Marrier hedged. "But not much. Not much." "Well," said Edward Henry, smiling, "what about my tea? Am I to have tea all by myself?" "Will you come down and meet her?" Mr. Marrier's expression approached the wistful. "Well," said Edward Henry, "it's an idea, isn't it? Why should I be the only person in London who doesn't know Miss Elsie April?" It was 4:10 when they descended into the electric publicity of the Grand Babylon. Amid the music and the rattle of crockery and the gliding waiters and the large nodding hats that gathered more and more thickly round the tables, there was no sign of Elsie April. "She may have been and gone away again," said Edward Henry, apprehensive. "Oh no, she wouldn't go away." Mr. Marrier was positive. In the tone of a man with an income of £200 a week, he ordered a table to be prepared for three. At 5:10 he said: "I hope she hasn't been and gone away again." Edward Henry began to be gloomy and resentful. The crowded and factitious gaiety of the place actually annoyed him. If Elsie April had been and gone away again, he objected to such silly feminine conduct. If she was merely late, he equally objected to such unconscionable inexactitude. He blamed Mr. Marrier. He considered that he had the right to blame Mr. Marrier because he paid him £3 a week. And he very badly wanted his tea. Then their four eyes, which for 40 minutes had scarcely left the entrance staircase, were rewarded. She came, in furs, gleaming white kid gloves, gold chains, a gold bag, and a black velvet hat. "I'm not late, am I?" she said, after the introduction. "No," they both replied. And they both meant it. For she was like fine weather. The 40 minutes of waiting were forgotten, expunged from the records of time, just as the memory of a month of rain is obliterated by one splendid sunny day. 4. Edward Henry enjoyed the tea, which was bad to an extraordinary degree. He became uplifted in the presence of Miss Elsie April, whereas Mr. Marrier, strangely, drooped to still deeper depths of unaccustomed inert melancholy. Edward Henry decided that she was every bit as piquant, challenging and delectable as he had imagined her to be on the day when he ate an artichoke at the next table to hers at Wilkins's. She coincided exactly with his remembrance of her, except that she was now slightly more plump. Her contours were effulgent. There was no other word. Beautiful she was not, for she had a turned-up nose. But what charm she radiated! Every movement and tone enchanted Edward Henry. He was enchanted, not at intervals by a chance gesture, but all the time. When she was serious, when she smiled, when she fingered her teacup, when she pushed her furs back over her shoulders, when she spoke of the weather, when she spoke of the social crisis, and when she made fun, with a certain brief absence of restraint, rather in her artichoke manner of making fun. He thought and believed, This is the finest woman I ever saw. He clearly perceived the inferiority of other women, whom nevertheless he admired and liked, such as the Countess of Chell and Lady Waldo. It was not her brains, nor her beauty, nor her stylishness that affected him. No, it was something mysterious and dizzying that resided in every particle of her individuality. He thought, "I've often and often wanted to see her again, and now I'm having tea with her." And he was happy. "Have you got that list, Mr. Marrier?" she asked in her low and thrilling voice. So saying, she raised her eyebrows in expectation, a delicious effect, especially behind her half-raised white veil. Mr. Marrier produced a document. "But that's my list," said Edward Henry. "Your list?" "I'd better tell you." Mr. Marrier essayed a rapid explanation. "Mr. Machin wanted a list of the right sort of people to ask to the cornerstone laying of his theatre, so I used this as a basis." Elsie April smiled again. "Very good," she approved. "What is your list, Marrier?" asked Edward Henry. It was Elsie who replied: "People to be invited to the dramatic soirée of the Azure Society. We give 6 a year. No title is announced. Nobody except a committee of 3 knows even the name of the author of the play that is to be performed. Everything is kept a secret. Even the author doesn't know that his play has been chosen. Don't you think it's a delightful idea? An offspring of the New Thought?" He agreed that it was a delightful idea. "Shall I be invited?" he asked. She answered gravely: "I don't know." "Are you going to play in it?" She paused. "Yes." "Then you must let me come. Talking of plays " He stopped. He was on the edge of facetiously relating the episode of The Orient Pearl at Sir John Pilgrim's, but he withdrew in time. Supposing that The Orient Pearl was the piece to be performed by the Azure Society? It might well be. It was, in his opinion, just the sort of play that sort of society would choose. Nevertheless, he was as anxious as ever to see Elsie April act. He really thought that she could and would transfigure any play. Even his profound scorn of New Thought, a subject of which he was entirely ignorant, began to be modified, and by nothing but the enchantment of the tone in which Elsie April murmured the words "Azure Society." "How soon is the performance?" he demanded. "Wednesday week," said she. "That's the very day of my cornerstone laying," he said. "However, it doesn't matter. My little affair will be in the afternoon." "But it can't be," said she solemnly. "It would interfere with us, and we should interfere with it. Our annual conference takes place in the afternoon. All London will be there." Said Mr. Marrier, rather shamefaced: "That's just it, Mr. Machin. It positively never occurred to me that the Azure Conference is to be on that very day. I never thought of it until nearly 4 o'clock, and then I scarcely knew how to explain it to you. I really don't know how it escaped me." Mr. Marrier's trouble was now out, and he had declined in Edward Henry's esteem. Mr. Marrier was afraid of him. Mr. Marrier's list of personages was no longer a miracle of foresight. It was a mere coincidence. He doubted if Mr. Marrier was worth even his £3 a week. Edward Henry began to feel ruthless, Napoleonic. He was capable of brushing away the whole Azure Society and New Thought movement into limbo. "You must please alter your date," said Elsie April. And she put her right elbow on the table and leant her chin on it, and thus somehow established a domestic intimacy for the three amidst all the blare and notoriety of the vast tea room. "Oh, but I can't," he said easily, familiarly. It was her occasional artichoke manner that had justified him in assuming this tone. "I can't," he repeated. "I've told Sir John I can't possibly be ready any earlier, and on the day after he'll almost certainly be on his way to Marseilles. Besides, I don't want to alter my date. My date is in the papers by this time." "You've already done quite enough harm to the movement as it is," said Elsie April, stoutly but ravishingly. "Me? Harm to the movement?" "Haven't you stopped the building of our church?" "Oh! So you know Mr. Wrissell?" "Very well indeed." "Anybody else would have done the same in my place. Edward Henry defended himself. "Your cousin, Miss Euclid, would have done it. And Marrier here was in the affair with her." "Ah!" exclaimed Elsie April. "But we didn't belong to the movement then. We didn't know. Oh, come now, Mr. Machin. Sir John Pilgrim will of course be a great draw. But even if you got him and managed to stick to him, we should beat you. You'll never get the audience you want if you don't change from Wednesday week. After all, the number of people who count in London is very small. And we've got nearly all of them. You've no idea." "I won't change from Wednesday week," said Edward Henry. This defiance of her put him into an extremely agitated felicity. "Now, my dear Mr. Machin." He was acutely aware of the charm she was exerting, and yet he discovered that he could easily withstand it. "Now, my dear Miss April, please don't try to take advantage of your beauty." She sat up. She was apparently measuring herself and him. "Then you won't change the day, truly?" Her urbanity was in no wise impaired. "I won't," he laughed lightly. "I dare say you aren't used to people like me, Miss April." She might well get the better of Seven Sachs, but not of him, Edward Henry Machin from the Five Towns. "Marrier," said he suddenly, with a bluff, humorous downrightness, "you know you're in a very awkward position here, and you know you've got to see Mr. Alloyd for me before 6 o'clock. Be off with you. I will be responsible for Miss April." "I'll show these Londoners," he said to himself. "It's simple enough when you once get into it." And he did in fact succeed in dismissing Mr. Marrier after the latter had talked azure business with Miss April for a couple of minutes. "I must go too," said Elsie, imperturbable, impenetrable. "One moment," he entreated, and masterfully signalled Marrier to depart. After all, he was paying the fellow £3 a week. She watched Marrier thread his way out. Already she had put on her gloves. "I must go," she repeated. Her rich red lips then closed defiantly. "Have you got a motor here?" Edward Henry asked. "No." "Then, if I may, I'll see you home." "You may," she said, gazing full at him, whereby he was somewhat startled and put out of countenance. 5. "Are we friends?" he asked roguishly. "I hope so," she said, with no diminution of her inscrutability. They were in a taxicab, rolling along the Embankment towards the Buckingham Palace Hotel, where she said she lived. He was happy. Why am I happy? He thought. What is there in her that makes me happy? He did not know. But he knew that he had never been in a taxicab, or anywhere else, with any woman half so elegant. Her elegance flattered him enormously. Here he was, a provincial man of business, ruffling it with the best of them. And she was young in her worldly maturity. Was she 27? She could not be more. She looked straight in front of her, faintly smiling. Yes, he was fully aware that he was a married man. He had a distinct vision of the angelic Nellie, of the 3 children, and of his mother. But it seemed to him that his own case differed in some very subtle and yet effective manner from the similar case of any other married man. And he lived, unharassed by apprehensions, in the lively joy of the moment. "But," she said, "I hope you won't come to see me act." "Why?" "Because I should prefer you not to. You would not be sympathetic to me." "Oh, yes, I should." "I shouldn't feel it so." And then, with a swift disarrangement of all the folds of her skirt, she turned and faced him. "Mr. Machin, do you know why I've let you come with me?" "Because you're a good-natured woman," he said. She grew even graver, shaking her head. "No. I simply wanted to tell you that you've ruined Rose, my cousin." "Miss Euclid? Me? Ruined Miss Euclid?" "Yes. You robbed her of her theatre, her one chance." He blushed. "Excuse me," he said. "I did no such thing. I simply bought her option from her. She was absolutely free to keep the option or let it go." "The fact remains," said Elsie April, with humid eyes, "the fact remains that she'd set her heart on having that theatre, and you failed her at the last instant. And she has nothing, and you've got the theatre entirely in your own hands. I'm not so silly as to suppose you can't defend yourself legally, but let me tell you that Rose went to the United States heartbroken, and she's playing to empty houses there. Empty houses! Whereas she might have been here in London, interested in her theatre and preparing for a successful season." "I've no idea of this," breathed Edward Henry. He was dashed. "I'm awfully sorry." "Yes, no doubt. But there it is." Silence fell. He knew not what to say. He felt himself, in one way, innocent, but he felt himself, in another way, blackly guilty. His remorse for the telephone trick which he had practised on Rose Euclid burst forth again after a long period of quiescence simulating death, and acutely troubled him. No, he was not guilty. He insisted in his heart that he was not guilty. And yet... No taxicab ever travelled so quickly as that taxicab. Before he could gather together his forces it had arrived beneath the awning of the Buckingham Palace Hotel. His last words to her were: "Now, I shan't change the day of my stone laying, but don't worry about your conference. You know it'll be perfectly all right." He spoke archly, with a brave attempt at cajolery. But in the recesses of his soul he was not sure that she had not defeated him in this their first encounter. However, Seven Sachs might talk as he chose. She was not such a persuasive creature as all that. She had scarcely even tried to be persuasive. At about 6:15, when he saw his underling again, he said to Mr. Marrier: "Marrier, I've got a great idea. We'll have that cornerstone laying at night, after the theatres, say 11:30. Torchlight, fireworks from the cranes. It'll tickle old Pilgrim to death. I shall have a marquee with matchboarding sides fixed up inside, and heat it with a few of those smokeless stoves. We can easily lay on electricity. It will be absolutely the most sensational stone laying that ever was. It'll be in all the papers all over the blessed world. Think of it! Torches, fireworks from the cranes. But I won't change the day, neither for Miss April nor anybody else." Mr. Marrier dissolved in laudations. "Well," Edward Henry agreed with false diffidence, "it'll knock spots off some of 'em in this town." He felt that he had snatched victory out of defeat, but the next moment he was capable of feeling that Elsie April had defeated him even in his victory. Anyhow, she was a most disconcerting and fancy monopolizing creature. There was one source of unsullied gratification. He had shaved off his beard. 6. "Come up here, Sir John," Edward Henry called. "You'll see better, and you'll be out of the crowd. And I'll show you something." He stood in a fur coat at the top of a short flight of rough surfaced steps between two unplastered walls, a staircase which ultimately was to form part of an emergency exit from the dress circle of the Regent Theatre. Sir John Pilgrim, also in a fur coat, stood near the bottom of the steps, with the glare of a Wells light full on him, and throwing his shadow almost up to Edward Henry's feet. Around, Edward Henry could descry the vast mysterious forms of the building's skeleton, black in places, but in other places lit up by bright rays from the gaiety below, and showing glimpses of that gaiety in the occasional revelation of a woman's cloak through slits in the construction. High overhead, two gigantic cranes interlaced their arms, and even higher than the cranes shone the stars of the clear spring night. The hour was nearly 12:30. The ceremony was concluded, and successfully concluded. All London had indeed been present. Half the aristocracy of England, and far more than half the aristocracy of the London stage. The entire preciosity of the metropolis. Journalists with influence enough to plunge the whole of Europe into war. In one short hour, Edward Henry's right hand, peeping out from that superb fur coat which he had had the wit to buy, had made the acquaintance of scores upon scores of the most celebrated right hands in Britain. He had the sensation that in future, whenever he walked about the best streets of the West End, he would be continually compelled to stop and chat with august and renowned acquaintances, and that he would always be taking off his hat to fine ladies who flashed by nodding from powerful motor cars. Indeed, Edward Henry was surprised at the number of famous people who seemed to have nothing to do but attend advertising rituals at midnight or thereabouts. Sir John Pilgrim had, as Marrier predicted, attended to the advertisements, but Edward Henry had helped. And on the day itself the evening newspapers had taken the bit between their teeth and run off with the affair at a great pace. The affair was on all the contents bills hours before it actually happened. Edward Henry had been interviewed a dozen times, and had rather enjoyed that. Gradually he had perceived that his novel idea for a cornerstone laying had caught the facile imagination of the London populace. For that night at least he was famous as anybody. Sir John had made a wondrous picturesque figure of himself as, in a raised corner of the crowded and beflagged marquee, he had flourished a trowel and talked about the great and enlightened public, and about the highest function of the drama, and about the duty of the artist to elevate, and about the solemn responsibility of theatrical managers, and about the absence of petty jealousies in the world of the stage. Everybody had vociferously applauded, while reporters turned rapidly the pages of their notebooks. "Ass!" Edward Henry had said to himself with much force and sincerity, meaning Sir John, but he too had vociferously applauded, for he was from the Five Towns, and in the Five Towns people are like that. Then Sir John had declared the cornerstone well and truly laid. It was on the corner which the electric sign of the future was destined to occupy, and after being thanked had wandered off, shaking hands here and there absently, to arrive at length in the office of the Clerk of Works, where Edward Henry had arranged suitably to refresh the stone layer and a few choice friends of both sexes. He had hoped that Elsie April would somehow reach that little office, but Elsie April was absent, indisposed. Her absence made the one blemish on the affair's perfection. Elsie April, it appears, had been struck down by a cold, which had entirely deprived her of her voice, so that the performance of the Azure Society's Dramatic Club, so eagerly anticipated by all London, had had to be postponed. Edward Henry bore the misfortune of the Azure Society with stoicism, but he had been extremely disappointed by the invisibility of Elsie April at his stone laying. His eyes had wanted her. Sir John, awakening apparently out of a dream when Edward Henry had summoned him twice, climbed the uneven staircase and joined his host and youngest rival on the insecure planks and gangways that covered the first floor of the Regent Theatre. "Come higher," said Edward Henry, mounting upward to the beginnings of the second story, above which hung suspended from the larger crane the great cage that was employed to carry brick and stone from the ground. The two fur coats almost mingled. "Well, young man," said Sir John Pilgrim, "your troubles will soon be beginning." Now Edward Henry hated to be addressed as "young man," especially in the patronising tone which Sir John used. Moreover, he had a suspicion that in Sir John's mind was the illusion that Sir John alone was responsible for the creation of the Regent Theatre, that without Sir John's aid as a stone layer it could never have existed. "You mean my troubles as a manager?" said Edward Henry grimly. "In 12 months from now, before I come back from my world's tour, you'll be ready to get rid of this thing on any terms. You will be wishing that you had imitated my example and kept out of Piccadilly Circus. Piccadilly Circus is sinister, my Alderman. Sinister." "Come up into the cage, Sir John," said Edward Henry. "You'll get a still better view. Rather fine, isn't it, even from here?" He climbed up into the cage and helped Sir John to climb. And standing there in the immediate silence, Sir John murmured with emotion, "We are alone with London." Edward Henry thought, "Cuckoo." They heard footsteps resounding on loose planks in a distant corner. "Who's there?" Edward Henry called. "Only me," replied a voice. "Nobody takes any notice of me." "Who is it?" muttered Sir John. "Alloyd, the architect," Edward Henry answered, and then calling out loud, "Come up here, Alloyd." The muffled and coated figure approached, hesitated, and then joined the other two in the cage. "Let me introduce Mr. Alloyd, the architect, Sir John Pilgrim," said Edward Henry. "Ah!" said Sir John, bending towards Alloyd.
Are you the genius who draws those amusing little lines and scrawls on transparent paper, Mr. Alloyd? Tell me, are they really necessary for a building, or do you only do them for your own fun? Quite between ourselves, you know, I've often wondered," said Mr. Alloyd with a pale smile. "Of course everyone looks on the architect as a joke." The pause was somewhat difficult. "You promised us rockets, Mr. Machin," said Sir John. "My mind yearns for rockets." "Right you are," Edward Henry complied. Close by, but somewhat above them, was the crane driver, manned by an engineer whom Edward Henry was paying for overtime. A signal was given, and the cage containing the proprietor and the architect of the theatre, and Sir John Pilgrim, bounded most startlingly up into the air. Simultaneously it began to revolve rapidly on its cable, as such cages will, whether filled with bricks or with celebrities. "Oh!" ejaculated Sir John, terror struck, clinging hard to the side of the cage. "Oh!" ejaculated Mr. Alloyd, also clinging hard. "I want you to see London," said Edward Henry, who had been through the experience before. The wind blew cold above the chimneys. The cage came to a standstill exactly at the peak of the other crane. London lay beneath the trio, the curves of Regent Street and of Shaftesbury Avenue. The right lines of Piccadilly, Lower Regent Street, and Coventry Street were displayed at their feet as on an illuminated map, over which crawled mannikins and toy autobuses. At their feet a long procession of automobiles were sliding off, one after another, with the guests of the evening. The metropolis stretched away, lifting to the north and sinking to the south into the jewelled river, on whose curved bank rose messages of light concerning whisky, tea, and beer. The peaceful nocturnal roar of the city, dwindling every moment now, reached them like an emanation from another world. "You asked for a rocket, Sir John," said Edward Henry. "You shall have it." He had taken a box of fuses from his pocket. He struck one, and his companions in the swaying cage now saw that a tremendous rocket was hung on the peak of the other crane. He lighted the fuse. An instant of deathly suspense, and then, with a terrific and shattering bang and splutter, the rockets shot towards the kingdom of heaven, and there burst into a vast dome of red blossoms, which, irradiating a square mile of roofs, descended slowly and softly on the West End, like a benediction. "You always want crimson, don't you, Sir John?" said Edward Henry, and the easy cheeriness of his voice gradually tranquillised the alarm natural to two very earthy men, who for the first time found themselves suspended insecurely over a gulf. "I have seen nothing so impressive since the Russian ballet," murmured Mr. Alloyd, recovering. "You ought to go to Siberia, Alloyd," said Edward Henry. Sir John Pilgrim, pretending now to be extremely brave, suddenly turned on Edward Henry, and in a convulsive grasp seized his hand. "My friend," he said hoarsely, "a thought has just occurred to me. You and I are the two most remarkable men in London." He glanced up as the cage trembled. "How thin that steel rope seems!" The cage slowly descended, with many twists. Edward Henry said not a word. He was too deeply moved by his own triumph to be able to speak. "Who else but me," he reflected, exultant, "could have managed this affair as I've managed it? Did anyone else ever take Sir John Pilgrim up into the sky like a load of bricks and frighten his life out of him?" As the cage approached the platforms of the first storey, he saw two people waiting there. One he recognized as the faithful, harmless Marrier. The other was a woman. "Someone here wants you urgently, Mr. Machin," cried Marrier. "By Jove!" exclaimed Alloyd under his breath. "What a beautiful figure! No girl as attractive as that ever wanted to see me urgently. Some folks do have all the luck." The woman had moved a little away when the cage landed. Edward Henry followed her along the planking. It was Elsie April. "I thought you were ill in bed," he breathed, astounded. Her answering voice reached him, scarcely audible. "I'm only hoarse.
My cousin Rose has arrived to night in secret at Tilbury by the Minnetonka." "The Minnetonka!" he muttered. Staggering coincidence. Mystic heralding of misfortune. "I was sent for," the pale ghost of a delicate voice continued. "She's broken, ruined, no courage left. Awful fiasco in Chicago. She's hiding now at a little hotel in Soho. She absolutely declined to come to my hotel. I've done what I could for the moment. As I was driving by here just now I saw the rocket, and I thought of you. I thought you ought to know it. I thought it was my duty to tell you." She held her muff to her mouth. She seemed to be trembling. A heavy hand was laid on his shoulder. "Excuse me, sir," said a strong, rough voice. "Are you the gent that fired off the rocket? It's against the law to do that kind of thing here, and you ought to know it. I shall have to trouble you." It was a policeman of the C Division. Sir John was disappearing with his stealthy and conspiratorial air down the staircase. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Regent. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Regent by Arnold Bennett. Read by Andy Minter. Chapter 8. Dealing with Elsie. 1. The headquarters of the Azure Society were situate in Marlowe's Road, for no other reason than that it happened so. Though certain famous people inhabit Marlowe's Road, no street could well be less fashionable than this thoroughfare, which is very arid and very long, and a very long way off the centre of the universe. "The Azure Society, you know," Edward Henry added, when he had given the exact address to the chauffeur of the taxi. The chauffeur, however, did not know, and did not seem to be ashamed of his ignorance. His attitude indicated that he despised Marlowe's Road, and was not particularly anxious for his vehicle to be seen therein, especially on a wet night, but that, nevertheless, he would endeavour to reach it. When he did reach it, and observed the large concourse of shining automobiles that struggled together in the rain in front of the illuminated number named by Edward Henry, the chauffeur admitted to himself that for once he had been mistaken, and his manner of receiving money from Edward Henry was generously respectful. Originally, the headquarters of the Azure Society had been a seminary and schoolmistress's house. The thoroughness with which the buildings had been transformed showed that money was not among the things which the Society had to search for. It had rich resources, and it had also high social standing, and the deferential commissionaires at the doors, and the fluffy aproned appealing girls who gave away programmes in the foyer, were a proof that the Society, while doubtless anxious about such subjects as the persistence of individuality after death, had no desire to reconstitute the community on a democratic basis. It was above such transient trifles of reform, and its high endeavours were confined to questions of immortality, of the infinite, of sex, and of art, which questions it discussed in fine raiment and with all the punctilio of courtly politeness. Edward Henry was late, in common with some 200 other people, of whom the majority were elegant women wearing Paris, or almost Paris, gowns, with a difference. As on the current of the variegated throng he drifted through corridors into the bijou theatre of the Society, he could not help feeling proud of his own presence there, and yet at the same time he was scorning in his Five Towns way the preciosity and simperings of those his fellow creatures. Seated in the auditorium at the end of a row, he was aware of an even keener satisfaction as people bowed and smiled to him, for the theatre was so tiny and the reunion so choice that it was obviously an honour and a distinction to have been invited to such an exclusive affair. To the evening first fixed for the dramatic soirée of the Azure Society he had received no invitation, but shortly after the postponement, due to Elsie April's indisposition, an envelope addressed by Marrier himself and containing the sacred card had arrived for him in Bursley. His instinct had been to ignore it, and for 2 days he had ignored it. And then he had noticed in one corner
The initials E.A. Strange that it did not occur to him immediately that E.A. stood, or might stand, for Elsie April. Reflection brings wisdom and knowledge. In the end he was absolutely convinced that E.A. stood for Elsie April, and at the last moment, deciding that it would be the act of a fool and a coward to decline what was practically a personal request from a young and enchanting woman, he had come to London, short of sleep, it is true, owing to local convivialities, but he had come. And curiously, he had not communicated with Marrier. Marrier had been extremely taken up with the dramatic soirée of the Azure Society, which Edward Henry justifiably but quite privately resented. Was he not paying £3 a week to Marrier? And now there he sat, known, watched, a notoriety, the card who had raised Pilgrim to the skies, probably the only theatrical proprietor in the crowded and silent audience. And he was expecting anxiously to see Elsie April again, across the footlights. He had not seen her since the night of the stone laying, over a week earlier. He had not sought to see her. He had listened then to the delicate tones of her weak, whispering, thrilling voice, and had expressed regret for Rose Euclid's plight. But he had done no more. What could he have done? Clearly he could not have offered money to relieve the plight of Rose Euclid, who was the cousin of a girl as wealthy and as sympathetic as Elsie April. To do so would have been to insult Elsie. Yet he felt guilty none the less. An odd situation. The delicate tones of Elsie's weak, whispering, thrilling voice on the scaffolding haunted his memory, and came back with strange clearness as he sat waiting for the curtain to ascend. There was an outburst of sedate applause, and a turning of heads to the right. Edward Henry looked in that direction. Rose Euclid herself was bowing from one of the two boxes on the first tier. Instantly she had been recognized and acknowledged, and the clapping had in no wise disturbed her. Evidently she accepted it as a matter of course. How famous after all she must be if such an audience would pay her such a meed! She was pale and dressed glitteringly in white. She seemed younger, more graceful, much more handsome, more in accordance with her renown. She was at home and at ease up there in the brightness of publicity. The imposing legend of her long career had survived the eclipse in the United States. Who could have guessed that some 10 days before she had landed, heartbroken and ruined, at Tilbury from the Minnetonka? Edward Henry was impressed. "She's none so dusty," he said to himself in the incomprehensible slang of the Five Towns. The phrase was a high compliment to Rose Euclid, aged 50, and looking anything you like over 30. It measured the extent to which he was impressed. Yes, he felt guilty. He had to drop his eyes lest hers should catch them. He examined guiltily the programme, which announced The New Don Juan, a play in 3 acts and in verse. Author unnamed. The curtain went up. 2. And with the rising of the curtain began Edward Henry's torture and bewilderment. The scene disclosed a cloth upon which was painted, to the right, a vast, writhing, purple cuttlefish, whose finer tentacles were lost above the proscenium arch, and to the left, an enormous crimson oblong patch with a hole in it. He referred to the programme, which said Act 2, or A Castle in a Forest, and also Scenery and Costumes designed by Saracen Givington, A.R.A. The cuttlefish, then, was the purple forest, or perhaps one tree in the forest, and the oblong patch was the crimson castle. The stage remained empty, and Edward Henry had time to perceive that the footlights were unlit, and that rays came only from the flies and from the wings. He glanced round. Nobody had blenched. Quite confused, he referred again to the programme, and deciphered, in the increasing gloom, Lighting by Cosmo Clark, in very large letters. 2 yellow-clad figures of no particular sex glided into view, and at the first words which they uttered, Edward Henry's heart seemed in apprehension to cease to beat. A fear seized him. A few more words, and the fear became a positive assurance and realization of evil. The new Don Juan, was simply a pseudonym for Carlo Trent's Orient Pearl. He had always known that it would be. Ever since deciding to accept the invitation he had lived under just that menace. The Orient Pearl seemed to be pursuing him like a sinister destiny. Weekly he consulted yet again the programme. Only one character bore a name familiar to the Don Juan story, to wit, Haidee, and opposite that name was the name of Elsie April. He waited for her. He had no other interest in the evening, and he waited in resignation. A young female troubadour, styled in the programme "The Messenger," emerged from the unseen depths of the forest in the wings, and ejaculated to the hero and his friend, "The woman appears!" But it was not Elsie that appeared. 6 times that troubadour messenger emerged and ejaculated, "The woman appears!" And each time Edward Henry was disappointed. But at the 7th heralding, the heralding of the 7th and highest heroine of this drama in hexameters, Elsie did at last appear. And Edward Henry became happy. He understood little more of the play than at the historic breakfast party of Sir John Pilgrim. He was well confirmed in his belief that the play was exactly as preposterous as a play in verse must necessarily be. His manly contempt for verse was more firmly established than ever. But Elsie April made an exquisite figure between the castle and the forest. Her voice did really set up physical vibrations in his spine. He was deliciously convinced that if she remained on the stage, from everlasting to everlasting, just so long could he gaze thereat without surfeit and without other desire. The mischief was that she did not remain on the stage. With despair he saw her depart, and the close of the act was ashes in his mouth. The applause was tremendous. It was not as tremendous as that which had greeted the plate-smashing comedy at the Hanbridge Empire, but it was far more than sufficiently enthusiastic to startle and shock Edward Henry. In fact, his cold indifference was so conspicuous amid that fever that in order to save his face he had to clap and smile. And the dreadful thought crossed his mind, traversing it like the shudder of a distant earthquake that presages complete destruction. Are the ideas of the Five Towns all wrong? Am I a provincial after all? For hitherto, though he had often admitted to himself that he was a provincial, he had never done so with sincerity, but always in a manner of playful and rather condescending badinage. 3. "Did you ever see such scenery and costumes?" Someone addressed him suddenly, when the applause had died down. It was Mr. Alloyd, who had advanced up the aisle from a back row of the stalls. "No, I never did," Edward Henry agreed. "It's wonderful how Givington has managed to get away from the childish realism of the modern theatre," said Mr. Alloyd, "without being ridiculous." "You think so?" said Edward Henry judicially. "The question is, has he?" "Do you mean it's too realistic for you?" cried Mr. Alloyd. "Well, you are advanced. I didn't know you were as anti-representational as all that." "Neither did I," said Edward Henry. "What do you think of the play?" "Well," answered Mr. Alloyd, low and cautiously, with a somewhat shamed grin, "between you and me, I think the play's bosh." "Come, come!" Edward Henry murmured, as if in protest. The word "bosh" was almost the first word of the discussion which he had comprehended, and the honest, familiar sound of it did him good. Nevertheless, keeping his presence of mind, he had forborne to welcome it openly. He wondered what on earth anti-representational could mean. Similar conversations were proceeding around him, and each could be very closely heard, for the reason that, the audience being frankly intellectual and anxious to exchange ideas, the management had wisely avoided the expense and noise of an orchestra. The entr'acte was like a conversazione of all the cultures. "I wish you'd give us some scenery and costumes like this in your theatre," said Alloyd, as he strolled away. The remark stabbed him like a needle. The pain was gone in an instant, but it left a vague fear behind it, as of the menace of a mortal injury. It is a fact that Edward Henry blushed and grew gloomy, and he scarcely knew why. He looked about him timidly, half defiantly. A magnificently arrayed woman in the row in front
somewhat to the right, leant back and towards him, and behind her fan said: "You're the only manager here, Mr. Machin. How alive and alert you are!" Her voice seemed to be charged with a hidden meaning. "Do you think so?" said Edward Henry. He had no idea who she might be. He had probably shaken hands with her at his stone laying, but if so, he had forgotten her face. He was fast becoming one of the oligarchical few who are recognized by far more people than they recognize. "A beautiful play," said the woman. "Not merely poetic, but intellectual, and an extraordinarily acute criticism of modern conditions." He nodded. "What do you think of the scenery?" he asked. "Well, of course, candidly," said the woman, "I think it's silly. I dare say I'm old-fashioned." "I dare say," murmured Edward Henry. "They told me you were very ironic," said she, flushing but meek. They? Who in the world of London had been labelling him as ironic? He was rather proud. "I hope if you do this kind of play and we're all looking to you, Mr. Machin," said the lady, making a new start, "I hope you won't go in for these costumes and scenery. That would never do." Again the stab of the needle. "It wouldn't," he said. "I'm delighted you think so," said she. An orange telegram came travelling from hand to hand along that row of stalls, and ultimately, after skipping a few persons, reached the magnificently arrayed woman, who read it, then passed it to Edward Henry. "Splendid!" she exclaimed. "Splendid!" Edward Henry read: "Released. Isabel." "What does it mean?" "It's from Isabel Joy at Marseilles." "Really?" Edward Henry's ignorance of affairs around the centre of the universe was occasionally distressing, to himself in particular. And just now he gravely blamed Mr. Marrier, who had neglected to post him about Isabel Joy. But how could Marrier honestly earn his £3 a week if he was occupied night and day with the organizing and management of these precious dramatic soirees? Edward Henry decided he must give Mr. Marrier a piece of his mind at the first opportunity. "Don't you know?" questioned the dame. "How should I?" he parried. "I'm only a provincial." "But surely," pursued the dame, "you knew we'd sent her round the world. She started on the Kandahar, the ship that you stopped Sir John Pilgrim from taking. She almost atoned for his absence at Tilbury. 25 reporters, anyway." Edward Henry sharply slapped his thigh, which in the Five Towns signified: "I shall forget my own name next." Of course, Isabel Joy was the advertising emissary of the Militant Suffragette Society, sent forth to hold a public meeting and make a speech in the principal ports of the world. She had guaranteed to circuit the globe and be back in London within 100 days, to speak at least 5 languages, and to get herself arrested at least 3 times en route. Of course, Isabel Joy had possessed a very fair share of the newspapers on the day before the stone laying. But Edward Henry had naturally had too many preoccupations to follow her exploits. After all, his momentary forgetfulness was rather excusable. "She's made a superb beginning," said the resplendent dame, taking the telegram from Edward Henry and inducting it into another row. "And before 3 months are out she'll be the talk of the entire earth. You'll see." "Is everybody a suffragette here?" asked Edward Henry simply, as his eyes witnessed the satisfaction spread by the voyaging telegram. "Practically," said the dame. "These things always go hand in hand," she added in a deep tone. "What things?" the provincial demanded. But just then the curtain rose on the second act. 4. "Won't you come up to Miss April's dressing room?" said Mr. Marrier, who, in the midst of the fulminating applause after the second act, seemed to be inexplicably standing over him, having appeared in an instant out of nowhere like a genie. The fact was that Edward Henry had been gently and innocently dozing. It was in part the deep obscurity of the auditorium, in part his own physical fatigue, and in part the secret nature of poetry that had been responsible for this restful slumber. He had remained awake without difficulty during the first portion of the act, in which Elsie April, the Orient Pearl, had a long scene of emotion and tears,
played, as Edward Henry thought, magnificently, in spite of its inherent ridiculousness. But later, when the gentle Haidee had vanished away, and the fateful troubadour messenger had begun to resume her announcements of "The woman appears," Edward Henry's soul had miserably yielded to his body and to the temptation of darkness. The upturned lights and the ringing hosannas had roused him to a full sense of sin, but he had not quite recovered all his faculties when Marrier startled him. "Yes, yes, of course. I was coming," he answered, a little petulantly, but no petulance could impair the beaming optimism on Mr. Marrier's features. To judge by those features, Mr. Marrier, in addition to having organized and managed the soirée, might also have written the piece and played in every part of it, and founded the Azure Society and built its private theatre. The hour was Mr. Marrier's. Elsie April's dressing room was small and very thickly populated, and the threshold of it was barred by eager persons who were half in and half out of the room. Through these Mr. Marrier's authority forced a way. The first man Edward Henry recognized in the tumult of bodies was Mr. Rollo Wrissell, whom he had not seen since their meeting at Slosson's. "Mr. Wrissell," said the glowing Marrier, "let me introduce Mr. Alderman Machin of the Regent Theatre." Clumsy fool, thought Edward Henry, and stood as if entranced. But Mr. Wrissell held out a hand with the perfection of urbane insouciance. "How do you do, Mr. Machin?" said he. "I hope you'll forgive me for not having followed your advice." This was a lesson to Edward Henry. He learnt that you should never show a wound, and, if possible, never feel one. He admitted that, in such details of social conduct, London might be in advance of the Five Towns, despite the Five Towns' admirable downrightness. Lady Waldo was also in the dressing-room, glorious in black. Her beauty was positively disconcerting, and the more so on this occasion as she was bending over the faded Rose Euclid, who sat in a corner surrounded by a court. This court, comprising comparatively uncelebrated young women and men, listened with respect to the conversation of the peeress who called Rose "my dear," the great star actress, and the now somewhat notorious Five Towns character, Edward Henry Machin. "Miss April is splendid, isn't she?" said Edward Henry to Lady Waldo. "Oh, my word, yes!" said Lady Waldo, nicely, warmly, yet with a certain perfunctoriness. Edward Henry was astonished that everybody was not passionately enthusiastic about the charm of Elsie's performance. Then Lady Waldo added, "But what a part for Miss Euclid! What a part for her!" And there were murmurs of approbation. Rose Euclid gazed at Edward Henry palely and weakly. He considered her much less effective here than in her box. But her febrile gaze was effective enough to produce in him the needle stab again, the feeling of gloom, of pessimism, of being gradually overtaken by an unseen and mysterious avenger. "Yes, indeed," said he. He thought to himself, "Now's the time for me to behave like Edward Henry Machin and teach these people a thing or two." But he could not. A pretty young girl summoned all her forces to address the great proprietor of the Regent, to whom, however, she had not been introduced, and with a charming, nervous, earnest lisp said, "But don't you think it's a great play, Mr. Machin?" "Of course," he replied, inwardly employing the most fearful and shocking anathemas. "We were sure you would." The young people glanced at each other with the satisfaction of proved prophets. "Do you know that not another manager has taken the trouble to come here?" said a second earnest young woman. Edward Henry's self-consciousness was now acute. He would have paid a ransom to be alone on a desert island in the Indian seas. He looked downwards, and noticed that all these bright, eager persons, women and men, were wearing blue stockings or socks. "April is free now," said Marrier in his ear. The next instant he was talking alone to Elsie in another corner, while the rest of the room respectfully observed. "So you deigned to come," said Elsie April. "You did get my card." A little paint did her no harm, and the accentuation of her eyebrows and lips, and the calculated disorder of her hair, were not more than her powerful effulgent physique could stand. In a costume of green and silver she was magnificent, overwhelmingly magnificent. Her varying voice and her glance, at once sincere, timid, and bold,
produced the most singular sensations behind Edward Henry's soft frilled shirt front, and he thought that he had never been through any experience so disturbing and so fine as just standing in front of her. I ought to be saying nice things to her, he reflected, but, no doubt because he had been born in the Five Towns, he could not formulate in his mind a single nice thing. "Well, what do you think of it?" she asked, looking full at him, and the glance, too, had a strange significance. It was as if she had said, "Are you a man, or aren't you?" "I think you're splendid!" he exclaimed. "Now, please," she protested, "don't begin in that strain. I know I'm very good for an amateur, but really, I'm not joking." She shook her head. "What do you think of my part for Rose? Wouldn't she be tremendous in it? Wouldn't she be tremendous? What a chance!" He was acutely uncomfortable, but even his discomfort was somehow a joy. "Yes," he admitted. "Yes." "Oh, here's Carlo Trent," said she. He heard Trent's triumphant voice carrying the end of a conversation into the room.
"If he hadn't been going away,"
Carlo Trent was saying,
"Pilgrim would have taken it. Pilgrim."
The poet's eyes met Edward Henry's, and the sentence was never finished. "How do you do, Machin?" murmured the poet. Then a bell began to ring and would not stop. "You're staying for the reception afterwards," said Elsie April, as the room emptied. "Is there one?" "Of course." It seemed to Edward Henry that they exchanged silent messages. 5. Some time after the last hexameter had rolled forth, and the curtain had finally fallen on the immense and rapturous success of Carlo Trent's play in 3 acts and in verse, Edward Henry, walking about the crowded stage where the reception was being held, encountered Elsie April, who was still in her gorgeous dress of green and silver. She was chatting with Marrier, who instantly left her, thus displaying a discretion such as an employer would naturally expect from a factotum to whom he was paying £3 a week. Edward Henry's heart began to beat in a manner which troubled him, and made him wonder what could be happening at the back of the soft frilled shirt front that he had obtained in imitation of Mr. Seven Sachs. "Not much elbow room here," he said lightly. He was very anxious to be equal to the occasion. She gazed at him under her emphasized eyebrows. He noticed that there were little touches of red on her delightful nostrils. "No," she answered with direct simplicity. "Suppose we try somewhere else." She turned her back on all the amiable and intellectual babble, descended 3 steps on the prompt side, and opened a door. The swish of her brocaded spreading skirt was loud and sensuous. He followed her into an obscure chamber, in which several figures were moving to and fro and talking. "What's this place?" he asked. Involuntarily his voice was diminished to a whisper. "It's one of the discussion rooms," said she. "It used to be a classroom, I expect, before the Society took the buildings over. You see, the theatre was the general schoolroom." They sat down unobtrusively in an embrasure. None amongst the mysterious moving figures seemed to remark them. "But why are they talking in the dark?" Edward Henry asked, behind his hand. "To begin with, it isn't quite dark," she said. "There's the light of the street lamp through the window. But it's been found that serious discussions can be carried on much better without too much light. I'm not joking." It was as if, in the gloom, her ears had caught his faint, sardonic smile. Said the voice of one of the figures: "Can you tell me what is the origin of the decay of realism? Can you tell me that?" Suddenly, in the ensuing silence, there was a click, and a tiny electric lamp shone its beam. The hand which held the lamp was the hand of Carlo Trent. He flashed it, and flashed the trembling ray in the inquirer's face. Edward Henry recalled Carlo's objection to excessive electricity in the private drawing room at Wilkins's. "Why do you ask such a question?" Carlo Trent challenged the inquirer, brandishing the lamp. "I ask you, why do you ask it?" The other also drew forth a lamp, and, as it were, cocked it and let it off at the features of Carlo Trent, and then the two stood, statuesque and lit, surrounded by shadowy witnesses of the discussion. The door creaked, and yet another figure, silhouetted for an instant against the illumination of the stage, descended into the discussion chamber. Carlo Trent tripped towards the newcomer, bent with his lamp, lifted delicately the hem of the newcomer's trousers, and gazed at the colour of his sock, which was blue.
"All right,"
said he. "The champagne and sandwiches are served," said the newcomer. "You've not answered me, sir." Carlo Trent faced once more his opponent in the discussion. "You've not answered me." Whereupon, the lamps being extinguished, they all filed forth. The door swung to of its own accord, shutting out the sound of babble from the stage, and Edward Henry and Elsie April were left silent and solitary to the sole ray of the street lamp. All the Five Towns shrewdness in Edward Henry's character, all the husband in him, all the father in him, all the son in him, leapt to his lips, and tried to say to Elsie, "Shall we go and inspect the champagne and sandwiches too?" and failed to say these incantatory words of salvation. And the romantic, adventurous fool in him rejoiced at their failure. For he was adventurously happy in his propinquity to that simple and sincere creature. He was so happy, and his heart was so active, that he even made no caustic characteristic comment on the singular behaviour of the beings who had just abandoned them to their loneliness. He was also proud because he was sitting alone, nearly in the dark, with a piquant and wealthy, albeit amateur, actress who had just participated in a triumph at which the spiritual aristocracy of London had assisted. VI. Two thoughts ran through his head, shooting in and out and to and fro amongst his complex sensations of pleasure. The first was that he had never been in such a fix before, despite his enterprising habits. And the second was, neither Elsie April nor anybody else connected with his affairs in London had ever asked him whether he was married, or assumed by any detail of behaviour towards him that there existed the possibility of his being married. Of course, he might, had he chosen, have informed a few of them that a wife and children possessed him, but then, really, would that not have been equivalent to attaching a label to himself, "Married," a procedure which had to him the stamp of provinciality? Elsie April said nothing, and as she said nothing he was obliged to say something, if only to prove to both of them that he was not a mere tongue-tied provincial. He said: "You know, I feel awfully out of it here in this society of yours." "Out of it!" she exclaimed, and her voice thrilled as she resented his self-deprecation. "It's over my head, right over it." "Now, Mr. Machin," she said, dropping somewhat that rich low voice, "I quite understand that there are some things about the society that you don't like, trifles that you're inclined to laugh at. I know that. Many of us know it. But it can't be helped in an organization like ours. It's even essential. Don't be too hard on us. Don't be sarcastic." "But I'm not sarcastic," he protested. "Honest?" She turned to him quickly. He could descry her face in the gloom, and the forward bend of her shoulders, and the backward sweep of her arms resting on the seat, and the straight droop of her Egyptian shawl from her inclined body. "Honest," he solemnly insisted. The exchange of this single word was so intimate that it shifted their conversation to a different level at which each seemed to be assuring the other that intercourse between them could never be aught but utterly sincere thenceforward, and that indeed in future they would constitute a little society of their own, ideal in its organization. "Then you're too modest," she said decidedly. "There was no one here to night who's more respected than you are. No one. Immediately I first spoke to you, I dare say you don't remember that afternoon at the Grand Babylon Hotel, I knew you weren't like the rest. And don't I know them?" "But how do you know I'm not like the rest?" asked Edward Henry. The line which she was taking had very much surprised him and charmed him. The compliment, so serious and urgent in tone, was intensely agreeable, and it made an entirely new experience in his career. He thought: "Oh, there's no mistake about it. These London women are marvellous. They're just as straight and in earnest as the best of our little lot down there. But they've got something else. There's no comparison." The unique word to describe the indescribable floated into his head. Scrumptious. What could not life be with such semi-divine creatures? He dreamt of an art drawing-room softly shaded at midnight, and his attitude towards even poetry was modified. "I knew you weren't like the rest," said she, "by your look. It's the way you say everything you do say. We all know it. And I'm sure you're far more than clever enough to be perfectly aware that we all know it. Just see how everyone looked at you to night." Yes, he had in fact been aware of the glances. "I think I ought to tell you," she went on, "that I was rather unfair to you that day in talking about my cousin in the taxi. You were quite right to refuse to go into partnership with her. She thinks so too. We've talked it over, and we're quite agreed. Of course, it did seem hard at the time, and her bad luck in America seemed to make it worse. But you were quite right. You can work much better alone. You must have felt that instinctively, far quicker than we felt it." "Well," he murmured, confused, I don't know." Could this be she who had too openly smiled at his skirmish with an artichoke? "Oh, Mr. Machin!" she burst out. "You've got an unprecedented opportunity, and thank heaven you're the man to use it. We're all expecting so much from you, and we know we shan't be disappointed." "Do you mean the theatre?" he asked, alarmed, as it were, amid rising waters. "The theatre," she said gravely. "You're the one man that can save London. No one in London can do it. You have the happiness of knowing what your mission is, and of knowing, too, that you are equal to it. What good fortune! I wish I could say as much for myself. I want to do something. I try. But what can I do? Nothing, really. You've no idea of the awful loneliness that comes from a feeling of inability." "Loneliness?" he repeated. "But surely " He stopped. "Loneliness," she insisted. Her little chin was now in her little hand, and her dim face upturned. And suddenly a sensation of absolute and marvellous terror seized Edward Henry. He was more afraid than he had ever been. And yet once or twice in his life he had felt fear. His sense of true perspective, one of his most precious qualities, returned. He thought: "I've got to get out of this." Well, the door was not locked. It was only necessary to turn the handle, and security lay on the other side of the door. He had but to rise and walk. And he could not. He might just as well have been manacled in a prison cell. He was under an enchantment. "A man," murmured Elsie, "a man can never realise the loneliness." She ceased. He stirred uneasily. "About this play," he found himself saying. And yet why should he mention the play in his fright? He pretended to himself not to know why. But he knew why. His instinct had seen in the topic of the play the sole avenue of salvation. "A wonderful thing, isn't it?" "Oh, yes," he said. And then, most astonishingly to himself, added: "I've decided to do it." "We knew you would," she said calmly. "At any rate, I did. You'll open with it, of course?" "Yes," he answered desperately, and proceeded, with the most extraordinary bravery: "If you'll act in it." Immediately on hearing these last words issue from his mouth, he knew that a fool had uttered them, and that the bravery was mere rashness, for Elsie's responding gesture re-inspired him afresh with the exquisite terror which he had already begun to conjure away. "You think Miss Euclid ought to have the part?" he added quickly, before she could speak. "Oh, I do!" cried Elsie, positively and eagerly. "Rose will do simply wonders with that part. You see, she can speak verse. I can't. I'm nobody. I only took it because..." "Aren't you anybody?" he contradicted. "Aren't you anybody? I can just tell you..." There he was again, bringing back the delicious terror. An astounding situation. But the door creaked. The babble from the stage invaded the room, and in a second the enchantment was lifted from him. Several people entered. He sighed, saying within himself to the disturbers: "I'd have given you £100 apiece if you'd been 5 minutes sooner." And yet simultaneously he regretted their arrival. And more curious still, Though he well remembered the warning words of Mr. Seven Sachs concerning Elsie April, he did not consider that they were justified. She had not been a bit persuasive. Only...
VII. He sat down to the pianisto with a strange and agreeable sense of security. It is true that, owing to the time of year, the drawing-room had been, in the figurative phrase, turned upside down by the process of spring cleaning, which his unexpected arrival had surprised in fullest activity. But he did not mind that. He abode content among rolled carpets, a swathed chandelier, piled chairs, and walls full of pale rectangular spaces where pictures had been. Early that morning, after a brief night spent partly in bed and partly in erect contemplation of his immediate past and his immediate future, he had hurried back to his pianisto and his home, to the beings and things that he knew and that knew him. In the train he had had the pleasure of reading in sundry newspapers that The Orient Pearl, by Carlo Trent, who was mentioned in terms of startling respect and admiration, had been performed on the previous evening at the dramatic soirée of the Azure Society, with all the usual accompaniments of secrecy and exclusiveness, in its private theatre in Kensington, and had been accepted on the spot by Mr. E.H. Machin, that most enterprising and enlightened recruit to the ranks of theatrical managers, for production at the new Regent Theatre. And further, that Mr. Machin intended to open with it. And still further, that his selection of such a play, which combined in the highest degree the poetry of Mr. W.B. Yeats with the critical intellectuality of Mr. Bernard Shaw, was an excellent augury for London's dramatic future, and that the "upward movement" must on no account be thought to have failed, because of the failure of certain recent ill-judged attempts, by persons who did not understand their business, to force it in particular directions. And still further, that he, Edward Henry, had engaged for the principal part Miss Rose Euclid, perhaps the greatest emotional actress the English-speaking peoples had ever had, but who unfortunately had not been sufficiently seen of late on the London stage, and this would be her first appearance after her recent artistic successes in the United States. And lastly, that Mr. Marrier, whose name would be remembered in connection with, etc., etc., was Mr. E.H. Machin's acting manager and technical adviser. Edward Henry could trace the hand of Marrier in all the paragraphs. Marrier had lost no time. Mrs. Machin, senior, came into the drawing-room just as he was adjusting the Tannhauser overture to the Mechanician. The piece was one of his major favourites. "This is no place for you, my lad," said Mrs. Machin grimly, glancing around the room. "But I came to tell you, as the mutton's been cooling at least 5 minutes, you gave out as you were hungry." "Keep your hair on, mother," said he, springing up. Barely 12 hours earlier he had been mincing among the elect and the select and the intellectual and the poetic and the aristocratic, among the la-di-da and Kensingtonian accents, among rouged lips and blue hose and fixed simperings in the centre of the universe, and he had conducted himself with considerable skill accordingly. Nobody on the previous night could have guessed from the cut of his fancy waistcoat, or the judiciousness of his responses to remarks about verse, that his wife often wore a white apron, or that his mother was the woman she was. He had not unskilfully caught many of the tricks of the metropolitan environment, but now they all fell away from him, and he was just Edward Henry, nay, he was almost the old Denry again. "Who chose this mutton?" he asked, as he bent over the juicy and rich joint, and cut therefrom exquisite thick slices with a carving knife like a razor. "I did, if you want to know," said his mother. "Anything amiss with it?" she challenged. "No, it's fine." "Yes," said she. "I'm wondering whether you get aught as good as that in those grand hotels, as you call them." "We don't," said Edward Henry. First, it was true, and secondly, he was anxious to be propitiatory, for he had a plan to further. He looked at his wife. She was not talkative, but she had received him in the hall with every detail of affection, if a little absent-mindedly, owing to the state of the house. She had not been caustic, like his mother, about this male incursion into spring cleaning,
She had not informed the surrounding air that she failed to understand why them as were in London couldn't stop in London for a bit, as his mother had. Moreover, though the spring cleaning fully entitled her to wear a white apron at meals, she was not wearing a white apron, which was a sign to him that she still loved him enough to want to please him. On the whole, he was fairly optimistic about his plan of salvation. Nevertheless, it was not until nearly the end of the meal, when one of his mother's apple pies was being consumed, that he began to try to broach it. "Nell," he said, "I suppose you wouldn't care to come to London with me?" "Oh!" she answered, smiling, a smile of peculiar quality. It was astonishing how that simple woman could put just 0.1% of irony into a good-natured smile. "What's the meaning of this?" Then she flushed. The flush touched Edward Henry in an extraordinary manner. "To think," he reflected incredulously, "that only last night I was talking in the dark to Elsie April, and here I am now!" And he remembered the glory of Elsie's frock, and her thrilling voice in the gloom, and that pose of hers as she leant dimly forward. "Well," he said aloud, as naturally as he could, "that theatre's beginning to get up on its hind legs now, and I should like you to see it." A difficult past for him as regards his mother. This was the first time he had ever overtly spoken of the theatre in his mother's presence. In the best bedroom he had talked of it, but even there with a certain self-consciousness and false casualness. Now his mother stared straight in front of her with an expression of which she alone among human beings had the monopoly. "I should like to," said Nellie generously. "Well," said he, "I've got to go back to town to morrow. Will you come with me, lass?" "Don't be silly, Edward Henry," said she. "How can I leave mother in the midst of all this spring cleaning?" "You needn't leave mother. We'll take her too," said Edward Henry lightly. "You won't," observed Mrs. Machin. "I have to go to morrow, Nell," said Edward Henry. "And I was thinking you might as well come with me. It'll be a change for you." He said to himself: "And not only have I to go to morrow, but you absolutely must come with me, my girl. That's the one thing to do." "It would be a change for me," Nellie agreed. She was beyond doubt flattered and calmly pleased. "But I can't possibly come to morrow. You can see that for yourself, dear." "No, I can't!" he cried impatiently. "What does it matter? Mother'll be here. The kids'll be all right. After all, spring cleaning isn't the Day of Judgment." "Edward Henry," said his mother, cutting in between them like a thin blade, "I wish you wouldn't be blasphemous. London's London and Bursley's Bursley." She had finished. "It's quite out of the question for me to come to morrow, dear. I must have notice. I really must." And Edward Henry saw with alarm that Nellie had made up her mind, and that the flattered calm pleasure in his suggestion had faded from her face. "Oh, dash these domesticated women!" he thought, and shortly afterwards departed, brooding, to the offices of the Thrift Club. 8. He timed his return with exactitude, and going straight upstairs to the chamber known indifferently as Maisie's room or Nurse's room, sure enough he found the three children there alone. They were fed, washed, night gowned, and even dressing gowned, and this was the hour when, while Nurse repaired the consequences of their revolutionary conduct in the bathroom and other places, they were left to themselves. Robert lay on the hearthrug, the insteps of his soft pink feet rubbing idly against the pile of the rug, his elbows digging into the pile, his chin on his fists, and a book perpendicularly beneath his eyes. Ralph, careless adventurer rather than student, had climbed to the glittering brass rail of Maisie's new bedstead, and was thereon imitating a recently seen circus performance. Maisie, in the bed according to regulation, and lying on the flat of her back, was singing nonchalantly to the ceiling. Carlo, unaware that at that moment he might have been a buried corpse but for the benignancy of Providence in his behalf, was feeling sympathetic towards himself because he was slightly bored. "Hello, kids!" Edward Henry greeted them. As he had seen them before midday dinner, the more formal ceremonies of salutation after absence, so hateful to the Five Towns temperament, were happily over and done with.
Robert turned his head slightly, inspected his father with a judicial detachment that hardly escaped the inimical, and then resumed his book. "No one would think," said Edward Henry to himself, "that the person who has just entered this room is the most enterprising and enlightened of West End theatrical managers." "Hello, father!" shrilled Ralph. "Come and help me to stand on this wire rope." "It isn't a wire rope," said Robert from the hearthrug, without stirring. "It's a brass rail." "Yes, it is a wire rope, because I can make it bend," Ralph retorted, bumping down on the thing. "Anyhow, it's going to be a wire rope." Maisie simply stuck several fingers into her mouth, shifted to one side, and smiled at her father in a style of heavenly and mischievous flirtatiousness. "Well, Robert, what are you reading?" Edward Henry inquired in his best fatherly manner, half authoritative and half humorous, while he formed part of the staff of Ralph's circus. "I'm not reading. I'm learning my spellings," replied Robert. Edward Henry, knowing that the discipline of filial politeness must be maintained, said, "Learning my spellings, what?" "Learning my spellings, father," Robert consented to say, but with a savage air of giving way to the unreasonable demands of affected fools. Why, indeed, should it be necessary in conversation always to end one's sentence with the name or title of the person addressed? "Well, would you like to go to London with me?" "When?" the boy demanded cautiously. He still did not move, but his ears seemed to prick up. "To morrow." "No, thanks, father." His ears ceased their activity. "No? Why not?" "Because there's a spellings examination on Friday, and I'm going to be top boy." It was a fact that the infant, whose programmes were always somehow arranged in advance and were in his mind absolutely unalterable, could spell the most obstreperous words. Quite conceivably he could spell better than his father, who still showed an occasional tendency to write separate with 3 e's and only 1 a. "London's a fine place," said Edward Henry. "I know," said Robert negligently. "What's the population of London?" "I don't know," said Robert with curtness, though he added after a pause, "but I can spell population. Population. "I'll come to London, father, if you'll have me," said Ralph, grinning good naturedly. "Will you?" said his father. "Father," asked Maisie, wriggling, "have you brought me a doll?" "I'm afraid I haven't." "Mother said perhaps you would." It was true there had been talk of a doll. He had forgotten it. "I'll tell you what I'll do," said Edward Henry. "I'll take you to London, and you can choose a doll in London. You never saw such dolls as there are in London. Talking dolls that shut and open their eyes, and say papa and mamma, and all their clothes take off and on." "Do they say father?" growled Robert. "No, they don't," said Edward Henry. "Why don't they?" growled Robert. "When will you take me?" Maisie almost squealed. "To morrow." "Certain sure, father?" "Yes." "You promise, father?" "Of course I promise." Robert at length stood up, to judge for himself this strange and agitating caprice of his father for taking Maisie to London. He saw that, despite spellings, it would never do to let Maisie alone go. He was about to put his father through a cross-examination, but Edward Henry dropped Ralph, who had been climbing up him as up a telegraph pole, onto the bed, and went over to the window nervously and tapped thereon. Carlo followed him, wagging an untidy tail. "Hello, Trent," murmured Edward Henry, stooping and patting the dog. Ralph exploded into loud laughter. "Father's called Carlo Trent!" he roared. "Father, have you forgotten his name's Carlo?" It was one of the greatest jokes that Ralph had heard for a long time. Then Nellie hurried into the room, and Edward Henry, with a "Mustn't be late for tea," as hurriedly left it. 3 minutes later, while he was bent over the lavatory basin, someone burst into the bathroom. He lifted a soapy face. It was Nellie, with disturbed features. "What's this about your positively promising to take Maisie to London to morrow to choose a doll?" "I'll take 'em all," he replied with absurd levity. "And you too." "But really," she pouted, indicating that he must not carry the ridiculous too far. "Look here, it," he said impulsively. "I want you to come. And I want you to come to morrow. I knew it was the confounded infants you wouldn't leave. You don't mean to tell me you can't arrange it? A woman like you!" She hesitated. "And what am I to do with 3 children in a London hotel?" "Take nurse, naturally." "Take nurse!" she cried. He imitated her with grotesque exaggeration, yelling loudly, "Take nurse!" Then he planted a soapsud on her fresh cheek. She wiped it off carefully and smacked his arm. The next moment she was gone, having left the door open. "He wants me to go to London to morrow," he could hear her saying to his mother on the landing. Confound it, he thought. Didn't she know that at dinner time? Bless us! His mother's voice. "And take the children and nurse," his wife continued, in a tone to convey the fact that she was just as much disturbed as her mother-in-law could possibly be by the eccentricities of the mail. "He's his father all over again, that lad is," said his mother strangely. And Edward Henry was impressed by these words, for not once in 7 years did his mother mention his father. Tea was an exciting meal. "You'd better come too, mother," said Edward Henry audaciously. "We'll shut the house up." "I come to no London," said she. "Well, then, you can use the motor as much as you like while we're away." "I go gallivanting in no motor," said his mother. "It'll take me all my time to get this house straight against you come back." "I haven't a thing to go in," said Nellie, with a martyr's sigh. After all, he reflected, though domesticated, she was a woman. He went to bed early. It seemed to him that his wife, his mother, and the nurse were active and whispering up and down the house till the very middle of the night. He arose not late, but they were all 3 afoot before him, active and whispering. 9. He found out, on the morning after the highly complex transaction of getting his family from Bursley to London, that London held more problems for him than ever. He was now not merely the proprietor of a theatre approaching completion, but really a theatrical manager, with a play to produce, artistes to engage, and the public to attract. He had made 2 appointments for that morning at the Majestic. He was not at the Grand Babylon because his wife had once stayed with him at the Majestic, and he did not want to add to his anxieties the business of accustoming her to a new and costlier luxury. One appointment at 9 with Marrier, and the other at 10 with Nellie, family, and nurse. He had expected to get rid of Marrier before 10. Among the exciting mail which Marrier had collected for him from the Grand Babylon and elsewhere was the following letter: Buckingham Palace Hotel. Dear friend, we are all so proud of you. I should like some time to finish our interrupted conversation. Will you come and have lunch with me one day here at 1:30? You needn't write. I know how busy you are. Just telephone you're coming. But don't telephone between 12 and 1, because at that time I always take my constitutional in St. James's Park. Yours sincerely, E.A. Well, he thought, that's a bit thick, that is. She's stuck me up with a dramatist I don't believe in, and a play I don't believe in, and an actress I don't believe in, and now she... Nevertheless, to a certain extent he was bluffing himself, for as he pretended to put Elsie April back into her place, he had disturbing and delightful visions of her. A clever creature, uncannily clever, wealthy, under 30, broad-minded, no provincial prejudices. Her voice, that always affected his spine. Her delicious flattery. She was no mean actress either. And the multifariousness of her seductive charm. In fact, she was a regular woman of the world, such as you would read about, if you did read. He was sitting with her again in the obscurity of the discussion room at the Azure Society's establishment. His heart was beating again. Phew! A single wrench, and he ripped up the letter and cast it into one of the red-lined waste-paper baskets with which the immense and rather shabby writing-room of the Majestic was dotted. Before he had finished dealing with Mr. Marrier's queries and suggestions, some 10,000 in all, the clock struck, and Nellie tripped into the room. She was in black silk, with hints here and there of gold chains. As she had explained, she had nothing to wear,
and was therefore obliged to fall back on the final resource of every woman in her state, for in this connection "nothing to wear" signified "nothing except my black silk," at any rate in the Five Towns. "Mr. Marrier, my wife Nellie. This is Mr. Marrier." Mr. Marrier was profuse. No other word would describe his demeanour. Nellie had the timidity of a young girl. Indeed, she looked quite youthful, despite the ageing influences of black silk. "So that's your Mr. Marrier. I understood from you he was a clerk," said Nellie, tartly, suddenly retransformed into the shrewd matron as soon as Mr. Marrier had profusely gone. She had conceived Marrier as a sort of Penkethman. Edward Henry had hoped to avoid this interview. He shrugged his shoulders in answer to his wife's remark. "Well," he said, "where are the kids?" "Waiting in the lounge with nurse, as you said to be." Hermione delicately informed him that while in London his caprices would be her law, which she would obey without seeking to comprehend. "Well," he went on, "I expect they'd like the parks as well as anything. Suppose we take 'em and show 'em one of the parks, shall we? Besides, they must have fresh air." "All right," Nellie agreed. "But how far will it be?" "Oh," said Edward Henry, "we'll crowd into a taxi." They crowded into a taxi, and the children found their father in high spirits. Maisie mentioned the doll. In a minute the taxi had stopped in front of a toy shop surpassing dreams, and they invaded the toy shop like an army. When they emerged, after a considerable interval, nurse was carrying an enormous doll, and Nellie was carrying Maisie, and Ralph was lovingly stroking the doll's real shoes. Robert kept a profound silence, a silence which had begun in the train. "You haven't got much to say, Robert," his father remarked, when the taxi set off again. "I know," said Robert gruffly. Among other things, he resented his best clothes on a weekday. "What do you think of London?" "I don't know," said Robert. His eyes never left the window of the taxi. Then they visited the theatre, a very fatiguing enterprise, and also, for Edward Henry, a very nervous one. He was as awkward in displaying that inchoate theatre as a newly made father with his firstborn. Pride and shame fought for dominion over him. Nellie was full of laudations. Ralph enjoyed the ladders. "I say," said Nellie, apprehensive for Maisie on the pavement, "this child's exhausted already. How big's this park of yours? Because neither nurse nor I can carry her very far." "We'll buy a pram," said Edward Henry. He was staring at a newspaper placard which said, "Isabel Joy on the warpath again. Will she win?" "But " "Oh yes, we'll buy a pram. Driver!" "A pram isn't enough. You'll want coverings for her in this wind." "Well, we'll buy the necessary number of eiderdowns and blankets then," said Edward Henry. "Driver!" A tremendous business. For in addition to making the purchases he had to feed his flock in an ABC shop, where, among the unoccupied waitresses, Maisie and her talkative winking doll enjoyed a triumph. Still, there was plenty of time. At 12:15 he was displaying the varied landscape beauties of the park to his family. Ralph insisted on going to the bridge over the lake, and Robert silently backed him, and therefore the entire party went. But Maisie was afraid of the water and cried. Now the worst thing about Maisie was that when once she had begun to cry it was very difficult to stop her. Even the most remarkable dolls were powerless to appease her distress. "Give me the confounded pram, nurse," said Edward Henry. "I'll cure her." But he did not cure her. However, he had to stick grimly to the perambulator. Nellie tripped primly in black silk on one side of it. Nurse had the wayward Ralph by the hand. And Robert, taciturn, stalked alone, adding up London and making a very small total of it. Suddenly Edward Henry halted the perambulator, and stepping away from it, raised his hat. An excessively elegant young woman leading a Pekingese by a silver chain stopped, as if smitten by a magic dart, and held spellbound. "How do you do, Miss April?" said Edward Henry loudly. "I was hoping to meet you. This is my wife Nellie. This is Miss April." Nellie bowed stiffly in her black silk. Naught of the fresh maiden about her now. And it has to be said that Elsie April, in all her young and radiant splendour, and woman of the worldliness, was equally stiff. And there are my two boys, and this is my little girl in the pram." Maisie screamed, and pushed an expensive doll out of the perambulator. Edward Henry saved it by its boot as it fell. "And this is her doll. And this is nurse," he finished. "Fine breezy morning, isn't it?" In due course the processions moved on. "Well, that's done," Edward Henry muttered to himself, and sighed. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The Regent. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Regent by Arnold Bennett. Read by Andy Minter. Chapter 9. The First Night. 1. It was upon an evening in June, and a fine evening, full of the exquisite melancholy of summer in a city, that Edward Henry stood before a window, drumming thereon, as he had once, a less experienced man, with hair slightly less grey, drummed on the table of the mighty and arrogant Slosson. The window was the window of the managerial room of the Regent Theatre, and he could scarcely believe it. He could scarcely believe that he was not in a dream, for the room was papered, carpeted, and otherwise furnished. Only its electric light fittings were somewhat hasty and provisional, and the white ceiling showed a hole and a bunch of wires, like the nerves of a hollow tooth, whence one of Edward Henry's favourite chandeliers would ultimately depend. The whole of the theatre was at least as far advanced towards completion as that room. A great deal of it was more advanced. For instance, the auditorium, foyer, and bars, which were utterly finished, so far as anything ever is finished in a changing world. Wonders, marvels, and miracles had been accomplished. Mr. Alloyd, in the stress of the job, had even ceased to bring the Russian ballet into his conversations. Mr. Alloyd, despite a growing tendency to prove to Edward Henry by authentic anecdote about midnight his general proposition that women as a sex treated him with shameful unfairness, had gained the high esteem of Edward Henry as an architect. He had filled his word about those properties of the auditorium which had to do with hearing and seeing, insomuch that the auditorium was indeed unique in London, and he had taken care that the clerk of the works took care that the builder did not give up heart in the race with time. Moreover, he maintained the peace with the terrible London County Council, all of whose inspecting departments seemed to have secretly decided that the Regent Theatre should be opened, not in June, as Edward Henry had decided, but at some vague future date towards the middle of the century. Months earlier, Edward Henry had ordained and announced that the Regent Theatre should be inaugurated on a given date in June, at the full height and splendour of the London season, and he had astounded the theatrical world by adhering through thick and thin to that date, and had thereby intensified his reputation as an eccentric, for the oldest inhabitant of that world could not recall a case in which the opening of a new theatre had not been promised for at least 3 widely different dates. Edward Henry had now arrived at the eve of the dread date, and if he had arrived there in comparative safety, with a reasonable prospect of avoiding complete shame and disaster, he felt, and he admitted, that the credit was due as much to Mr. Alloyd as to himself, which only confirmed an early impression of his that architects were queer people, rather like artists and poets in some ways, but with a basis of bricks and mortar to them. His own share in the enterprise of the Regent had in theory been confined to engaging the right people for the right tasks and situations, and to signing cheques. He had depended chiefly upon Mr. Marrier, who, growing more radiant every day, had gradually developed into a sort of chubby Napoleon, taking an immense delight in detail, and choosing minor hands at round sum salaries on the spur of the moment. Mr. Marrier refused no call upon his energy. He was helping Carlo Trent in the production and stage management of the play. He dried the tears of girlish neophytes at rehearsals. He helped to number the stalls. He showed a passionate interest in the tessellated pavement of the entrance. He taught the managerial typewriting girl how to make afternoon tea. He went to Hitchin to find a mediaeval chair required for the third act, and found it. In a word, he was fully equal to the post of acting manager. He managed. He managed everything and everybody except Edward Henry, and except the press agent, a functionary whose conviction of his own indispensability and importance was so sincere that even Marrier shared it, and left him alone in his Bismarckian operations. The press agent, who sang in musical comedy chorus at night, knew that if the Regent Theatre succeeded it would be his doing, and his alone. And yet Edward Henry, though he had delegated everything, had yet found a vast amount of work to do, and was thereby exhausted. That was why he was drumming on the pane. That was why he was conscious of a foolish desire to shove his fist through the pane. During the afternoon he had had 2 scenes with 2 representatives of the libraries, so called because they deal in theatre tickets and not in books, who had declined to take up any of his tickets in advance. He had commenced an action against a firm of bill posters. He had settled an incipient strike in the limes department, originated by Mr. Cosmo Clark's views about lighting. He had dictated answers to 79 letters of complaint from unknown people concerning the supply of free seats for the first night. He had responded in the negative to a request from a newspaper critic who, on the score that he was deaf, wanted a copy of the play. He had replied finally to an official of the County Council about the smoke trap over the stage. He had replied finally to another official of the County Council about the electric sign. He had attended to a new curiosity on the part of another official of the County Council about the iron curtain. But he had been almost rude to still another official of the County Council about the wiring of the electric light in the dressing rooms. He had been unmistakably and pleasurably rude in writing to Slossons about their criticism of the lock on the door of Lord Waldo's private entrance to the theatre. Also, he had arranged with a representative of the Chief Commissioner of Police concerning the carriage regulations for setting down and taking up. And he had indeed had more than enough. His nerves, though he did not know it, and would have scorned the imputation, were slowly giving way. Hence, really, the danger to the pane. Through the pane, in the dying light, he could see a cross-section of Shaftesbury Avenue, and an aged newspaper lad leaning against a lamp-post and displaying a poster which spoke of Isabel Joy. Isabel Joy yet again! That little fact of itself contributed to his exasperation. He thought, considering the importance of the Regent Theatre and the salary he was paying to his press agent, that the newspapers ought to occupy their pages solely with the metropolitan affairs of Edward Henry Machin. But the wretched Isabel had, as it were, got London by the throat. She had reached Chicago from the west on her triumphant way home, and had there contrived to be arrested, according to boast. But she was experiencing much more difficulty in emerging from the Chicago prison than in entering it. And the question was now becoming acute whether the emissary of the militant suffragettes would arrive back in London within the specified period of 100 days. Naturally, London was holding its breath. London will keep calm during moderate crises, such as a national strike or the agony of the House of Lords, but when the supreme excitation is achieved, London knows how to let itself go. "If you please, Mr. Machin." He turned. It was his typewriter, Miss Lindop, a young girl of some 35 years, holding a tea-tray. "But I've had my tea once," he snapped. "But you've not had your dinner, sir, and it's 8:30," she pleaded. He had known this girl for less than a month, and he paid her fewer shillings a week than the years of her age. And yet somehow she had assumed a worshipping charge of him, based on the idea that he was incapable of taking care of himself. To look at her appealing eyes, one might have thought that she would have died to ensure his welfare. "And they want to see you about the linoleum for the gallery stairs," she added timidly. "The County Council man says it must be taken up." The linoleum for the gallery stairs! Something snapped in him. He almost walked right through the young woman and the tea tray. "I'll linoleum them!" he bitterly exclaimed, and disappeared. 2. Having duly linoleumed them, or rather having very annoyingly quite failed to linoleum them, Edward Henry continued his way up to the right-hand gallery staircase and reached the auditorium, where, to his astonishment, a good deal of electricity at 1 penny 3 farthings a unit was blazing. Every seat in the narrow and high-pitched gallery, where at the sides the knees of one spectator would be on a level with the picture hat of the spectator in the row beneath, had a perfect and entire view of the proscenium opening. And Edward Henry now proved this unprecedented fact by climbing to the topmost corner seat, and therefrom surveying the scene of which he was monarch. The boxes were swathed in their new white dust sheets, and likewise the higgledy-piggledy stalls, not as yet screwed down to the floor, save 3 or 4 stalls in the middle of the front row, from which the sheet had been removed. On one of these seats, far off though it was, he could descry a paper bag, probably containing sandwiches, and on another a pair of gloves and a walking stick. Several alert ladies with sketch books walked uneasily about in the aisles. The orchestra was hidden in the well provided for it, and apparently murmuring in its sleep. The magnificent drop curtain, designed by Saracen Givington, A.R.A., concealed the stage. Suddenly Mr. Marrier and Carlo Trent appeared through the iron door that gave communication, to initiates, between the stage and the auditorium. They sat down in the stalls, and the curtain rose with a violent swish and disclosed the first set of the Orient Pearl. "What about that amber, Cosmo?" Mr. Marrier cried thickly, after a pause, his mouth occupied with sandwich. "There you are," came the reply. "Right," said Mr. Marrier. "Strike." "Don't strike," contradicted Carlo Trent. "Strike, I tell you. We must get on with the second act." The voices resounded queerly in the empty theatre. The stage was invaded by scene shifters before the curtain could descend again. Edward Henry heard a tripping step behind him. It was the faithful typewriting girl. "I say," he said, "do you mind telling me what's going on here? It's true that in the rush of more important business I've almost forgotten that a theatre is a place where they perform plays." "It's the dress rehearsal, Mr. Machin," said the woman, startled and apologetic. "But the dress rehearsal was fixed for 3 o'clock," said he. "It must have been finished 3 hours ago." "I think they've only just done the first act," the woman breathed. "I know they didn't begin till 7. Oh, Mr. Machin, of course it's no affair of mine, but I've worked in a good many theatres, and I do think it's such a mistake to have the dress rehearsal quite private. If you get 100 people or so on the stalls, then it's an audience, and there's much less delay, and everything goes much better. But when it's private, a dress rehearsal is just like any other rehearsal." "Only more so, perhaps," said Edward Henry, smiling. He saw that he had made her happy, but he saw also that he had given her empire over him. "I've got your tea here," she said, rather like a hospital nurse now. "Won't you drink it?" "I'll drink it if it's not stewed," he muttered. "Oh!" she protested. "Of course it isn't. I poured it off the leaves into another teapot before I brought it up." She went behind the barrier and reappeared balancing a cup of tea with a slice of sultana cake edged on the saucer, and as she handed it to him, the sustenance of rehearsals, she gazed at him, and he could almost hear her eyes saying, "You poor thing." There was nothing that he hated so much as to be pitied. "You go home," he commanded. "Oh, but..." "You go home. See?" He paused, threatening. "If you don't clear out on the tick, I'll chuck this cup and saucer down into the stalls." Horrified, she vanished. He sighed his relief. After some time, the leader of the orchestra climbed into his chair, and the orchestra began to play, and the curtain went up again on the second act of the masterpiece in hexameters. The new scenery, which Edward Henry had with extraordinary courage insisted on Saracen Givington substituting for the original incomprehensibilities displayed at the Azure Society's performance, rather pleased him. Its colouring was agreeable, and it did resemble something definite. You could, though perhaps not easily, tell what it was meant to represent. The play proceeded, and the general effect was surprisingly pleasant to Edward Henry. And then Rose Euclid as Haidee came on for the great scene of the act. From the distance of the gallery she looked quite passably youthful, and beyond question she had a dominating presence in her resplendent costume. She was incomparably and amazingly better than she had been at the few previous rehearsals which Edward Henry had been unfortunate enough to witness. She even reminded him of his earliest entrancing vision of her. "Some people may like this," he admitted with a gleam of optimism.
Hitherto, for weeks past, he had gone forward with his preparations in the most frigid and convinced pessimism. It seemed to him that he had become involved in a vast piece of machinery, and that nothing short of blowing the theatre up with dynamite would bring the cranks and pistons to a stop. And yet it seemed to him that everything was unreal, that the contracts he signed were unreal, and the proofs he passed, and the posters he saw on the walls of London, and the advertisements in the newspapers. Only the cheques he drew had the air of being real. And now, in a magic flash, after a few moments gazing at the stage, he saw all differently. He scented triumph from afar off, as one sniffs the tang of the sea. On the morrow he had to meet Nellie at Euston, and he had shrunk from meeting her, with her terrible, remorseless, provincial, untheatrical common sense. But now, in another magic flash, he envisaged the meeting with a cock-a-doodle-doo of hope. Strange. He admitted it was strange. And then he failed to hear several words spoken by Rose Euclid. And then a few more. As the emotion of the scene grew, the proportion of her words audible in the gallery diminished, until she became for him totally inarticulate, raving away there and struggling in a cocoon of hexameters. Despair seized him. His nervous system, every separate nerve of it, was on the rack once more. He stood up in a sort of paroxysm and called loudly across the vast intervening space: "Speak more distinctly, please!" A fearful silence fell upon the whole theatre. The rehearsal stopped. The building itself seemed to be staggered. Somebody had actually demanded that words should be uttered articulately. Mr. Marrier turned towards the intruder, as one determined to put an end to such singularities. "Who's up there?" "I am," said Edward Henry. "And I want it to be clearly understood, in my theatre, that the first thing an actor has to do is to make himself heard. I dare say I'm devilish odd, but that's how I look at it." "Whom do you mean, Mr. Machin?" asked Marrier, in a different tone. "I mean Miss Euclid, of course. Here I've spent heaven knows how much on the acoustics of this theatre, and I can't make out a word she says. I can hear all the others, and this is the dress rehearsal." "You must remember you're in the gallery," said Mr. Marrier, firmly. "And what if I am? I'm not giving gallery seats away to morrow night. It's true I'm giving half the stalls away, but the gallery will be paid for." Another silence. Said Rose Euclid sharply, and Edward Henry caught every word with the most perfect distinctness: "I'm sick and tired of people saying they can't make out what I say. They actually write me letters about it. Why should people make out what I say?" She quitted the stage. Another silence. "Ring down the curtain," said Mr. Marrier, in a thrilled voice. 3. Shortly afterwards Mr. Marrier came into the managerial office, lit up now, where Edward Henry was dictating to his typewriter and hospital nurse, who, having been caught in hat and jacket on the threshold, had been brought back and was tapping his words direct on to the machine. It was a remarkable fact that the sole proprietor of the Regent Theatre was now in high spirits and good humour. "Well, Marrier, my boy," he saluted the acting manager, "how are you getting on with that rehearsal?" "Well, sir," said Mr. Marrier, "I'm not getting on with it. Miss Euclid refuses absolutely to proceed. She's in her dressing room." "But why?" inquired Edward Henry, with bland surprise. "Doesn't she want to be heard? By her gallery boys?" Mr. Marrier showed an enfeebled smile. "She hasn't been spoken to like that for 30 years," said he. "But don't you agree with me?" asked Edward Henry. "Yes," said Marrier, "I agree with you." "And doesn't your friend Carlo want his precious hexameters to be heard?" "We both agree with you," said Marrier. "The fact is, we've done all we could, but it's no use. She's splendid, only..." He paused. "Only you can't make out 10% of what she says," Edward Henry finished for him. "Well, I've got no use for that in my theatre." He found a singular pleasure in emphasizing the phrase "my theatre." "That's all very well," said Marrier, "but what are you going to do about it? I've tried everything. You've come in and bust up the entire show, if you'll forgive me saying so." "Do?" said Edward Henry. "It's perfectly simple. All you have to do is to act. God bless my soul! Aren't you getting £15 a week, and aren't you my acting manager? Act, then. You've done enough hinting. You've proved that hints are no good. You'd have known that from your birth up, Marrier, if you'd been born in the Five Towns. Act, my boy." "But how? If she won't go on, she won't." "Is her understudy in the theatre?" "Yes. It's Miss Cunningham, you know." "What salary does she get?" £10 a week." "What for?" "Well, partly to understudy, I suppose." "Let her earn it, then. Go on with the rehearsal, and let her play the part to morrow night. She'll be delighted, you bet." "But " "Miss Lindop," Edward Henry interrupted, "will you please read to Mr. Marrier what I've dictated?" He turned to Marrier. "It's an interview with myself for one of to morrow's papers." Miss Lindop, with tears in her voice if not her eyes, obeyed the order, and drawing the paper from the machine, read its contents aloud. Mr. Marrier started back, not in the figurative, but in the literal sense, as he listened. "But you'll never send that out?" he exclaimed. "Why not?" "No paper will print it." "My dear Marrier," said Edward Henry, "don't be a simpleton. You know as well as I do that half a dozen papers will be delighted to print it. And all the rest will copy the one that does print it. It'll be the talk of London to morrow, and Isabel Joy will be absolutely snuffed out." "Well," said Mr. Marrier, "I never heard of such a thing." "Pity you didn't, then." Mr. Marrier moved away. "I say," he murmured at the door, "don't you think you ought to read that to Rose first?" "I'll read it to Rose like a bird," said Edward Henry. Within 2 minutes (it was impossible to get from his room to the dressing rooms in less) he was knocking at Rose Euclid's door. "Who's there?" said a voice. He entered, and then replied, "I am." Rose Euclid was smoking a cigarette and scratching the arm of an easy chair behind her. Her maid stood near by with a whisky and soda. "Sorry you can't go on with the rehearsal, Miss Euclid," said Edward Henry very quickly. "However, we must do the best we can. But Mr. Marrier thought you'd like to hear this. It's part of an interview with me that's going to appear to morrow in the press." Without pausing, he went on to read: "I found Mr. Alderman Machin, the hero of the Five Towns and the proprietor and initiator of London's newest and most up-to-date and most intellectual theatre, surrounded by a complicated apparatus of telephones and typewriters in his managerial room at the Regent. He received me very courteously. 'Yes,' he said in response to my question, 'the rumour is quite true. The principal part in the Orient Pearl will be played on the first night by Miss Euclid's understudy, Miss Olga Cunningham, a young woman of very remarkable talent. No, Miss Euclid is not ill or even indisposed, but she and I have had a grave difference of opinion. The point between us was whether Miss Euclid's speeches ought to be clearly audible in the auditorium. I consider they ought. I may be wrong, I may be provincial, but that was and is my view. At the dress rehearsal, seated in the gallery, I could not hear her lines. I objected. She refused to consider the objection or to proceed with the rehearsal. Hinc illæ lachrymæ." "Not at all," said Mr. Machin in reply to a question. "I have the highest admiration for Miss Euclid's genius. I should not presume to dictate to her as to her art. She has a very long experience of the stage, very long, and doubtless knows better than I do. Only the Regent happens to be my theatre, and I'm responsible for it. Every member of the audience will have a complete, uninterrupted view of the stage, and I intend that every member of the audience shall hear every word that is uttered on the stage. I'm odd, I know, but then I've a reputation for oddness to keep up. And, by the way, I'm sure that Miss Cunningham will make a great reputation for herself." "Not while I'm here, she won't!" exclaimed Rose Euclid, standing up and enunciating her words with marvellous clearness. Edward Henry glanced at her, and then continued to read. Suggestions for headline: "Piquant quarrel between manager and star actress." "Unparalleled situation." "Trouble at the Regent Theatre." "Mr. Machin," said Rose Euclid, "you are not a gentleman." "You'd hardly think so, would you?" mused Edward Henry, as if mildly interested in this new discovery of Miss Euclid's. "Maria," said the star to her maid, "go and tell Mr. Marrier I'm coming." "And I'll get back to the gallery," said Edward Henry. "It's the place for people like me, isn't it? I dare say I'll tear up this paper later, Miss Euclid. We'll see." 4. On the next night a male figure in evening dress and a pale overcoat might have been seen standing at the corner of Piccadilly Circus and Lower Regent Street, staring at an electric sign in the shape of a shield, which said in its glittering, throbbing speech of incandescence, "The Regent, Rose Euclid, in The Orient Pearl." The figure crossed the Circus and stared at the sign from a new point of view. Then it passed along Coventry Street and stared at the sign from yet another point of view. Then it reached Shaftesbury Avenue and stared again. Then it returned to its original station. It was the figure of Edward Henry Machin, savouring the glorious electric sign of which he had dreamed. He lit a cigarette and thought of Seven Sachs gazing at the name of Seven Sachs in fire on the façade of a Broadway theatre in New York. Was not this London phenomenon at least as fine? He considered it was. The Regent Theatre existed. There it stood. What a name for a theatre! Its windows were all illuminated. Its entrance lamps bathed the pavement in light, and in this radiance stood the commissionaires in their military pride and their new uniforms. A line of waiting automobiles began a couple of yards to the north of the main doors, and continued round all sorts of dark corners and up all manner of back streets towards Golden Square itself. Marrier had had the automobiles counted, and had told him the number, but such was Edward Henry's condition that he had forgotten. A row of boards, reared on the pavement against the walls of the façade, said "Stalls full," "Private boxes full," "Dress circle full," "Upper circle full," "Pit full," "Gallery full." And attached to the ironwork of the glazed entrance canopy was a long board which gave the same information in terser form: "House full." The Regent had indeed been obliged to refuse quite a lot of money on its opening night. After all, the inauguration of a new theatre was something, even in London. Important personages had actually begged the privilege of buying seats at normal prices, and had been refused. Unimportant personages, such of those who boast in the universe that they had never missed a first night in the West End for 20, 30, or even 50 years, had tried to buy seats at abnormal prices, and had failed, which was in itself a tragedy. Edward Henry, at the final moment, had yielded his wife's stall to the instances of a minister of the Crown, and at Lady Waldo's urgent request had put her into Lady Waldo's private landowner's box, where also was Miss Elsie April, who had already had the pleasure of meeting Mrs. Machin. Edward Henry's first night was an event of magnitude, and he alone was responsible for it. His volition alone had brought into being that grand edifice, whose light yellow walls now gleamed in nocturnal mystery under the shimmer of countless electric bulbs. "There goes pretty nigh £40,000 of my money," he reflected excitedly. And he reflected, "After all, I'm somebody." Then he glanced down Lower Regent Street and saw Sir John Pilgrim's much larger theatre, now sublet to a tenant who was also lavish with displays of radiance. And he reflected that on first nights Sir John Pilgrim, in addition to doing all that he himself had done, would hold the great rôle on the stage throughout the evening, and he admired the astounding, dazzling energy of such a being, and admitted ungrudgingly, "He's somebody too. I wonder what part of the world he's illuminating just now." Edward Henry did not deny to his soul that he was extremely nervous. He would not and could not face even the bare possibility that the first play presented at the new theatre might be a failure. He had meant to witness the production incognito among the crowd in the pit or in the gallery. But after visiting the pit, a few moments before the curtain went up, he had been appalled by the hard-hearted levity of the pit's remarks on things in general. The pit did not seem to be in any way chastened or softened by the fact that a fortune, that reputations, that careers were at stake. He had fled from the packed pit. As for the gallery, he decided that he had already had enough of the gallery. He had wandered about corridors and to and fro in his own room and in the wings, And even in the basement, as nervous as a lost cat or an author, and as self-conscious as a criminal who knows himself to be on the edge of discovery. It was a fact that he could not look people in the eyes. The reception of the first act had been fairly amiable, and he had suffered horribly as he listened for the applause. Catching sight of Carlo Trent in the distance of a passage, he had positively run away from Carlo Trent. The first entr'acte had seemed to last for about 3 months. Its nightmarish length had driven him almost to lunacy. The feel of the second act, so far as it mystically communicated itself to him in his place of concealment, had been better. And at the second fall of the curtain the applause had been enthusiastic. Yes, enthusiastic. Curiously, it was the revulsion caused by this new birth of hope that, while the third act was being played, had driven him out of the theatre. His wild hope needed ozone. His breast had to expand in the boundless prairie of Piccadilly Circus. His legs had to walk. His arms had to swing. Now he crossed the Circus again to his own pavement, and gazed like a stranger at his own posters. On several of them, encircled in a scarlet ring, was the sole name of Rose Euclid, impressive, and smaller, but above it, the legend E.H. Machin, sole proprietor. He asked himself impartially, as his eyes uneasily left the poster and slipped round the Circus, deserted save for a few sinister and idle figures at that hour, should I have sent that interview to the papers, or shouldn't I? I wonder. I expect some folks would say that on the whole I've been rather hard on Rose since I first met her. Anyhow, she's speaking up all right to-night. He laughed shortly. A newsboy floated up from the Circus, bearing a poster with the name of Isabel Joy on it in large letters. He thought, be blowed to Isabel Joy. He did not care a fig for Isabel Joy's competition now. And then a small door opened in the wall close by, and an elegant cloaked woman came out onto the pavement. The door was the private door leading to the private box of Lord Waldo, owner of the ground upon which the Regent Theatre was built. The woman he recognized with confusion as Elsie April, whom he had not seen alone since the Azure Society's night. "What are you doing out here, Mr. Machin?" she greeted him with pleasant composure. "I'm thinking," said he. "It's going splendidly," she remarked. "Really. I'm just running round to the stage door to meet dear Rose as she comes off. What a delightful woman your wife is. So pretty and so sensible." She disappeared round the corner before he could compose a suitable husband's reply to this laudation of a wife. Then the commissionaires at the entrance seemed to start into life, and then suddenly several preoccupied men strode rapidly out of the theatre, buttoning their coats, and vanished phantom-like, critics on their way to destruction. The performance must be finishing. Hastily he followed in the direction taken by Elsie April. 5. He was in the wings, on the prompt side. Close by stood the prompter, an untidy youth with imperfections of teeth, clutching hard at the red-scored manuscript of The Orient Pearl. Sundry players of various stellar degrees were posed around in the opulent costumes designed by Saracen Givington, A.R.A. Miss Lindop was in the background, ecstatically happy, her cheeks a racecourse of tears. Afar off, in the centre of the stage, alone, stood Rose Euclid, gorgeous in green and silver, bowing and bowing and bowing, bowing before the storm of approval and acclamation that swept from the auditorium across the footlights. With a sound like that of tearing silk or of a gigantic contralto mosquito, the curtain swished down and swished up and swished down again. Bouquets flew onto the stage from the auditorium, a custom newly imported from the United States by Miss Euclid and encouraged by her, though contrary to the lofty canons of London taste. The actress already held one huge trophy, shaped as a crown, to her breast. She hesitated, and then ran to the wings and caught Edward Henry by the wrist, impulsively, madly. They shook hands in an ecstasy. It was as though they recognized in one another a fundamental and glorious worth.
It was as though no words could ever express the depth of appreciation, affection, and admiration which each intensely felt for the other. It was as though this moment were the final consecration of twin lives, whose long, loyal comradeship had never been clouded by the faintest breath of mutual suspicion. Rose Euclid was still the unparalleled star, the image of grace and beauty and dominance upon the stage. And yet quite clearly Edward Henry saw close to his the wrinkled, damaged, daubed face and thin neck of an old woman, and it made no difference. "Rose!" cried a strained voice, and Rose Euclid wrenched herself from him and tumbled with half a sob into the clasping arms of Elsie April. "You've saved the intellectual theatre for London, my boy, that's what you've done." Marrier was now gripping his hand, and Edward Henry was convinced that he had. The strident vigour of the applause showed no diminution, and through the thick heavy rain of it could be heard the monotonous, insistent detonations of one syllable. "Do, do, do, do." And then another syllable was added. "Speech, speech, speech, speech." Mechanically Edward Henry lit a cigarette. He had no consciousness of doing so. "Where is Trent?" people were asking. Carlo Trent appeared up a staircase at the back of the stage. "You've got to go on," said Marrier. "Now pull yourself together. The great beast is calling for you. Say a few words." Carlo Trent in his turn seized the hand of Edward Henry, and it was for all the world as though he were seizing the hand of an intellectual and poetic equal, and wrung it. "Come now!" Mr. Marrier, beaming, admonished him, and then pushed. "What must I say?" stammered Carlo. "Whatever comes into your head." "All right. I'll say something." A man in a dirty white apron drew back the heavy mass of the curtain about 18 inches, and Carlo Trent, stepping forward, the glare of the footlights suddenly lit his white face. The applause, now multiplied fivefold and become deafening, seemed to beat him back against the curtain. His lips worked. He did not bow. "Come back, you fool!" whispered Marrier. And Carlo Trent stepped back into safe shelter. "Why didn't you say something?" "I couldn't," murmured weakly the greatest dramatic poet in the world, and began to cry. "Speech! Speech! Speech! Speech!" "Here!" said Edward Henry gruffly. "Get out of my way. I'll settle 'em. Get out of my way." And he riddled Carlo Trent with a fusillade of savagely scornful glances. The man in the apron obediently drew back the curtain again, and the next second Edward Henry was facing an auditorium crowded with his patrons. Everybody was standing up, chiefly in the aisles, and crowded at the entrances, and quite half the people were waving, and quite a quarter of them were shouting. He bowed several times. An age elapsed. His ears were stunned. But it seemed to him that his brain was working with marvellous perfection. He perceived that he had been utterly wrong about the Orient Pearl, and that all his advisers had been splendidly right. He had failed to catch its charm and to feel its power. But this audience, this magnificent representative audience, drawn from London in the brilliant height of the season, had not failed. It occurred to him to raise his hand. And as he raised his hand, it occurred to him that his hand held a lighted cigarette. A magic hush fell upon the magnificent audience which owned all that endless line of automobiles outside. Edward Henry, in the hush, took a pull at his cigarette. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, pitching his voice well, for municipal politics had made him a practised public speaker, "I congratulate you. This evening you have succeeded." There was a roar, confused, mirthful, humorously protesting. He distinctly heard a man in the front row of the stalls say, "Well, for sheer nerve!" and then go off into a peal of laughter. He smiled and retired. Marrier took charge of him. "You merit the entire confectioner's shop!" exclaimed Marrier, aghast, admiring, triumphant. Now, Edward Henry had no intention of meriting cake. He had merely followed in speech the secret train of his thought. But he saw that he had treated a West End audience as a West End audience had never before been treated, and that his audacity had conquered. Hence he determined not to refuse the cake. "Didn't I tell you I'd settle them?" said he. The band played God Save the King. VI 1 hour later, in the double-bedded chamber at the Majestic, as his wife lay in bed and he was methodically folding up a creased white tie and inspecting his chin in the mirror, he felt that he was touching again, after an immeasurable interval, the rock bottom of reality. Nellie, even when he could only see her face, and that in a mirror, was the most real phenomenon in his existence, and she possessed the strange faculty of dispelling all unreality round about her. "Well," he said, "how did you get on in the box?" "Oh," she replied, "I got on very well with the Waldo woman. She's one of our sort. But I'm not so set up with your Elsie April." Dash this collar. Nellie continued. "And I can tell you another thing. I don't envy Mr. Rollo Wrissell." "What's Wrissell got to do with it?" "She means to marry him." "Elsie April means to marry Wrissell?" "He was in and out of the box all night. It's as plain as a pikestaff." "What's amiss with my Elsie April?" Edward Henry demanded. "She's a thought too pleasant for my taste," answered Nellie. Astonishing how pleasantness is regarded with suspicion in the Five Towns, even by women who can, at a pinch, be angels. VII Often during the brief night he gazed sleepily at the vague next bed and mused upon the extraordinariness of women's consciences. His wife slept like an innocent. She always did. It was as though she gently expired every evening and returned gloriously to life every morning. The sunshiny hours between 3 and 7 were very long to him, but it was indisputable that he did not hear the clock strike 6, which was at any rate proof of a little sleep to the good. At 5 minutes past 7 he thought he heard a faint rustling in the corridor, and he rose and tiptoed to the door and opened it. Yes, the Majestic had its good qualities. He had ordered that all the London morning daily papers should be laid at his door as early as possible, and there the pile was, somewhat damp and as fresh as fruit, with a slight odour of ink. He took it in. His heart was beating as he climbed back into bed with it, and arranged pillows so that he could sit up, and unfolded the first paper. Nellie had not stirred. Once again he was disappointed in the prominence given by the powerful London press to his London enterprise. In the first newspaper, a very important one, he positively could not find any criticism of the Regent's first night. There was nearly a page of the offensive Isabel Joy, who was now appealing, through the newspapers, to the President of the United States. Isabel had been christened the World Circler, and the special correspondents of the entire earth were gathered about her carpeted cell. Hope still remained that she would reach London within the 100 days. An unknown adherent to the cause for which she suffered had promised to give £10,000 to that cause if she did so. Further, she was receiving over 60 proposals of marriage a day, and so on, and so on. Most of this he gathered in an instant from the headlines alone. Nauseating! Another annoying item in the paper was a column and a half given to the foundation stone laying of the first New Thought Church in Dean Street, Soho, about a couple of 100 yards from its original site. He hated the first New Thought Church, as one always hates that to which one has done an injury. Then he found what he was searching for. Regent Theatre. Production of poetical drama at London's latest playhouse. After all, it was well situated in the paper, on quite an important page, and there was over a column of it. But in his nervous excitation his eyes had missed it. His eyes now read it. Over half of it was given up to a discussion of the Don Juan legend and the significance of the Byronic character of Haidee, obviously written before the performance. A description of the plot occupied most of the rest, and a reference to the acting ended it. Miss Rose Euclid, in the trying and occasional beautiful part of Haidee, was all that her admirers could have wished. Miss Cunningham distinguished herself by her diction and bearing in the small part of The Messenger. The final words were, "The reception was quite favourable." Quite favourable, indeed! Edward Henry had a chill. Good heavens! Was not the reception ecstatically, madly, foolishly enthusiastic? "Why," he exclaimed within, "I never saw such a reception!" It was true. But then
He had never seen any other first night. He was shocked as well as chilled. And for this reason. For weeks past all the newspapers in their dramatic gossip had contained highly sympathetic references to his enterprise. According to the paragraphs, he was a wondrous man, and the theatre was a wondrous house, the best of all possible theatres, and Carlo Trent was a great writer, and Rose Euclid exactly as marvellous as she had been a quarter of a century before, and the prospects of intellectual poetic drama in London so favourable as to amount to a certainty of success. In those columns of dramatic gossip there was no flaw in the theatrical world. In those columns of dramatic gossip no piece ever failed, though sometimes a piece was withdrawn regretfully and against the wishes of the public, to make room for another piece. In those columns of dramatic gossip theatrical managers, actors, and especially actresses, and even authors, were benefactors of society, and therefore they were treated with the deference, the gentleness, the heartfelt sympathy which benefactors of society merit and ought to receive. The tone of the criticism of the first night was different. It was subtly, not crudely, different. But different it was. The next newspaper said that the play was bad and the audience indulgent. It was very severe on Carlo Trent and very kind to the players, whom it regarded as good men and women in adversity, with particular laudations for Miss Rose Euclid and the Messenger. The next newspaper said that the play was a masterpiece, and would be so hailed in any country but England. England, however... Unfortunately, this was a newspaper whose political opinions Edward Henry despised. The next newspaper praised everything and everybody, and called the reception tumultuously enthusiastic. And Edward Henry felt as though somebody, mistaking his face for a slice of toast, had spread butter all over it. Even the paper's parting assurance that the future of the higher drama in London was now safe beyond question did not remove this delusion of butter. The two following newspapers were more sketchy or descriptive, and referred at some length to Edward Henry's own speech, with a kind of sub-hint that Edward Henry had better mind what he was about. 3 illustrated papers had photographs of scenes and figures, but nothing important in the matter of criticism. The rest were neither one thing nor the other, as they say in the Five Towns. On the whole, an inscrutable press, a disconcerting, a startling, an appetite-destroying, but not a hopeless press. The general impression which he had gathered from his perusals was that the author was a pretentious dullard, an absolute criminal, a genius, that the actors and actresses were all splendid and worked hard, though conceivably one or two of them had been set impossible tasks, to wit, tasks unsuited to their personalities, that he himself was a Napoleon, a temerarious individual, an incomprehensible fellow, and that the future of the intellectual poetic drama in London was not a topic of burning actuality. He remembered sadly the superlative laden descriptions in those same newspapers of the theatre itself, a week or two back, the unique theatre in which the occupant of every seat had a complete and uninterrupted view of the whole of the proscenium opening. Surely that fact alone ought to have ensured proper treatment for him. Then Nellie woke up and saw the scattered newspapers. "Well," she asked, "what do they say?" "Oh," he replied lightly, with a laugh, "just about what you'd expect. Of course you know what a first-night audience always is. Too generous. And ours was particularly. Miss April saw to that. She had the Azure Society behind her, and she was determined to help Rose Euclid. However, I should say that it was all right. I should say that it was quite all right. I told you it was a gamble, you know." When Nellie, dressing, said that she considered she ought to go back home that day, he offered no objection. Indeed, he rather wanted her to go. Not that he had a desire to spend the whole of his time at the theatre, unhampered by provincial women in London. On the contrary, he was aware of a most definite desire not to go to the theatre. He lay in bed and watched with careless curiosity the rapid processes of Nellie's toilette. He had his breakfast on the dressing-table, for he was not at Wilkins's, neither at the Grand Babylon. Then he helped her to pack, and finally he accompanied her to Euston, where she kissed him with affectionate common sense and caught the 12:5. He was relieved that nobody from the Five Towns happened to be going down by that train. As he turned away from the moving carriage, the evening papers had just arrived at the bookstalls. He bought the 4 chief organs, one green, one yellowish, one white, one pink, and scanned them self-consciously on the platform. The white organ had a good heading: "Rebirth of the Intellectual Drama in London. What a Provincial has Done. Opinions of Leading Men." 2 columns altogether. There was, however, little in the 2 columns. The leading men had practised a sagacious caution. They, like the press as a whole, were obviously waiting to see which way the great elephantine public would jump. When the enormous animal had jumped, they would all exclaim, "What did I tell you?" The other critiques were colourless. At the end of the green critique occurred the following sentence: "It is only fair to state, nevertheless, that the play was favourably received by an apparently enthusiastic audience." Nevertheless? Apparently? Edward Henry turned the page to the theatrical advertisements. "Regent Theatre, 20 yards from Piccadilly Circus. The Orient Pearl by Carlo Trent. Miss Rose Euclid. Every evening at 8:30. Matinees every Wednesday and Saturday at 2:30. Box office open 10 to 10. Sole proprietor E.H. Machin." Unreal! Fantastic! Was this he, Edward Henry? Could it be his mother's son? Still, matinees every Wednesday and Saturday. Every Wednesday and Saturday? That word implied and necessitated a long run. Anyhow, a run extending over months. That word comforted him. Though he knew as well as you do that Mr. Marrier had composed the advertisement and that he himself was paying for it, it comforted him. He was just like a child. VIII "I say, Cunningham's made a hit!" Mr. Marrier almost shouted at him as he entered the managerial room at the Regent. Cunningham? Who's Cunningham? Then he remembered. She was the girl who played the messenger. She had only 3 words to say, and to say them over and over again, and she had made a hit. "Seen the notices?" asked Marrier. "Yes. What of them?" "Oh, well," Marrier drawled, "what would you expect?" "That's just what I said," observed Edward Henry. "You did you?" Mr. Marrier exclaimed, as if extremely interested by this corroboration of his views. Carlo Trent strolled in. He remarked that he happened to be just passing, but discussion of the situation was not carried very far. That evening the house was nearly full, except the pit and the gallery, which were nearly empty. Applause was perfunctory. "How much?" Edward Henry inquired of the box office manager, when figures were added together. £31 2s. "Of course," said Mr. Marrier, "in the height of the London season, with so many counter attractions. Besides, they've got to get used to the idea of it." Edward Henry did not turn pale. Still, he was aware that it cost him a trifle over £60 to ring the curtain up at every performance, and this sum took no account of expenses of production nor of authors' fees. The sum would have been higher, but he was calculating as rent of the theatre only the ground rent plus 6% on the total price of the building. What disgusted him was the duplicity of the first night audience, and he said to himself violently, "I was right all the time, and I knew I was right. Idiots! Chumps! Of course I was right!" On the third night the house held £27 6. "Naturally," said Mr. Marrier. "In this hot weather. I never knew such a hot June. It's the open air places that are doing us in the eye. In fact, I heard to day that the White City is packed. They simply can't bank their money quick enough." It was on that day that Edward Henry paid salaries. It appeared to him that he was providing half London with a livelihood. Acting managers, stage managers, assistant ditto, property men, stage hands, electricians, prompters, call boys, box office staff, general staff, dressers, commissionaires, programme girls, cleaners, actors, actresses, understudies, to say nothing of Rose Euclid at a purely nominal salary of £100 a week. The tenants of the bars were grumbling, but happily he was getting money from them. The following day was Saturday. It rained, a succession of thunderstorms. The morning and the evening performances produced together £68. "Well," said Mr. Marrier, "in this kind of weather you can't expect people to come out, can you? Besides, this cursed week-ending habit..." Which conclusions did not materially modify the harsh fact that Edward Henry was losing over £30 a day, or at the rate of over £10,000 a year. He spent Sunday between his hotel and his club, chiefly in reiterating to himself that Monday began a new week and that something would have to occur on Monday. Something did occur. Carlo Trent lounged into the office early. The man was for ever being drawn to the theatre by an invisible but powerful elastic cord. The papers had a worse attack than ever of Isabel Joy, for she had been convicted of a transgression in a Chicago court of law, but a tremendous lawyer from St. Louis had loomed over Chicago, and having examined the documents in the case was hopeful of getting the conviction quashed. He had discovered that in one and the same document Isabel had been spelt Isobel, and worse, Illinois had been deprived by a careless clerk of one of its L's. He was sure that by proving these grave irregularities in American justice he could win an appeal. Edward Henry glanced up suddenly from the newspapers. He had been inspired. "I say, Trent," he remarked, without any warning or preparation, "you're not looking at all well. I want a change myself. I've a good mind to take you for a sea voyage." "Oh," grumbled Trent, "I can't afford sea voyages." "I can," said Edward Henry, "and I shouldn't dream of letting it cost you a penny. I'm not a philanthropist, but I know as well as anybody that it will pay us theatrical managers to keep you in health." "You're not going to take the play off?" Trent demanded suspiciously. "Certainly not," said Edward Henry. "What sort of sea voyage?" "Well, what price the Atlantic? Been to New York? Neither have I. Let's go, just for the trip. It'll do us good." "You don't mean it?" murmured the greatest dramatic poet, who had never voyaged further than the Isle of Wight. His eyeglass swung to and fro. Edward Henry feigned to resent this remark. "Of course I mean it. Do you take me for a blooming gas bag?" He rose. "Marrier!" Then more loudly, "Marrier!" Mr. Marrier entered. "Do you know anything about the sailings to New York?" "Rather!" said Mr. Marrier, beaming. After all, he was a most precious aid. "We may be able to arrange for a production in New York," said Edward Henry to Carlo, mysteriously. Mr. Marrier gazed at one and then the other, puzzled. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Regent. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Regent by Arnold Bennett. Read by Andy Minter. Chapter 10 Isabel. 1. Throughout the voyage of the Lithuania from Liverpool to New York, Edward Henry, in common with some 2,000 other people on board, had the sensation of being hurried. He, who in a cab rides late to an important appointment, arrives with muscles fatigued by mentally aiding the horse to move the vehicle along. Thus were Edward Henry's muscles fatigued, and the muscles of many others, but just as much more so as the Lithuania was bigger than a cab. For the Lithuania, having been seriously delayed in Liverpool by men who were most ridiculously striking for the fantastic remuneration of £1 a week, was engaged on the business of making new records, and every passenger was personally determined that she should therein succeed, and despite very bad June weather towards the end, she did sail past the Battery on a grand Monday morning with a new record to her credit. So far Edward Henry's plan was not miscarrying, but he had a very great deal to do and very little time in which to do it, and whereas the muscles of the other passengers were relaxed as the ship drew to her berth, Edward Henry's muscles were only more tensely tightened. He had expected to see Mr. Seven Sachs on the quay, for in response to his telegram from Queenstown, the illustrious actor-author had sent him an agreeable wireless message in full Atlantic, the which had inspired Edward Henry to obtain news by Marconi, both from London and New York, at much expense. From the East he had had daily information of the dwindling receipts at the Regent Theatre, and from the West daily information concerning Isabel Joy. He had not, however, expected Mr. Seven Sachs to walk into the Lithuania's music saloon an hour before the ship touched the quay. Nevertheless, this was what Mr. Seven Sachs did by the exercise of those mysterious powers
wielded by the influential in democratic communities.
"And what are you doing here?"
Mr. Seven Sachs greeted Edward Henry with geniality. Edward Henry lowered his voice.
"I'm throwing good money after bad,"
said he. The friendly grip of Mr. Seven Sachs's hand did him good, reassured him, and gave him courage. He was utterly tired of the voyage, and also of the poetical society of Carlo Trent, whose passage had cost him £30, considerable boredom, and some sick nursing during the final days and nights. A dramatic poet with an appetite was a full dose for Edward Henry, but a dramatic poet who lay on his back and moaned for naught but soda water and dry land amounted to more than Edward Henry could conveniently swallow. He directed Mr. Sachs's attention to the anguished and debile organism which had once been Carlo Trent, and Mr. Sachs was so sympathetic that Carlo Trent began to adore him, and Edward Henry to be somewhat disturbed in his previous estimate of Mr. Sachs's common sense. But at a favourable moment Mr. Sachs breathed humorously into Edward Henry's ear the question:
"What have you brought him out for?"
"I brought him out to lose him." As they pushed through the bustle of the enormous ship, and descended from the dizzy eminence of her boat deck by lifts and ladders down to the level of the windy, sun-steeped rock of New York, Edward Henry said: "Now, I want you to understand, Mr. Sachs, that I haven't a minute to spare. I've just looked in for lunch."
"Going on to Chicago?"
"She isn't at Chicago, is she?" demanded Edward Henry, aghast. "I thought she'd reached New York."
"Who?"
"Isabel Joy."
"Oh, Isabel's in New York, sure enough. She's right here. They say she'll have to catch the Lithuania if she's going to get away with it."
"Get away with what?"
"Well, the goods."
The precious word reminded Edward Henry of an evening at Wilkins's, and raised his spirits even higher. It was a word he loved. "And I've got to catch the Lithuania too," said he. "But Trent doesn't know. And let me tell you she's going to do the quickest turn round that any ship ever did. The purser assured me she'll leave at noon to morrow, unless the world comes to an end in the meantime. Now, what about a hotel?"
"You'll stay with me, naturally."
"But..."
Edward Henry protested. "Oh, yes, you will. I shall be delighted."
"But I must look after Trent."
"He'll stay with me too, naturally. I live at the Stuyvesant Hotel, you know, on Fifth. I have a pretty private suite there. I shall arrange a little supper for to night. My automobile is here."
"Is it possible that I once saved your life and have forgotten all about it?" Edward Henry exclaimed. "Or do you treat everybody like this?"
"We like to look after our friends,"
said Mr. Sachs simply. In the terrific confusion of the quay, where groups of passengers were mounted like watchdogs over hillocks of baggage, Mr. Sachs stood continually between the travellers and the administrative rigour and official incredulity of a proud republic. And in the minimum of time the fine trunk of Edward Henry and the modest packages of the poet were on the roof of Mr. Sachs's vast car. The three men were inside, and the car was leaping, somewhat in the manner of a motor boat at full speed, over the cobbles of a wide mediaeval street. "Quick!" thought Edward Henry. "I haven't a minute to lose." His prayer reached the chauffeur. Conversation was difficult. Carlo Trent groaned. Presently they rolled less perilously upon asphalt, though the equipage still lurched. Edward Henry was for ever bending his head towards the window aperture in order to glimpse the roofs of the buildings, and never seeing the roofs. "Now we're on Fifth," said Mr. Sachs, after a fearful lurch, with pride. Vistas of flags, high cornices, crowded pavements, marble, jewellery beyond glass, the whole seen through a roaring phantasmagoria of competing and menacing vehicles. And Edward Henry thought: "This is my sort of place." The jolting recommenced. Carlo Trent rebounded limply, groaning between cushions and upholstery. Edward Henry tried to pretend that he was not frightened. Then there was a shock, as of the concussion of two equally unyielding natures. A pane of glass in Mr. Seven Sachs's limousine flew to fragments, and the car stopped. "I expect that's a spring gone," observed Mr. Sachs with tranquillity.
Will happen, you know, sometimes." Everybody got out. Mr. Sachs's presumption was correct. One of the back wheels had failed to leap over a hole in Fifth Avenue, some 18 inches deep and 2 feet long. "What is that hole?" asked Edward Henry. "Well," said Mr. Sachs, "it's just a hole. We'd better transfer to a taxi." He gave calm orders to his chauffeur. 4 empty taxis passed down the sunny magnificence of Fifth Avenue and ignored Mr. Sachs's urgent waving. The fifth stopped. The baggage was strapped and tied to it, which process occupied much time. Edward Henry, fuming against delay, gazed round. A nonchalant policeman on a superb horse occupied the middle of the road. Tramcars passed continually across the street in front of his caracoling horse, dividing a route for themselves in the wild ocean of traffic, as Moses cut into the Red Sea. At intervals, a knot of persons, intimidated and yet daring, would essay the voyage from one pavement to the opposite pavement. There was no half-way refuge for these adventurers, as in decrepit London. Some apparently arrived, others seemed to disappear for ever in the feverish welter of confused motion, and were never heard of again. The policeman, easily accommodating himself to the caracolings of his mount, gazed absently at Edward Henry, and Edward Henry gazed first at the policeman, and then at the high decorated grandeur of the buildings, and then at the Assyrian taxi into which Mr. Sachs was now ingeniously inserting Carlo Trent. He thought: "No mistake, this street is alive. But what cemeteries they must have!" He followed Carlo with minute precautions into the interior of the taxi. And then came the supremely delicate operation, that of introducing a third person into the same vehicle. It was accomplished. 3 chins and 6 knees fraternized in close intimacy, but the door would not shut. Wheezing, snorting, shaking, complaining, the taxi drew slowly away from Mr. Sachs's luxurious automobile and left it forlorn to its chauffeur. Mr. Sachs imperturbably smiled. "I have 2 other automobiles," said Mr. Sachs. In some 60 seconds the taxi stopped in front of the tremendous glass awning of the Stuyvesant. The baggage was unstrapped, the passengers were extricated one by one from the cell, and Edward Henry saw Mr. Sachs give 2 separate dollar bills to the driver. "By Jove!" he murmured. "I beg your pardon?" said Mr. Sachs politely. "Nothing," said Edward Henry. They walked into the hotel and passed through a long succession of corridors and vast public rooms, surging with well-dressed men and women. "What's all this crowd for?" asked Edward Henry. "What crowd?" asked Mr. Sachs, surprised. Edward Henry saw that he had blundered. "I prefer the upper floors," remarked Mr. Sachs, as they were being flung upwards in a gilded elevator and passing rapidly all numbers from 1 to 14. The elevator made an end of Carlo Trent's manhood. He collapsed. Mr. Sachs regarded him and then said: "I think I'll get an extra room for Mr. Trent. He ought to go to bed." Edward Henry enthusiastically concurred. "And stay there," said Edward Henry. Pale Carlo Trent permitted himself to be put to bed, but therein he proved fractious. He was anxious about his linen. Mr. Sachs telephoned from the bedside, and a laundrymaid came. He was anxious about his best lounge suit. Mr. Sachs telephoned, and a valet came. Then he wanted a siphon of soda water, and Mr. Sachs telephoned, and a waiter came. Then it was a newspaper he required. Mr. Sachs telephoned, and a page came. All these functionaries, together with 2 reporters, peopled Mr. Trent's bedroom more or less simultaneously. It was Edward Henry's bright notion to add to them a doctor whom Mr. Sachs knew, a doctor who would perceive at once that bed was the only proper place for Carlo Trent. "Now," said Edward Henry, when he and Mr. Sachs were participating in a private lunch amid the splendours and the grim silent service of the latter's suite at the Stuyvesant, "I have fully grasped the fact that I am in New York. It is 1 o'clock and after, and as soon as ever this meal is over I have just got to find Isabel Joy. You must understand that on this trip New York for me is merely a town where Isabel Joy happens to be." "Well," replied Mr. Sachs. "I reckon I can put you on to that. She's going to be photographed at 2 o'clock by Rentoul Smiles. I happen to know because Rent's a particular friend of mine." "A photographer, you say?" Mr. Sachs controlled himself. "Do you mean to say you have not heard of Rentoul Smiles? Well, he's called man's photographer. He's never photographed a woman. Won't. At least wouldn't. But he's going to photograph Isabel. So you may guess that he considers Isabel some woman, eh?" "And how will that help me?" inquired Edward Henry. "Why, I'll take you up to Rent's," Mr. Sachs comforted him. "It's close by. Corner of 39th and 5." "Tell me," Edward Henry demanded with immense relief, "she hasn't got herself arrested yet, has she?" "No, and she won't." "Why not?" "The police have been put wise," said Mr. Sachs. "Put wise?" "Yes, put wise." "I see," said Edward Henry. But he did not see. He only half saw. "As a matter of fact," said Mr. Sachs, "Isabel can't get away with the goods unless she fixes the police to lock her up for a few hours. And she'll not succeed in that. Her 100 days are up in London next Sunday, so there'll be no time for her to be arrested and bailed out, either at Liverpool or Fishguard. And that's her only chance. I've seen Isabel, and if you ask me, my opinion is she's down and out." "Never mind," said Edward Henry with glee. "I guess what you're after her for," said Mr. Seven Sachs, with an air of deep knowledge. "The deuce you do!" "Yes, sir. And let me tell you that dozens of them have been after her already, but she wouldn't. Nothing would tempt her." "Never mind." Edward Henry smiled. 2. When Edward Henry stood by the side of Mr. Sachs in a doorway, half shielded by a portière, and gazed unseen into the great studio of Mr. Rentoul Smiles, he comprehended that he was indeed under powerful protection in New York. At the entrance on Fifth Avenue he and Sachs had passed through a small crowd of assorted men, chiefly young, whom Sachs had greeted in the mass with the smiling words, "Well, boys?" Other men were within. Still another went up with them in the elevator, but no further. They were reporters of the entire world's press, to each of whom Isabel Joy had been specially assigned. They were waiting. They would wait. Mr. Rentoul Smiles having been warned by telephone of the visit of his beloved friend Seven Sachs, Mr. Sachs and his English protégé had been received at Smiles' outer door by a clerk who knew exactly what to do with them, and did it. "Is she here?" Mr. Sachs had murmured. "Yep," the clerk had negligently replied. And now Edward Henry beheld the object of his pilgrimage, her whose personality, portrait and adventures had been filling the newspapers of 2 hemispheres for 3 weeks past. She was not realistically like her portraits. She was a little, thin, pale, obviously nervous woman of any age from 35 to 50, with fair, untidy hair, and pale, grey blue eyes that showed the dreamer, the idealist, and the harsh fanatic. She looked as though a moderate breeze would have overthrown her, but she also looked, to the enlightened observer, as though she would recoil before no cruelty and no suffering in pursuit of her vision. The blind, dreaming force behind her apparent frailty would strike terror into the hearts of any man intelligent enough to understand it. Edward Henry had an inward shudder. "Great Scott!" he reflected, "I shouldn't like to be ill and have Isabel for a nurse." And his mind at once flew to Nellie, and then to Elsie April. "And so she's going to marry Wrissell," he reflected, and could scarcely believe it. Then he violently wrenched his mind back to the immediate objective. He wondered why Isabel Joy should wear a bowler hat and a mustard-coloured jacket that resembled a sporting man's overcoat, and why these garments suited her. With a whip in her hand she could have sat for a jockey, and yet she was a woman and very feminine, and probably old enough to be Elsie April's mother. A disconcerting world, he thought. The man's photographer as he was described in copper on Fifth Avenue and in gold on his own doors, was a big, loosely articulated male, who lured over the trifle Isabel like a cloud over a sheep in a great field. Edward Henry could only see his broad bending back as he posed in athletic attitudes behind the camera. Suddenly Rentoul Smiles dashed to a switch, and Isabel's wistful face was transformed into that of a drowned corpse, into a dreadful harmony of greens and purples. "Now," said Rentoul Smiles, in a deep voice that was like a rich unguent, "we'll try again. We'll just play around that spot. Look into my eyes. Not at my eyes, my dear woman. Into them. Just a little more challenge. A little more. That's it. Don't wink, for the land's sake. Now." He seized a bulb at the end of a tube and slowly squeezed it tragically and remorselessly, twisting himself as if suffering in sympathy with the bulb, and then, in a wide sweeping gesture, he flung the bulb on to the top of the camera and ejaculated, "Ha!" Edward Henry thought, "I would give £10 to see Rentoul Smiles photograph Sir John Pilgrim." But the next instant the forgotten sensation of hurry was upon him once more. Quick, quick, Rentoul Smiles! Edward Henry's scorching desire was to get done and leave New York. "Now, Miss Isabel," Mr. Smiles proceeded, exasperatingly deliberate, "do you know, I feel kind of guilty. I've got a little farm out in Westchester County, and I'm making up a little English pathway up the garden with a gate at the end. I woke up this morning and began to think about the quaint English form of that gate, and just how I would have it." He raised a finger. "But I ought to have been thinking about you. I ought to have been saying to myself, 'Today I have to photograph Isabel Joy,' and trying to understand in meditation the secrets of your personality. I'm sorry. Now, don't talk. Keep like that. Move your head around. Go on, move it. Don't be afraid. This place belongs to you. It's yours. Whatever you do, we've got people here who'll straighten up after you. Do you know why I've made money? I've made money so that I can take you this afternoon and tell a $200 client to go to the deuce. That's why I've made money. Put your back against the chair, like an Englishwoman. That's it. No, don't talk, I tell you. Now look joyful, hang it. Look joyful. No, joy isn't a contortion. It's something deep right down there. There. The lubricant voice rolled on, while Rentoul Smiles manipulated the camera. He clasped the bulb again, and again threw it dramatically away. "I'm through," he said. "Don't expect anything very grand, Miss Isabel. What I've been trying to do this afternoon is my interpretation of you as I've studied your personality and your speeches. If I believed wholly in your cause, or if I wholly disbelieved in it, my work would not have been good. Any value that it has will be due to the sympathetic impartiality of my spiritual attitude. Although," he menaced her with the licensed familiarity of a philosopher, "although, lady, I must say I felt you were working against me all the time. This way." Edward Henry, recalling the comparative simplicity of the London photographer at Wilkins's, thought, "How profoundly they understand photography in America." Isabel Joy rose and glanced at the watch in her bracelet, then followed the direction of the male hand and vanished. Rentoul Smiles turned instantly to the other doorway. "How do, Rent?" said Seven Sachs, coming forward. "How do, Seven?" Mr. Rentoul's smile winked. "This is my good friend, Alderman Machin, the theatre manager from London. Glad to meet you, sir." "She's not gone, has she?" asked Sachs hurriedly. "No, my housekeeper wanted to talk to her. Come along." And in the waiting room, full of permanent examples of the results of Mr. Rentoul Smiles's spiritual attitude towards his fellow men, Edward Henry was presented to Isabel Joy. The next instant the two men and the housekeeper had unobtrusively retired, and he was alone with his objective. In truth, Seven Sachs was a notable organizer. 3. She was sitting down in a cosy corner, her feet on a footstool, and she seemed a negligible physical quantity as he stood in front of her.
This was she who had worsted the entire judicial and police system of Chicago, who spoke Pentecostal tongues, who had circled the globe and held enthralled, so journalists computed, more than 250,000 of the inhabitants of Marseilles, Athens, Port Said, Kandy, Calcutta, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Tokyo, Hawaii, San Francisco, Salt Lake City, Denver, Chicago, and lastly New York. This was she. "I understand we're going home on the same ship," he was saying. She looked up at him almost appealingly. "You won't see anything of me, though," she said. "Why not?" "Tell me," said she, not answering his question, "what do they say of me really in England? I don't mean the newspapers. For instance, well, the Azure Society. Do you know it?" He nodded. "Tell me," she repeated. He related the episode of the telegram at the private first performance of the Orient Pearl. She burst out in a torrent of irrelevant protest. "The New York police have not treated me right. It would have cost them nothing to arrest me and let me go, but they wouldn't. Every man in the force, you hear me? Every man has had strict orders to leave me unmolested. It seems they resent my dealings with the police in Chicago, where I brought about the dismissal of 4 officers, so they say. And so I'm to be boycotted in this manner. Is that argument, Mr. Machin? Tell me. You're a man, but honestly, is it argument? Why, it's just as mean and despicable as brute force." "I agree with you," said Edward Henry softly. "Do they really think it will harm the militant cause? Do they really think so? No, it will only harm me. I made a mistake in tactics. I trusted, fool, to the chivalry of the United States. I might have been arrested in a dozen cities, but I on purpose reserved my last 2 arrests for Chicago and New York, for the sake of the superior advertisement. You see? I never dreamt. Now it's too late. I'm defeated. I shall just arrive in London on the 100th day. I shall have made speeches at all the meetings, but I shall be short of 1 arrest, and the £10,000 will be lost to the cause. The militants here, such as they are as disgusted as I am. But they scorn me. And are they not right? Are they not right? There should be no quarter for the vanquished." "Miss Joy," said Edward Henry, "I've come over from London specially to see you. I want to make up the loss of that £10,000 so far as I can. I'll explain at once. I'm running a poetical play of the highest merit called The Orient Pearl at my new theatre in Piccadilly Circus. If you will undertake a small part in it, a part of 3 words only, I'll pay you a record salary, £66, 13 and 4 a word, £200 a week." Isabel Joy jumped up. "Are you another of them, then?" she muttered. "I did think from the look of you that you would know a gentlewoman when you met one. Did you imagine for the 1000th part of 1 second that I should stoop?" "Stoop?" exclaimed Edward Henry. "My theatre is not a music hall." "You want to make it into one," she stopped him. "Good day to you," she said. "I must face those journalists again, I suppose. Well, even they! I came alone in order to avoid them, but it was hopeless. Besides, is it my duty to avoid them, after all?" It was while passing through the door that she uttered the last words. "Where is she?" Seven Sachs inquired, entering. "Fled," said Edward Henry. "Everything all right?" "Quite." Mr. Rentoul Smiles came in. "Mr. Smiles," said Edward Henry, "did you ever photograph Sir John Pilgrim?" "I did, on his last visit to New York. Here you are." He pointed to his rendering of Sir John. "What did you think of him?" "A great actor, but a mountebank, sir." During the remainder of the afternoon Edward Henry saw the whole of New York, with bits of the Bronx and Yonkers in the distance, from Seven Sachs's second automobile. In his third automobile he went to the theatre and saw Seven Sachs act to a house of over $2,000. And lastly he attended a supper and made a speech. But he insisted upon passing the remainder of the night on the Lithuania. In the morning Isabel Joy came on board early and irrevocably disappeared into her berth. And from that moment Edward Henry spent the whole secret force of his individuality in fervently desiring the Lithuania to start. At 2 o'clock, 2 hours late, she did start.
Edward Henry's farewells to the admirable and hospitable Mr. Sachs were somewhat absent-minded, for already his heart was in London. But he had sufficient presence of mind to make certain final arrangements. "Keep him at least a week," said Edward Henry to Seven Sachs, "and I shall be your debtor for ever and ever." He meant Carlo Trent, still bedridden. As from the receding ship he gazed in abstraction at the gigantic inconvenient word, common to three languages, which is the first thing seen by the arriving and the last thing seen by the departing visitor, he meditated. The dearness of living in the United States has certainly been exaggerated. For his total expenses, beyond the confines of the quay, amounted to 1 cent, disbursed to buy an evening paper which had contained a brief interview with himself concerning the future of the intellectual drama in England. He had told the pressman that The Orient Pearl would run 100 nights. Save for putting The Orient Girl instead of The Orient Pearl, and 200 nights instead of 100 nights, the interview was tolerably accurate.
IV 2 entire interminable days of the voyage elapsed before Edward Henry was clever enough to encounter Isabel Joy, the most notorious and the least visible person in the ship. He remembered that she had said, "You won't see anything of me." It was easy to ascertain the number of her stateroom, a double berth which she shared with nobody, but it was less easy to find out whether she ever left it, and if so, at what time of day. He could not mount guard in the long corridor, and the stewardesses on the Lithuania were mature, experienced, and uncommunicative women, their sole weakness being an occasional tendency to imagine that they, and not the captain, were in supreme charge of the steamer. However, Edward Henry did at last achieve his desire, and on the third morning, at a little before 6 o'clock, he met a muffled Isabel Joy on the D-deck. The D-deck was wet, having just been swabbed, and a boat, chosen for that dawn's boat drill, ascended past them on its way from sea level to the dizzy boat deck above. On the other side of an iron barrier large crowds of early rising third-class passengers were standing and talking and staring at the oblong slit of sea which was the only prospect offered by the D-deck. It was the first time that Edward Henry aboard had set eyes on a steerage passenger. With all the conceit natural to the occupant of a costly stateroom, he had unconsciously assumed that he and his like had sole possession of the ship. Isabel responded to his greeting in a very natural way. The sharp freshness of the summer morning at sea had its tonic effect on both of them. And as for Edward Henry, he lunged and plunged at once into the subject which alone preoccupied and exasperated him. She did not seem to resent it. "You'd have the satisfaction of helping on a thing that all your friends say ought to be helped," he argued. "Nobody but you can do it. Without you there'll be a frost. You would make a lot of money, which you could spend in helping on things of your own. And surely it isn't the publicity that you're afraid of?" "No," she agreed. "I'm not afraid of publicity." Her pale grey-blue eyes shone as they regarded the secret dream that for her hung always unseen in the air. And she had a strange, wistful, fragile, feminine mien in her mannish costume. "Well, then?" "But can't you see it's humiliating?" cried she, as if interested in the argument. "It's not humiliating to do something that you can do well. I know you can do it well, and get a large salary for it, and make the success of a big enterprise by it. If you knew the play..." "I do know the play," she said. "We'd lots of us read it in manuscript long ago." Edward Henry was somewhat dashed by this information. "Well, what do you think of it?" "I think it's just splendid," she said with enthusiasm. "And will it be any worse a play because you act a small part in it?" "No," she said shortly. "I expect you think it's a play that people ought to go and see, don't you?" "I do, Mr. Socrates," she admitted. He wondered what she could mean, but continued: "What does it matter what it is that brings the audience into the theatre, so long as they get there and have to listen?" She sighed. "It's no use discussing with you," she murmured. "You're too simple for this world. I dare say you're honest enough. In fact, I think you are. But there are so many things you don't understand. You're evidently incapable of understanding them." "Thanks," he replied,
and paused to recover his self-possession. "But let's get right down to business now. If you'll appear in this play, I'll not merely give you £200 a week, but I'll explain to you how to get arrested and still arrive in triumph in London before midnight on Sunday." She recoiled a step and raised her eyes. "How?" she demanded, as with a pistol. "Ah," he said, "that's just it. How? Will you promise?" "I've thought of everything," she said musingly. "If the last day was any day but Sunday, I could get arrested on landing and get bailed out and still be in London before night. But on Sunday, no. So you needn't talk like that." "Still," he said, "it can be done." "How?" she demanded again. "Will you sign a contract with me if I tell you? Think of what your reception in London will be if you win after all. Just think." Those pale eyes gleamed, for Isabel Joy had tasted the noisy flattery of sympathetic and of adverse crowds, and her being hungered for it again, the desire of it had become part of her nature. She walked away, her hands in the pocket of her ulster, and returned. "What is your scheme?" "You'll sign?" "Yes, if it works." "I can trust you?" The little woman of 40 or so blazed up. "You can refrain from insulting me by doubting my word," said she. "Sorry, sorry," he apologized. V That same evening, in the colossal many-tabled dining room of the Lithuania, Edward Henry sat as usual to the left of the purser's empty chair, at the purser's table, where were about a dozen other men. A page brought him a marconigram. He opened it and read the single word 19. It was the amount of the previous evening's receipts at the Regent, in pounds. He was now losing something like £40 a night, without counting the expenses of the present excursion. The band began to play as the soup was served, and the ship rolled politely, gently, but nevertheless unmistakably, accomplishing one complete roll to about 16 bars of the music. Then the entire saloon was suddenly excited. Isabel Joy had entered. She was in the gallery, near the orchestra, at a small table alone. Everybody became aware of the fact in an instant, and scores of necks on the lower floor were twisted to glimpse the celebrity on the upper. It was remarked that she wore a magnificent evening dress. One subject of conversation now occupied all the tables, and it was fully occupying the purser's table when the purser, generally a little late owing to the arduousness of his situation on the ship, entered and sat down. Now, the purser was a northerner from Durham, a delightful companion in his lighter moods, but dour and with a high conception of authority and of the intelligence of dogs. He would relate that when he and his wife wanted to keep a secret from their Yorkshire terrier, they had to spell the crucial words in talk, for the dog understood their every sentence. The purser's views about the cause represented by Isabel Joy were absolutely clear. None could mistake them, and the few clauses which he curtly added to the discussion rather damped the discussion, and there was a pause. "What should you do, Mr. Purser," said Edward Henry, "if she began to play any of her tricks here?" "If she began to play any of her tricks on this ship," answered the purser, putting his hands on his stout knees, "we should know what to do." "Of course you can arrest." "Most decidedly. I could tell you things." The purser stopped, for experience had taught him to be very discreet with passengers, until he had voyaged with them at least 10 times. He concluded, "The captain is the representative of English law on an English ship." And then, in the silence created by the resting orchestra, all in the saloon could hear a clear, piercing woman's voice, oratorical at first, and then quickling. "Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to talk to you to-night on the subject of the injustice of men to women." Isabel Joy was on her feet and leaning over the gallery rail. As she proceeded, a startled hush changed to uproar, and in the uproar could be caught now and then a detached phrase, such as, "For example, this man-governed ship." Possibly it was just this phrase that roused the northerner in the purser. He rose and looked towards the captain's table, but the captain was not dining in the saloon that evening.
Then he strode to the centre of the saloon, beneath the renowned dome which had been so often photographed for the illustrated papers, and sought to destroy Isabel Joy with a single marine glance. Having failed, he called out loudly: "Be quiet, madam. Resume your seat." Isabel Joy stopped for a second, gave him a glance far more homicidal than his own, and resumed her discourse. "Steward!" cried the purser. "Take that woman out of the saloon." The whole complement of first-class passengers was now standing up, and many of them saw a plate descend from on high and graze the purser's shoulder. With the celerity of a sprinter, the man of authority from Durham disappeared from the ground floor, and was immediately seen in the gallery. Accounts differed afterwards as to the exact order of events, but it is certain that the leader of the band lost his fiddle, which was broken by the lusty Isabel on the purser's head. It was known later that Isabel, though not exactly in irons, was under arrest in her stateroom. "She really ought to have thought of that for herself, if she's as smart as she thinks she is," said Edward Henry, privately. 6. Though he was on the way to high success, his anxieties and solicitudes seemed to increase every hour. Immediately after Isabel Joy's arrest, he became more than ever a crony of the Marconi operator, and began to dispatch vivid and urgent telegrams to London, without counting the cost. On the next day he began to receive replies. It was the most interesting voyage that the Marconi operator had had since the sinking of the Catherine of Siena, in which episode his promptness through the air had certainly saved 200 lives. Edward Henry could scarcely sleep, so intense was his longing for Sunday night, his desire to be safe in London with Isabel Joy. Nay, he could not properly eat. And then the doubt entered his mind whether, after all, he would get to London on Sunday night. For the Lithuania was lagging. She might have been doing it on purpose to ruin him. Every day, in the auction pool on the ship's run, it was the holder of the lower field that pocketed the money of his fellow men. The Lithuania actually descended below 540 knots in the 24 hours, and no authoritative explanation of this behaviour was ever given. Upon leaving New York there had been talk of reaching Fishguard on Saturday evening, but now the prophesied moment of arrival had been put forward to noon on Sunday. Edward Henry's sole consolation was that each day on the eastward trip consisted of only 23 hours. Further, he was by no means free of apprehension about the personal liberty of Isabel Joy. Isabel had exceeded the programme arranged between them. It had been no part of his scheme that she should cast plates, nor even break violins on the shining crown of an august purser. The purser was angry, and he had the captain, a milder man, behind him. When Isabel Joy threatened a hunger strike if she was not immediately released, the purser signified that she might proceed with her hunger strike. He well knew that it would be impossible for her to expire of inanition before the arrival at Fishguard. The case was serious because Isabel Joy had created a precedent. Policemen and cabinet ministers had for many months been regarded as the lawful prey of militants, but Isabel Joy was the first of the militants to damage property and heads which belonged to persons of neither of these classes, and the authorities of the ship were assuredly inclined to hand Isabel Joy over to the police at Fishguard. What saved the situation for Edward Henry was the factor which saves most situations, namely, public opinion. When the saloon clearly realized that Isabel Joy had done what she had done with the pure and innocent aim of winning a wager, all that was Anglo-Saxon in the saloon ranged itself on the side of true sport, and the matter was lifted above mere politics. A subscription was inaugurated to buy a new fiddle and to pay for shattered crockery, and the amount collected would have purchased, after settling for the crockery, a couple of dozen new fiddles. The unneeded balance was given to seamen's orphanages. The purser was approached. The captain was implored. Influence was brought to bear. In short, the wheels that are within wheels went duly round, and Miss Isabel Joy, after apologies and promises, was unconditionally released. But she had been arrested. And then, on Sunday morning, the ship met a storm that had a sad effect on divine service,
A storm of the imminence that scares even the brass-buttoned occupants of liners' bridges. The rumour went round the ship that the captain would not call at Fishguard in such weather. Edward Henry was ready to yield up his spirit in this fearful crisis, which endured 2 hours. The captain did call at Fishguard in pouring rain, and men came aboard selling Sunday newspapers that were full of Isabel's arrest on the steamer, and of the nearing triumph of her arrival in London before midnight. And newspaper correspondents also came aboard. And all the way on the tender, and in the sheds and in the train, Edward Henry and Isabel Joy were subjected to the journalistic experiments of hardy interviewers. The train arrived at Paddington at 9 p.m. Isabel had won by 3 hours. The station was a surging throng of open-mouthed curiosities. Edward Henry would not lose sight of his priceless charge, but he sent Marrier to dispatch a telegram to Nellie, whose wifely influence in his movements he had till then either forgotten or ignored. And even now his mind was not free. He saw in front of him still 24 hours of anguish. 7. The next night, just before the curtain went up, he stood on the stage of the Regent Theatre, and it is a fact that he was trembling, not with fear, but with simple excitement. Through what a day he had passed! There had been the rehearsal in the morning. It had gone off very well, save that Rose Euclid had behaved impossibly, and that the Cunningham girl, the hit of the piece but ousted from her part, had filled the place with just lamentations and recriminations. And then had followed the appalling scene with Rose Euclid. Rose, leaving the theatre for lunch, had beheld workmen removing her name from the electric sign and substituting that of Isabel Joy. She was a woman and an artist, and it would have been the same had she been a man and an artist. She would not submit to this inconceivable affront. She had resigned her rôle. She had ripped her contract to bits and flung the bits to the breeze. Upon the whole, Edward Henry had been glad. He had sent for Miss Cunningham, who was Rose's understudy, had given her instructions, called another rehearsal for the afternoon, and effected a saving of nearly half Isabel Joy's fantastic salary. Then he had entered into financial negotiations with 4 evening papers, and managed to buy, at a price, their contents bills for the day, so that all the West End was filled with men and boys wearing like aprons posters which bore the words, "Isabel Joy to appear at the Regent to-night," a great and original stroke. And now he gazed through the peephole of the curtain upon a crammed and half delirious auditorium. The assistant stage manager ordered him off. The curtain went up on the drama in hexameters. He waited in the wings, and spoke soothingly to Isabel Joy, who, looking juvenile in the airy costume of the messenger, stood flutteringly agog for her cue. He heard the thunderous crushing roar that met her entrance. He did not hear her line. He walked forth to the glazed balcony at the front of the house, where, in the entr'actes, dandies smoked cigarettes baptized with girlish names. He could see Piccadilly Circus, and he saw Piccadilly Circus thronged with a multitude of loafers who were happy at the mere spectacle of Isabel Joy's name glowing on an electric sign. He went back at last to the managerial room. Marrier was there, hero worshipping. "Got the figures yet?" he asked. Marrier beamed. £260. As long as it keeps up, it means a profit of getting on for 200 a night. But dash it, man, the house only holds 230. But my good sir, said Marrier, they are paying 10 shillings apiece to stand up in the dress circle. Edward Henry dropped into a chair at the desk. A telegram was lying there, addressed to himself. "What's this?" he demanded. "Just came." He opened it and read.
I absolutely forbid this monstrous outrage on a work of art. Twent.
"Bit late in the day, isn't he?" said Edward Henry, showing the telegram to Marrier. "Besides," Marrier observed, "he'll come round when he knows what his royalties are." "Well," said Edward Henry, "I'm going to bed." And he gave a devastating yawn. 8. One afternoon,
Edward Henry sat in the king of all the easy chairs in the drawing-room of his house in Trafalgar Road, Bursley. Although the month was September, and the weather warm even for September, a swansdown quilt lay spread upon his knees. His face was pale, his hands were paler, but his eye was clear and his visage enlightened. His beard had grown to nearly its original dimensions. On a chair by his side there were a number of letters, to which he had just dictated answers. At a neighbouring table a young clerk was using a typewriter. Stretched at full length on the sofa was Robert Machin, engaged in the perusal of the second edition of that day's Signal. Of late, Robert, having exhausted nearly all available books, had been cultivating during his holidays an interest in journalism, and he would give great accounts in the nursery of events happening in each day's instalment of the Signal's sensational serial. His heels kicked idly one against the other. A powerful voice resounded in the lobby, and Dr. Stirling entered the room with Nellie. "Well, Doc," Edward Henry greeted him. "So you're in full blast again," observed the doctor, using a metaphor invented by the population of a district where the roar of furnaces wakens the night. "No," Edward Henry protested, as an invalid always will. "I'm only just keeping an eye on one or two pressing things." "Of course he's in full blast," said Nellie, with calm conviction. "What's this I hear about you going away to the seaside Saturday?" asked the doctor. "Well, can't I?" said Edward Henry. "You can," said the doctor. "Let's have a look at you, man." "What was it you said I've had?" Edward Henry questioned. "Colitis." "Yes, that's the word. I thought I couldn't have got it wrong. Well, you should have seen my mother's face when I told her what you called it. She said, 'He may call it that if he's a mind to, but we had another name for it in my time.' You should have heard her sniff. Look here, Doc, do you know you've had me down now for pretty near 3 months?" "Nay," said Stirling. "It's your own obstinacy that's had you down, mon. If you'd listened to your London doctor at first, maybe you wouldn't have had to travel from Euston in an invalid's carriage. If you hadn't had the misfortune to be born an obstinate simpleton, you'd have been up and about 6 weeks back. But there's no doing anything with you geniuses. It's all nerves with you and your like." "Nerves!" exclaimed Edward Henry, pretending to scorn. But he was delighted at the diagnosis. "Nerves," repeated the doctor firmly. "You go gadding off to America. You get yourself mixed up in theatres. How's the theatre? I see your famous play's coming to an end next week." "And what if it is?" said Edward Henry, jealous for reputations, including his own. "It will have run for 101 nights. And right through August, too. No modern poetry play ever did a run as long in London, and no other ever will. I've given the intellectual theatre the biggest ad it's ever had, and I've made money on it. I should have made more if I'd ended the run a fortnight ago, but I was determined to pass the 100th night, and I shall do." "And what are you forgiving next?" "I'm not forgiving anything next, Doc. I've let the Regent for 5 years, at £7,500 a year, to a musical comedy syndicate, since you're so curious. And when I've paid the ground rent and taxes and repairs and something towards a sinking fund and 6% on my capital, I shall have not far off £2,000 a year clear annual profit. You may say what you like, but that's what I call business." It was a remarkable fact that, while giving undemanded information to Dr. Stirling, Edward Henry was in reality defending himself against the accusations of his wife. Accusations which, by the way, she had never uttered, but which he thought he had read sometimes in her face. He might, of course, have told his wife these agreeable details directly and in private, but he was a husband, and, like many husbands, apt to be indirect. Nellie said not a word. "Then you're giving up London?" The doctor rose to depart. "I am," said Edward Henry, almost blushing. "Why?" "Well," the genius answered, "those theatrical things are altogether too exciting and risky. And they're such queer people. Great Scott, I've come out on the right side, as it happens, but well, I'm not as young as I was. I've done with London. The Five Towns are good enough for me." Nellie, unable to restrain a note of triumph,
indiscreetly remarked, with just the air of superior sagacity that in a wife drives husband to fury and foolishness, "I should think so, indeed." Edward Henry leapt from his chair, and the swansdown quilt swathed his slippered feet. "Nell," he exploded, clenching his hand, "if you say that once more in that tone once more, mind I'll go and take a flat in London to morrow." The doctor cackled with laughter. Nellie smiled. Even Robert, who had completely ignored the doctor's entrance, glanced round with creased brows. "Sit down, dearest." Nellie quietly enjoined the invalid. But he would not sit down, and to show his independence he helped his wife to escort Stirling into the lobby. Robert, now alone with the ignored young clerk tapping at the table, turned towards him, and in his deliberate, judicial, disdainful, childish voice said to him: "Isn't father a funny man?" End of chapter 10 and end of The Regent by Arnold Bennett. Read by Andy Minter.